All right, what is up, you heathens and demons, you sinners and saints, you beautiful blasphemous bastards? Welcome back to the Raging Atheist. Now, I'm not sure if Khalil's going to actually be able to make it. I'm actually starting a couple minutes early or minute early, so usually he shows up right on time anyway. But he is on call this weekend, so he might not be able to make it. If so, we'll see how the evening goes. I'm going to do an open room anyway. People can come in and talk about whatever they want. Now, if Khalil comes in, we'll try to steer the conversation towards Khalil, because the point of the open room was for people to be able to come in, talk to Khalil, and have a dialogue with Khalil. So if he can't make it this weekend, we'll reschedule. He is on call and said that he might not be able to make it. But I am going to open up the room. So let me throw that in the side chat. Anybody can come in. Now, if Khalil does come in at some point, if he gets out of work and decides he wants to come in, I'll try to make room for him. We'll pin that to the top. How y'all doing? Saturday night. I know Gur Streams is going to be streaming with my buddy Dr. Josh and Pat, and I kind of wanted to watch that tonight, but we had announced this last week, and hopefully Khalil will show up. If not, we'll see how long this goes. Maybe I can catch some of it later, or I'll catch the playback. But I do want to talk about a little bit, just like kind of like the void. When you obsess about something for so long, when something becomes a main focus. And now that thing is pretty much gone, as the shit stains of the world would say, gorn. Trying to find something else to talk about is difficult, to say the least. So I'm in that process now. I've talked about Smokey Saint for so long. And now, his channel is Wilkin Cade's channel. Smokey's going to a lesser channel because he's insignificant at this point. But Wilkin Cade is no worthy adversary, never has been, never will be. I tried to make him a worthy interlocutor at one point, and he just never will be. So I got to fill the void. I think I'm going to fill the void with these open rooms. And I'm going to find other stuff to talk about. That's the focus right now. And, I know Wilkin Cade had a stream last night where I was a focus of it, I guess. I don't know. I haven't watched it. I don't consider him to be OCD worthy, to say the least. So how y'all doing? We do have our first joiner. And then anybody that wants to join, feel free to join. If we don't get too many joiners, I might cut this short and switch over to Gur Streams and check out what's going on there. We'll see what happens. You never know what's gonna ensue when I open up the room. So we'll go ahead and open it up. Hey, what's up? How you doing?
All right, man. I'm just I don't know if you can hear me properly or not, and I'm just switching over to my other device.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, I'm just switching over to my other device at the moment, my Note 20. So,
cool.
Yeah, much better device. Just got to send off the link. Yeah, so who else is there? Not just you and me. I see. Yeah, so I was actually there when that Josh Herbal went live on that Christian guy's channel, and he was upset with that Christian guy for something or other. I can't really remember. But hang on, just let me turn that off for a second. Yeah, okay. Got that dealt with. So I was actually there, and I remember that it was Smokey, and that he was had no problem admitting that he was Smokey back then, and Josh Herbal. So there you go. So it's definitely him.
That's interesting. Yeah, and you're not the first person I've talked to that has said that. That yeah, he used to go by Josh Herbal. That's the name he gave everybody, and now all of a sudden that's not his name.
Yeah, well, it is. So I was there.
I have to ask. People are in the side chat are saying it. Are you biblically?
Yeah.
All right, that's
I'm
what I
a-
thought. That's what I thought.
I'm a Christian, yeah.
Well, it's interesting having you here. I just kind of I saw you in something the other day, and I reviewed it slightly, so I'm not sure if you saw that. But yeah, interesting to have you here. I see Sammy's here as well. Um, always
G'day,
interesting
boys.
to good day, Sammy. Always interesting to have a theist in. So I'm looking forward to having a conversation with you.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, looking forward to having a conversation with you too. I've just got to just see if I can find my tray. Oh yeah, look, I found it first go. It's a miracle. Found my
Are
headset.
you
Device.
are you Australian?
Yes.
Yeah, thought so.
Yeah,
G'day,
Sammy's
mate.
Australian as well. I don't know if you saw my conversation, Sammy. I covered the whole. I think I saw you on Gur's streams, maybe. And I covered the whole, like sexual relationship with God. I try to stay clear from that if we can. If it goes there, it can go there. I don't, I don't have any specific need to go there.
I'll just say this, and this is what I believe. Look, I've had arguments with people that have said, things, disgusting things like, that if a 9-year-old wants to get married and you try to stop it, then you're of Satan. But this is the way I look at it. It's like this. In the Old Testament, if the parents were doing evil and they conned the kids into doing evil, and the kids were under 20, say 19 years old, and they were doing evil with the parents, well, God would kill the parents and not the 19-year-old kid, right? So he wouldn't hold them accountable until they hit 20, and he wouldn't send them to war until they hit 20. So this is an indication, and there's only like a couple of cases in the Bible where, like I think the youngest that got married was 14. So, this was not a practice like people say back then, and that's an indication. That's an indication that God didn't really want 9-year-olds, and I mean kids can have periods as young as 7. So what they're saying that no, God doesn't want a child to have and that wasn't a practice back then. I don't believe way back in Moses' day anyway, because God didn't hold them until they were 19 accountable. So if he's not holding them accountable till they're 19, that means the parents had power over them and discretion over whether they got married up until that age. So they couldn't make up their own mind really up until that age. And even after that, I think they were still under the thumb with that sort of thing.
Yeah, and historically, I think we know that there was a practice to where I think primarily it was usually like young boys and young girls would get married off at a fairly young age, and I think you're right. Like we have like one instance where they mentioned like a 14-year-old in the Bible. A lot of people in kind of asserts the age of Mary.
Changing over, Jason.
Oh yeah, no problem. But somebody sent me a really interesting email recently about, and it's an argument that I'm aware of, but I didn't bring it up when I was talking about it, and that is, throughout history, human beings lived shorter lives. So if you're going to live to 32, 40 years old, well, then, yeah, they would push marriage at a much younger age, considering that your lifespan is shorter. So it was a very good argument that I didn't bring up in the moment that I probably should have.
The thing that
I think he's switching over his accounts.
Great.
Yeah.
Here we go. Come on.
The thing that makes no sense to me is they're quick to jump on, oh, it's in the Bible. Young girls being married, it's in the Bible, it's in the Bible. But I don't see them dashing their firstborns against the rocks and other parts of the Bible. So so how they just cherry pick these parts literally says to me, you're a pedo. That's your excuse to be a pedo, and you're going to stick with it. That's it.
I had to change devices because the thing. No, God actually. Yeah, well, God actually. I don't think wanted people to. Like if he's given the parents the power to over whether they get married or not up until the age of 20, then I'm thinking that getting married at a young age wasn't a practice like what these pedo Christians and that tried to say, because I think
I think it was probably very rare even back then for something like that.
I agree with you 100% on that one. It did there. People like Kenny are just disgusting pigs as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, and the fact that he's choosing that hill to die on, to me is it seems odd. It seems offsetting, and then to come in and give justifications. Well, my 12-year-old aunt was married off, and like, dude, that's not a justification. It just isn't.
Sorry to cut you off, but I can't. While I'm thinking of it, I cannot believe like the court doesn't care if the victim had sex with 1,000 guys before she met Smokey, and like by the time she was 14, the court doesn't care if she went after Smokey thinking that she'd get some money out of it or some monetary gain. The court doesn't care about that. But what Smokey doesn't seem to realise is all the court cares about is that she was underage and he slept with her. I mean, that's all the court cares about. The court, like, it's just the court. Even if she came out and said, "I did it so I could get money," the court wouldn't care.
Yeah.
The conviction would still stand. That's what he doesn't seem to understand. It's like, and to come out, and this is just absolutely stunningly, mind-blowingly stupid to me. If I did this, my lawyer would ring me and abuse me for about an hour. Say if it was me in the same situation. I mean, literally, my lawyer would just sit there and abuse me. He runs down the victim in like, and I'm just sitting there thinking, wait till you see what she's like and what comes out about her, and it doesn't matter. That's what I'm trying. It doesn't. It's stunning that he's that naive.
Yeah, that was like the most egregious thing of it all. I've always said, like, if he would have just came out and been honest about it, it'd probably be a different story at this point. But he didn't do that. He chose to lie.
Everyone would forgive him.
Yeah,
if he just came out, most people would forgive him, just let it go and just admitted it and let it go, just moved on.
Yeah, people are forgiving people, and especially if you actually show repentance and you show that you're sorry for what you did, and you can actually show that throughout your life, hey, I made a mistake as a kid, but I can show you this. I've been doing this, and I've been trying to make up for that mistake. But one of the most egregious things that I've seen is what you're speaking of, is how he came out and pretty much tried to put it on her. Like she was lying about her age, and it was just sexting. It wasn't sex. And we know that's all lies, but it doesn't matter. You're the adult. It's your responsibility the moment you find out her age to stop it. That is on you. And if you don't do that, you're breaking the law.
Big Tech knows me. Big Tech knows me. All my profile, I've blocked that many. It's not funny. The moment, the split second, I realize that they're underage, that just instant block instantly. There's not there's one message: find someone your own age, and then block, and that's it. And that's the last every single time without fail. The moment I see that someone's underage, you get them come on and they pretend to be this and that, and then it just blocked. And my record stands from the moment that I've entered, that I've always blocked from the very beginning. And I just, anybody that does it's just an absolute moron and an asshole and a rock spider. It's as simple as that.
There's so many tells. Like the biggest one is, so your name's Ronnie. Let's say a girl comes out and says, I was raped underage by someone called Johnny, and everyone goes, "Oh, you're Johnny, Ronnie, aren't you?" If you're not Johnny, legitimately, you would go, whatever, fuckheads, and that would be the end of it. You
I'd
would
show my
not
ID.
become defensive.
I'd show him my ID.
But you would not become defensive for someone that you're not. If he's not this person, why is he attacking the victim? He should be saying, oh, this poor girl. Like, she thinks I'm this person. I'm not, but, you know.
Well, yeah, and at this point,
yeah.
At this point, I think it's beyond a doubt that he is the person. But you're exactly right, Sammy. How do you have all this information, sir? You're saying it's your cousin, right? And you're on the road. So let's say that you and Kenny Rhodes showed up to that courtroom in support of your cousin. That's fine. Maybe you had, I don't know, an hour, 2 hours, maybe even to read the documents afterwards before you went your separate ways and your cousin went back to California or whatever, and you are going on this, you know, this terror spree across the East Coast that now the whole East Coast is infected with icky taint. But you say you have all of this information and that everybody else is wrong and you know everything. Like, the only way you know everything is if you're that person. That's the only way. Like, even if it's a close family member, you don't know everything. You just don't.
Yeah, how would I know information about a crime if I wasn't part of the crime or I'm not the victim?
And comments like, even if I was, it's not rape. Or even if it was me, it's not actually rape. It's like, that comment right there literally translates to, yeah, it was me, but I didn't actually rape her.
Well, and that's him doing the Trump thing. He's putting the feelers out, right? He's putting the feelers out to see if his people would accept that. And a lot of them did. And you'll see that from a lot of the apologists in the side chat now. Well, even if it was Smokey, it doesn't matter. He's been renewed under Christianity or whatever it is they say. And it's like, you know, he put those feelers out and he's seen that even if he does eventually cop to it, that his rabid, the rabid base that he has are going to stay true, even though he is losing people left and right.
Adultery is one of the top 5 worst things that God hates. It's like, it really does not like that. Adultery, it's like, if you're a preacher and you're married and you commit adultery, then you can, you have to leave being a preacher sort of forever. And then you can repent, then you can be forgiven, but you should never preach again. Really, I mean, it's if you want to get down to like real brass tacks of, you know, preaching, you should never preach again. Really, it's like these preachers that call themselves preachers and come out and say, oh, it's just adultery. Kenny said, oh, it's the worst here is just adultery. Well, you know, doesn't Smokey get up there and preach, you know, the gospel of Satan? I mean,
everything out of his mouth is a contradiction.
Anyway, it's not Christian gospel. So.
And real quick,
this cult that they're doing.
Go ahead.
Sorry,
Sam.
go on, Nock.
Well, I was just going to say real quick, I wanted to address theoretically, he's made a couple comments that it was actually normal practice in Israel, and that the men had to own something and to finish education, so they were older. The girls were often promised right after their first period patriarchy. I wouldn't doubt that either. I would want to look at the history myself. I know I have studied like some of the sexual slavery laws and things like that. But,
I agree with that.
Yeah.
That's true. I agree that they were probably promised after their first period, but that the age where they would consummate the marriage, I don't believe would be these young ages like what they're trying to make it out to be. It's like in the Islamic religion, they can be promised at the age of like 6 months old to be married, but they can't have sex until they're 9 years old or whatever. But it is in their thing. But there's I don't know what it is in the Christian or the Jewish, what they considered to be like kosher for them to be able to have sex or whatever. But I'm sure they can be promised at a very young age and then not, you know, have sex until later. You know,
Kenny was basically saying grass on the pitch. I'm pretty sure that's how the Christians who believe that see it. If they have had their period, then they are of breeding age or whatever they say. mating.
That's not true.
Marrying.
That's horrible.
I love how they say
Yeah.
marrying, but
That's
we know what they
horrible
mean.
because that's there's. I mean, I've got like old when CNN used to actually be a news channel and report stuff of kids dying in the street in Yemen, 8 years old of, well, I won't say it, like giving, I suppose I say giving birth, and they're complaining about that of 8 years old and 9 years old. And obviously they can get pregnant, which means they had their period, so they're dying giving birth. And the death rate in that country for that sort of thing is absolutely horrendous. It's just massive. It's like, if I quoted the statistics to you, it'd just blow your mind. So it just goes to prove my point that children should not be getting married at those ages. I mean, it's just they're not physically capable of having a child. And anybody that argues that God wants a kid to go through that is just demented in the extreme.
This is the bizarrest thing, right? The fact that there are governments and countries and legal systems out there who will say to you, you are not capable of signing a contract. Just a contract. You're not capable of drinking alcohol. You're not capable of getting a license to operate a motor vehicle. But you can sign a marriage license contract.
Yeah.
At 9 or 10 or whatever.
And even after Khalil, I was talking about Khalil in the side chat. Don't want to put Khalil in this. Not fair to him at all. Even after, Kenny Rhodes had, I don't know, a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks to think about it, to refine his argument, to distance himself from Smokey, which he refuses to do. He did try to come back into a Brett Keane room and re-justify it in a different manner, and just made it worse upon himself. And it's to the point that it's like, dude, you're dying on this hill now in a world. I don't care what the world accepted even 100 years ago. We don't accept that shit no more. So you're dying on this hill now in defense of this man who, I mean, he raped a child. There's no other way to put it.
My friend's grandmother got married when she was 14. I mean, there was a practice at one stage, because during like what we call the dark ages, there was times when people's lifespans were very short in European countries where it was very, very cold, harsh climates, and they had very short, brutal lives. Well, there was times when they used to marry younger, and yes, there was periods through time when they got married younger, when they sort of had to, because their lifespans were shorter at those times. But there was other times, back when the patriarchs in the Bible, when those Bible was written, then there was plenty of food and there was plenty of. They didn't need to get married so young, and I don't believe that they did get married so young. So. Personally, but there was times when during a recent history when people used to get married young, particularly in Europe and particularly in the colder, harsher climates, where people had in some cases very short, brutal lives, and if crops failed, then they died young, and stuff like that. So yeah.
Well, yeah, and that was the, somebody made it, they mentioned it in the comments, and then they made sure to send me an email and explain that. And it's something that I knew and should have referred to in the moment against Kenny Rhodes when he was bringing up this ridiculous shit. Well, this is just what we've always done.
It's not, though, but he's
it's not
stuff. He's a sick man.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like, how long has the debate about, Muhammad and Aaliyah been going on, right? Like, this has not always just been accepted as moral behavior, but to make that argument that this is how it always was, and to leave, Aisha, and to leave out the fact that humans, the human experience was much rougher in the past than it is today. We live longer lives. If your life expectancy is 32, 35 years old, then things are going to be rushed. So you can't take that and put it in retrospect to a modern era to where we just have different laws, we have different rules, and we have different moralities.
There was a time, even back in Muhammad's day, it wasn't it's so acceptable that they make out like, you know, that marrying young, he brought that in. That was something that was mostly, you know, it happened, but it wasn't as prolific as what they like to say that they try to make it out to be. They were the ones that brought that sort of very young age marriage in. It's just, look, even then, to this day, children are just not capable of having babies at that age. I mean, can you imagine back then? It's not like today where they can have a cesarean section if they get to hospital and whatnot. But I mean, just hospital statistics from I won't say them, from people like you know, very reputable organisations that you know, world renowned. The death rates and the statistics of the ones that even make it to hospital today in those countries, in Yemen and Iran, is horrendous. So you know, there's just so much evidence that, and it wouldn't have been any better back then. Would have been worse.
Well, yeah.
So I just don't believe it. I'm sorry, but there's just no way that they believed in getting married young back then, because it was a death sentence. If you were too young to have a child, it was a death sentence. So why?
Yeah, I tend to agree. You know, we see that played out in modern times. You mentioned several instances. And that was one of the claims that Kenny Rhodes made. Like, there is no scientific data that it's harmful for young girls starting their periods to be pregnant. We have plenty of scientific data out there on that. You know, he was making a good case for how it can be harmful for older women to have children, sure, but to sit there and just deny the facts of the matter, that it is very harmful for girls who are not grown women to have children. To me, it was one of the most disgusting things he said.
And one of the things
Amnesty International would disagree with him. Go and argue with Amnesty International. Tell him to go and talk to them and tell him his theory. And
see, the issue we have as someone who believes in evolution is that evolutionarily we didn't. Our bodies and our physical readiness to procreate doesn't necessarily match up with our mental readiness. You know what I mean? Ideally, we should be having babies at fucking 18 to 25. That's it.
And that's actually a good age to have babies, because you get mutations in your sperm, and the more mutations, the older you get. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
You know, I always
who's mature enough to raise a kid properly. Like,
you know, I'm a big. I enjoyed
18 to 25 is perfect age to have kids.
I enjoyed waiting until I was older. Like when I was 25, me personally, and I'm not saying everybody, but me personally, I was too immature. I was still all about me. I had my first child when I was. I think she was born when I was 33. I think we conceived her when I was 32. And at that age, I feel like I was mentally ready to be the best father I could be. So, you know, my ideal is that adults mature and then have children. But then again, you know, I know a lot of people, you know, they want their retirements to be child free. I was never really too concerned about that. I just didn't want to be immature. I didn't want to be a bad example for my kid.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. I mean, if you're not ready, don't have the kid. But genetically, it's better for the child to have the kid when they're young, because you have less mutations to pass on and whatnot. And so I mean, but yeah, generally 18 to 25 is the ideal age. But I mean, you know, there's plenty of kids out there that are plenty healthy that have had old parents. So, you know, for pretty old parents actually.
Yeah, but I mean, I think we all definitely agree. Like, you know, a child is a child, and it doesn't matter what they did in the past or what norms were in what civilizations. We live in the civilization we live now, and you need to adhere to our laws. And if you don't, then you need to face the repercussions of that.
And there's reasons for the laws, and the laws and the reasons are that they're just not physically ready to have children at those ages. And even if a 14-year-old can have a child, they can still have damage that can go on for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's
I've been with a lot of women that have been brutally molested and really badly treated, and the stories that I've been told in detail, a lot of stuff, and it's really horrendous stuff, and the damage that goes on later on. I've spoken to people like that, and they've told me in detail, and it's really, really, really horrible.
I agree. And you know, to have people to come on a public platform like this and just blatant, you know, it's almost like you would have expected that more 30 years ago, right? Like, but we definitely live in a new age now, and things are different now. And for Kenny Rose to have just no mental perception that he is going to just totally, insanely ruin any perception of him as a scholar, as an academic, as some kind of professional pastor with the comments that he made, and to actually be upset with Christians for calling him out for it. To me, it's almost flabbergasting that it even happened and that it's still happening. I don't see how he cannot see what he said as being the atrocious thing that it is, but he doesn't see it at all.
Right, still to this day, he still thinks that what he said's all right. Does he really?
And just real quick to comment on the side chat, what I'm seeing, you know, there are plenty of people out there, and there is definitely a culture out there. I've seen several news stories on it of young girls wanting to be pregnant, without a doubt. But it's still, that does not excuse an adult's behavior. An adult should know better, you know. And you know, I think this country's come a long ways. I think teen pregnancy is definitely down. I'd have to look at the numbers. I haven't looked at them recently, but I know that they were on the trend down for quite a while. And that's through, you know, contraception, sex education, all of these things. But it doesn't matter if the girl could be boy crazy as hell, wanting a baby to you know, that's all she wants in this entire world. The moment you're an adult, you have to make that adult decision to say, no, this is inappropriate. It's not going to happen.
Oh, yeah.
And
if a 12-year-old wants you to get her pregnant, mate, you run like hell in the other direction.
Part that they're missing, well, purposely ignoring, is the fact that, like, the point that I was making very weakly before is that we have to imagine, right, a scenario where these girls, every one of their family dies, right? And they are left alone, completely alone in this world with their child or children. Can a 14-year-old get a job, rent a place, support? No. What the fuck am I even saying? We don't let them vote, for fuck's sake. Why are they allowed to bring a human being into this world? Just mind-boggling. Because they just want to have sex with them.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's all over. It's all over Facebook. It's everywhere. It's like everywhere they look, there's advertisements on the sides of buses for you know periods and tampons, and just everywhere kids look these days, they're being sexualized in every. You know, it's very hard to stop them from seeing that sort of stuff, unless you cut them off from all social media and all, and then they start to become the weird ones, and your friends are, why aren't you on this and why aren't you on that?
Oh yeah, I definitely think that
it's a real nightmare.
Yeah, I definitely think there's a bigger burden on parents now. We live in the age of information. Everything's a click away. I've had this conversation several times, and I'm not trying to trigger you biblically with this comment, but when I watched the movie Cuties, I didn't get what I saw a lot of people getting from the movie, which was like child pornography. I got a very, very harsh lesson on the realities of the world that my young daughter is living in. She's a click away from everything, right? So it's our responsibility. We have a greater burden as parents. We've got to be interacting with our children. We have to be talking to our children, and we have to be understanding them now more than ever. And I think that's where a lot of parents are failing their children right now.
And
Yeah, the
another thing,
internet's-
another layer to it is, see, I'm okay. And I think most progressive laws, like here in Australia, so if you're over 18, you cannot have sex with someone under 18 at all. That's it. It's just if you're over 18, no sex with someone under 18. There's a very fine line. They'll let like 18 or 19-year-olds, if you've been with the person for several years, and you've turned 18, different story. But it's a law that allows young people to have sex together. Because how else are we going to learn if we don't experiment and things as young kids? But it stops
Well,
the adults being allowed to.
I think
And
what they did was
that's
they made it within
where
3
the
years
nuance
of each
comes
other, didn't
in.
they?
Kids, yeah, something like that. Kids need to be
Yeah,
able
yeah.
to experiment.
Yeah, well,
We
and-
just need to stop the adults coming into that world.
Yeah, and fortunately for me, that was the life experience I ever had. There was this one instance that I barely even remember. I've been told about it, but I don't have a memory of it. When we lived down in Tennessee, we had this babysitter that tried to molest us, and me and my brother, like, we kicked him in the balls, tied him up with a jump rope until my mom got home. But I never had to experience sexual abuse, right? Like, I only had that normal experience of growing into a teenager, experimenting with other people my own age that I was going to school with, my girlfriends, growing into it naturally. And that's the harm of this is, somebody made in the comment, no, I don't think that this is just the story of some sucker. I think this is the story of a serial groomer, and it's just now starting to get out. A lot of things that I've heard from this story, it strikes me that he groomed this person from a country away on the internet when the internet was still like this budding thing, and people didn't really understand and still don't understand the scopes and the dangers involved there. He groomed this person. He made her feel special, and he made her feel like he loved her and she loved him, and took advantage of her weak mentality. And to me, that is not some sucker, that just kind of fell on the wayside. That is a criminal preying on somebody.
Hey, Rage, you just
Yeah.
triggered a memory. One time I was on my way home in 1980. I was 10, and I was walking through this shopping centre, Top Ride Shopping Centre, and this guy said he was a security guard, and he took me up on the roof, me and my friend Mark. I won't say his second name. And we went up on the top of the roof, and he said, "Let me feel you up for $2." And I said, "No way, mate." I said, "You got no chance of catching me." And anyway, so he said, "What about your fat little friend over there? He's kicking a football around." And I said, "Well, he's not so slow as you think. He plays for the Piermont Colts." And he said, "Piermont?" He said, "Who's your family?" And I said, second name Townsend. And I said, "Philip, John, and Trevor." And he said, "Philip?" And as soon as I said my uncle's name, who's now dead, as soon as I said my uncle's name, all the blood drained from his face, and he turned white and started shaking like a leaf. And he said, and he was just shaking all over and turned white. I'd never seen anybody turn so white so fast, like just pure white and shaking all over. And he said, "Oh, don't tell your parents, and oh, if you tell them, I'll find them," and all this. And he started shaking, and "Oh, we'll just leave it at this, and don't tell your uncles." And yeah, and that was like one of the worst experiences I ever had. But
Yeah, and unfortunately, I've heard a lot of.
I don't know what my uncle got up to that he shook like that, but my uncle's passed away now, so anyway.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of stories like that. In fact, you'll catch some in popular movies, things like that. I can't think of the specific movie, but I'm thinking of a Stephen King story in specific where that nearly happened identical. This older man comes up to this young kid, offers him a few bucks to feel him up. The young kid ends up stabbing him. It might not even be Stephen King. I can't remember, but like this is more common in our society than we like to admit. I've often talked about this. When you look at the numbers of
my friend would remember it if I've got
Yeah.
his second name and I could find him, but he'd remember it. But I can't say his second name unless he gave me permission to say his second name. Yeah.
Yeah, without a doubt. But you know, this is just something that it's taboo in society almost to talk about it. Like every time I made a video on YouTube about the problem of molestation or sexual abuse in the world or in the country, YouTube really makes it hard for people to see those videos. They've always been some of my least watched videos ever. But when you look at the statistics, it's just so overwhelming how dominant this is in society. And usually it's not a complete stranger. It can be like in your instance, but usually it's a trusted family member or a trusted family friend, somebody that's associated to the families. And this happens all the time.
Or a guy pretending to be a security guard.
Yeah, it just doesn't get talked about. And we need to stop being afraid to talk about it.
Yeah, or a guy pretending to be a security guard. You know, so you got to watch out. So
yeah,
you know,
I mean, authority
just
figures,
lucky.
Teachers, you know, it could be sending your kid to a daycare. Like, you know, predators flock to these positions of authority. So as a parent, you've got to do your due diligence and you've got to be on top of that. And if your child starts showing any behavioral changes, you need to recognize it and you need to get to the bottom of it. Too often these days, we're caught up in our own lives. We have to work these jobs. We have to oftentimes work our lives away. And the people that are receiving the negative benefits of that is our children. I received it as a child. My dad was a great dad, but he was a workaholic. He was gone all the time. You know, we didn't have that really personal relationship with my dad because he was gone all the time. That's something as a parent that I've made sure that me and my child has, that she can come to me, even if I can be stern, my facial expressions are out of this world crazy, but she knows she can come to me and talk to me.
That's the key to all of it, is having that open dialogue with your kids and having them comfortable. You've got to have that situation where if something happens, the first thing they want to do is run and tell you. You know, if you're having to pry stuff out of your kids, you got to do some work, some real work.
And what infuriates me most, Sammy, is when parents accept it. You know, in this case, in the story we're talking about, you know, that's one of the lies, you know, Smokey put forward. This was some consensual relationship by both families from 21-year-old to 13-year-old. In this case, that's just not true. That's been proven to not be true. But oftentimes it is. And I find that detestable for parents to be on board. And too many times they are. And I'm not going to just put it on religion here. It happens across the board. And parents got to be better. You got to be better than that.
Yeah, absolutely.
But all right, I mean, we can talk about this all night, but I'd rather not. As I put in the side chat, I do get flagged over this conversation now. So we could easily move this into a theological discussion, but I don't want to. Hopefully more people will join. I know Germania is about to stream and steal my thunder and shit. But he had it planned out, just like I had this one planned out. And I had this one planned out, and Khalil didn't even show up. So but not his fault. You know, I understand work situations, and he told me earlier today when I reached out to him that he's on call, so he might not be able to make it. So kind of foreseeable. If this doesn't, you know, if we don't get too many people, maybe I'll cut it short and head over to Ger Streams and check that out. But
you can turn it into whatever discussion you want. I don't really care.
Well,
I'll try my best. I'm not the greatest one to argue like finer points of theology with, but I'll give it my best shot.
Well, we can definitely continue to talk about this. It's just, you know, I don't want to be the one steering the conversation, but at the same time, just make it known out there that they are on a flagging campaign. In fact, I noticed Praise I Am's channel is missing quite a few videos. I haven't talked to Praise, but I'd love to know if those videos were taken down. So
I downloaded one in particular in case it got taken down. So
which the new one hasn't, which is kind of surprising to me. That would be the one that I thought would, you know.
Knock, do you have, just out of curiosity's sake, hypothetically speaking, if someone wanted to flag specific videos for specific reasons, do you have a list of videos that mention particular people of your family?
I don't yet, but
I'll be on that list.
I am making one. I am making one of particular people would be Will Kincaid and Smokey Saint. So I am making one. My archives are extensive, so it's just a matter of pretty much copying and pasting my archives.
Okay.
But most of those videos have been taken down, except for Will Kincaid's videos.
Ones where they're talking about your kid need to be flagged.
I agree, and you know, like I never called for it, but it was one of the most disappointing things, Sammy. You know, like I've seen atheists in the community rally around other atheists in similar situations. That just never really happened for me. I assume it's because I'm a dick, you know.
But it shouldn't matter. We need to call this bullshit out.
Yeah.
It's what every day we say this is our job, this is what we do, we call each other out even. But yet here's a bunch of filthy Christians. And what the fuck? You're the only one talking about this shit now.
Yeah, I know it feels like that sometimes.
With a 40-foot pole.
It definitely feels like I was the only one. And I know like a lot of people decided to stay away from it because it was toxic. A lot of people wasn't sure if the information was true. I understand all of that. But now at this point, like right now at this point, we have this wicked person. I don't even call him a Christian. I call him a Poe. Pretending to be a Christian, trying to infiltrate the Christian community to gain followers. Now is the time. Like now's the time to call the man out. If there ever fucking was one, you know.
Yeah.
Cones, what is it? Something and something. He calls himself now the KKK.
Yeah, it's not the first time he's done that. I mean, it's the first time he changed the channel name to it. Yeah, I've heard that one too. But like he had a morning show he called Coffee, Cones, and Comments, but he changed the first letters from C's to K's in that one as well. This is not the first time he's referenced the KKK. And in fact, our first main real beef was over the usage of the N-word, and he was a free speech advocate, and he thought you should be able to say the N-word whenever you want. Now he's flagging my free speech and trying to take my free speech down, you know.
So not only is he a pedo, but he's a racist bigot.
Oh yeah, dude, like which that's all well documented. I mean, he is probably the most derogatory person on YouTube. How the hell he still even has a channel? I was demonetized for just covering hate speech. He goes on his streams every night and gives hate speech, and he's still got a fucking channel.
Yeah, it's got to be because he's so much smaller. I know it's not like you're only 3,000 or whatever, and he's 1,000, but I think he would start to get picked up more now that he's over 1,000. You know what I mean?
And when YouTube was focused on me, there was buzz about the channel. There isn't much buzz about the channel now, but there was back then. I think that there is buzz generating again, but back then it was like I would have open rooms and you never knew who the fuck was going to show up. It could be some 200,000 subscriber YouTuber, or it could be some 50 subscriber YouTuber. You just never knew, and that created buzz. So I think YouTube, you know, they became aware of me and they brought the hammer down on me.
Yeah. Just thought this might be a little bit of a transition. Probably not, because we're still in the same people. But I have a theory about what they're doing with Smokey's channel. So
I want to hear it. Yeah, let's hear it.
So Satan Kincaid has been given the channel because there's no way, if you look at his channel, there's no way he was going to get monetized over 1,000, whatever. So Smokey said, look, you take my channel. I want a fresh start anyway. And I guarantee he's going to start a new channel thinking that he'll get himself back up over the 1,000 and monetized. So Kincaid, all he talked about was the patron's mine, the this is mine, it's mine, money, 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 all the money's mine. That's what it's about. I reckon Smokey's just set him up so he can get money off YouTube. What Will's doing for Smokey to want to do this, I don't even want to think about, let alone visualize, but I'm sure many a cheesy dick was sucked.
Oh yeah,
But
yeah.
that's my theory. I reckon he's set Will up. Because that channel's
think,
monetized, right? People can super chat and all that shit.
Yeah, as far as I know.
Yeah. He just, like that, bought a monetized channel.
To me, it's... Yeah, I agree. I for one, I think Smokey realized, once the flag campaign started on me, he was opening Pandora's box. Because when you started on me, like as bad as I've gotten with Smokey, I've gotten nowhere near as bad as Smokey's gotten on me, right? So when he opened up that Pandora's box, I think he realized, oh shit, I done fucked up. So I think he was looking to get rid of it. I think Will has been looking to take over it since the very beginning. So it didn't really surprise me. What surprises me is that this pretense that he's going to go to this other channel. I don't think he will. I think he'll just become a player in the background, but time will tell on that one, I guess. That's my prediction. I don't think that Smokey will ever have a main channel again.
Yeah. See, I reckon that was the plan, or they've talked about it, whatever. But I agree. I don't think it's going to come to fruition. Or even if he does start it, it's not going to get what his first channel was.
Yeah, because he's talking like he's going to put his videos on that channel. I'm like, dude, if you do, then you're just reopening Pandora's box. Then I can go and flag all of those videos, and I'm not going to tell people that they should do that. But if it's in your conscience, I mean. Dude literally put my kid's face all over his fucking channel. He wants to talk about, privacy of personal information.
And I found it amusing how Will's like, talking about when you started your second channel, he's like, and he advertises. It's like,
should make a list and give them to me, and I'll flag them.
You don't advertise that you're starting a new channel. And I'm thinking, so you think Smokey's channel's going to stay secret? Is that what you think? Like, are you really that deluded?
Yeah, especially when I'm getting a bit of a echo, I think, from you, Abe. But especially when you consider, this was the channel the last time he couldn't stream to Smokey Saint, right? Like, this was the channel he made, so everybody already knows about it. Right, like you're not starting a new channel from scratch. You're starting a channel that they already knew about. Like he was mocking me about putting on my Smokey Saint videos on my smaller channel. Like we'll just go and flag them there, and I'm like, well, that's kind of the point. You can flag that channel and not this one.
I just put on my echo cancellation. Is that better?
Oh yeah, a lot better.
Okay. Cool.
How you doing, man?
A pretty good day today. Not too bad. No complaints.
Yeah, me too. I've been lazy all day. I've been watching reaction videos to Eminem instead of I was supposed to be cleaning, which I got a little bit of cleaning done, but I ended up just watching cheesy ass reaction videos to music.
No, I've just got to drop for a little bit and go and swap devices and stuff. I'll be back shortly, mate.
All right, yeah, and anybody in the side chat that wants to join, this is an open room. I know we are competing with some folks tonight, and it'll probably get worse at 9:00. But the discussion doesn't have to stay on Smokey. It can. I'm not afraid of the flags, especially I'm not showing any photographs or anything. This is just open discussion about general public knowledge at this point. So I'm not too worried about it. I'll put it that way. But at the same time, I would love to get to theology at some point, but we can talk about this because it's like I said, besides Johnny Depp right now, this is the story.
And what blows my mind is that these.
Oh yeah,
these
I'm on Johnny
Christians
Depp's
wear
side
the
on this
glasses.
one. Sorry, I have to take his side 100% on this one. She's just a she. I feel sorry for her, but she brought it on herself, as far as I'm concerned.
You know, I was a supporter of Amber Heard for the longest time. Now I'm I'm not. Now it looks bad for her. It looks really bad for her. Sammy, you were trying to say something. Go ahead.
Shit. What was the last thing you said, Nock?
Well, I was just talking like we can stay on this subject, and we definitely can. We could talk a little bit about Johnny Depp. I don't care about that either. I think that's an important topic going on right now.
Yeah.
But
The final thing I wanted to say, and this is something that I've noticed.
Oh,
You're one of
sorry.
the only
Get my
few
dog out.
people, Nock, who also push this point. For me, it's like it's burns in my bones, man. And I want to scream it from the rooftops. These are the Christians. We're the fucking heathenist, demonic atheists, you know. Yet we're the ones saying this is wrong. They're the ones defending this bullshit. Like, can I just think that these are the fucking Christians?
yeah, I agree. It's funny. Like when Kenny Rhodes made the comparison, he used Steve McRae, who's an agnostic. But honestly, I think a lot of times, especially atheists in our lefty side of everything, we're secular humanists, and I think oftentimes we tend to care more about the poor, the destitute among us than a lot of modern day Christians do, especially here in America, who see themselves as conservative and pretty much any kind of social safety net for the poor is like anti-religious to them at this point.
It's because it's big Christianity's, at least on YouTube, isn't about being like Christ, and that's the point that I try and push. I mean, you're not being Christ-like, and they're like, I know that. I don't have to be. All I have to do is push his message, push his narrative.
The message was, I shall turn and toss you violently like a ball, and don't tell. That's what your God told you.
So I'm a little curious. Is this Wesley?
Yes, Wesley Lawrence Curry II. Hi. I'm making a pizza, so
I usually try to stay away. No disrespect. I try to stay away from having you on because a lot of people don't like
I
it.
speak the truth and have the dove of God, and you've got a demon in your head that tells you to turn me off.
That's
the
awesome.
one that told you I shall turn and toss you violently like a ball.
Awesome. It is an open room. I'm going to keep you in. I would just ask the other participants to tread lightly and don't take offense. I'm not going to take offense. And Wesley, you're welcome to stay.
All right.
The other thing I would ask Wesley is please let people finish talking before you start spouting your bullshit over the top of them. It's very, even if you think that it's a demon in our heads.
It's not. It's
let the demon finish talking. Have it say, and then start talking.
It's a trick. It's a trick with electricity.
Sorry.
All right. Well, all right. So I am interested in that, and I know biblically you're a Christian as well.
Biblically, it's the fire, the head of the beast, the second beast can pull down from heaven. That's what it is biblically. That fire he can pull down. All are one in wonder and amazement of the beast that was wounded that healed.
Wesley, I was referring to Jason goes by the name biblically, so I was referring to Jason. I was just simply saying, I'm interested in this notion, right? So like of a demon inside of me and that's the reason I reject you.
It wasn't. It was a frog and it was on you.
A frog. All right, so cool.
A frog head named Allah. The unclean spirit like a frog that proceedeth out of the mouth of the beast and out of the mouth of the dragon and out of the mouth of the false teacher.
Well, now we're on theology.
You got a frog inside you. You got a frog in your throat. That's it.
It was on all of you. But it also told you don't tell.
All right. So real quick, so no disrespect, Wesley. I think you're a fine human being, but this is going to be
now
just
that those visions you've seen are really going to happen.
all right. So this is I don't want this to devolve into something that's going to be bad for your mental health, bad for my mental health. And as I got it scrolling along, it is an open room. All are welcome until you ain't. And I'm not saying that you're not welcome, but at the same time, I am. And for solely considerate reasons, I don't want to spend my time trying to combat somebody that I think needs some help. So
yeah, especially when they're just preaching at you. I want to say nice to meet you, Jason. I thought you were the person.
And Wesley, I'm not going to bring you in. I'm really trying not to disrespect you in any kind of way, but it is just going to be a devolving of the conversation. So you can go ahead and leave. I'm sorry, my dude. I love you as a human being, and I hope you get the help you need.
And wasn't it nice to meet me, Abe?
Yes. Well, I think you've been on my channel once before, and we had a short conversation. I wish to have a longer one at some point.
Yeah, and we can get into that. I would love to have, we can move the conversation in any way anybody in the room or anybody that's going to come into the room wants to. And really quick, Brother Ozone, just to kind of address, I actually agree. I think I do have too many mods, but like before when I took away mods and I tried to do it all serious, I didn't like it. So now like my mods are people that's been with me forever. Not all of them agree with me. I do ask my mods to follow my rules, which is simply like I just don't like slurs, but they are human beings and they follow their own guidance. But yeah. I mean, it's something that I have thought about. Like, yeah, I do have a lot of blue in my side chats, but at the same time, the blues, they've been with me forever, and I think that me personally, I think that if you've been with me forever, then you should have a blue. So
Come on. I'm sorry, I'm talking to my dogs.
Yeah, there's some channels you see everyone is a mod. Like they're literally everyone is a mod. Like Critical Cripple and Wild Hearts channel. There's hardly anybody who's not blue. So I mean,
Neil that did that for a while too. Like everybody's a mod. Which I thought about doing that too, but then I get too many crazies. I just can't do that.
They're the nice people that can't say no, or don't want to show favoritism, so everyone ends up with a wrench. It kind of negates the point of having them. But
yeah, and again, Wesley, I'm not going to like ban you from the side chat. Just try not to spam. It was no disrespect to you. It's just I don't think that there can be a serious conversation there. And giving my past history, I don't want to rage out on you personally. I just don't want to do that. So I try to keep myself away from that situation.
And here's the thing. There's the difference between saying, you have a demon in you, you have a frog on you, as opposed to, well, in my worldview, you're actually possessed by a demon and there's a frog on you and blah, blah, blah. No, he just comes in pronouncing how it is. And that's not a discussion. It's like, fuck off, get on your pulpit somewhere else. Like, if you want to discuss, sure, let's discuss how there's a demon in me. I think that would be a fascinating conversation. But if you just want to yell at me, then, that's pointless, mate. You're not going to get anywhere.
I agree. I was AFK. Silence.
And that's the thing, like, when he come on at first, I was literally in the middle of speaking and he just spoke over the top of me that I have this demon. I was done with him instantly.
Well, yeah, and I didn't recognize him at first. I kind of recognized him, but like the last time I'd actually seen Wesley in person. It was like, I don't know, like 6 months ago, and he was living in a tent. So like he was like in a place and doing stuff. And usually he has his name, and he didn't have his name, so I didn't recognize him. But like even before he started over talking to you, Sammy, it was just like he was being like deliberately loud in the microphone, and I was like, I think this is Wesley. And I don't usually let Wesley come into these things.
Yeah, you were still awfully polite to him.
Well, you know, I think the man suffers some serious shit, and I don't want to make light of it, and I definitely don't want to contribute to it in any way. So he's come at me several times in different open rooms or in the side chat, and I just try to stay away from it. Like I just really hope that he deals with his issues as best as he can in this life. But I just don't want those issues to play out on my channel. I've had enough of that in the past.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard, if talking about Wesley, I mean, I've heard speculation or rumors around it. I don't like to spread that type of stuff, but anytime somebody's dealing with kind of personal issues, we want to take it with a grain of salt when we're streaming, I guess. I feel that.
Well, yeah, and I had this propensity, like I can take so much, but like you keep saying that there's a demon in me, eventually I'm gonna rage the fuck out. I'm gonna go off. It's just that's in me. I can't help it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, yeah, you could find something else to talk about as well, I suppose. He just seems to get fixated on something.
Yeah.
You tell me long enough, there's a demon in me. That demon's coming out, bro.
Yeah, for sure, Sammy.
You know, metaphorically speaking, I think we all have our demons, you know, but I don't think that they're actual entities that have, infiltrated and possessed my mind. You know, that would be like the difference. I see word descriptors and I can say, yeah, I've got some demons. But those are things like alcohol and freaking, you know, going to prison at a young age. That's not like something that has overtaken me and taken control.
Yeah, that's really hard to articulate to people. Where it's like, even with me, when I had like a recent drug relapse, it was like, no, I'm not going like all the way off the handle. Like, I'm not going to end up living on the streets again. Like, you know, just because one, you know, struggles with that sort of issue in their personal life, it doesn't mean that they're going to like sacrifice everything. Like that's you don't just keep hitting rock bottom, you know, like eventually you end up dead or in jail or something. But
yeah, and you know, we all deal with life differently, and you know, I just don't. For me, you know, the terminology, like, you know, if you want to talk about past burdening us, or if you want to talk about dealing with a cruel world, we can have that conversation. Now, as Sammy said, like, if you want to literally have a conversation about a demon in me and go through the particulars and why you think that, I think that's a fascinating conversation. But to just declare it and then not really allow me to even get into, well, please explain yourself, then that's where we're going to have an issue. And sooner or later, I'm going to get tired of that, and I'm not going to be so nice. And I'd just rather stay away from that. Oh yeah, not Cat. I said knock like I'm talking to myself. Cat, I'm trying to do this more. You know, this is going to fill the Smoky Saint void, and anybody's welcome to come in. Cat, if you'd like to come in, you're more than welcome. I keep posting the StreamYard link. You know, Khalil was supposed to be here tonight, but he was on call, so he couldn't be here. It was supposed to be like an open dialogue with Khalil. People could come and ask him questions, challenge him. I had a couple questions I wanted to ask specifically, but I'm going to hold them for when it actually happens, or if he does happen to come into the room tonight. He could be working. Family stuff could have came up, but he did say he was on call, so he could possibly be working, get home, see it still going, and jump in at any point. So I'm hoping that still happens. But these things are going to be filling the void. I'm going to be doing these a lot more. I'm going to try not to overstream Gurr, because, you know, that's his money ticket now. But, you know, sometimes that's going to happen.
I'm going to say hello to Cat while I have the chance. Hello, Cat. Cat saved my life a couple times, so.
you know, of all the people that I put in the shit stain crew, Kat has, I think, redeemed herself the most, and continues to do so. I'm not saying that Kat's perfect. Fuck, I'm not perfect. Nobody is. But she continues to redeem herself when she doesn't really have to at this point, and I find that refreshing.
Do any of y'all? Well, I know you do a little bit, Rage. Are you into philosophy? Do you want to, I don't know, shift that way? I've been kind of exploring the right to life, and I don't know, that's been a topic on my mind lately.
Well, we can definitely go to the right to life. You know, I'm getting there with philosophy. I'm still, I'm not sure if I'll ever be a philosopher. You know, I'll probably never be like, people will hate me for saying this, like a T jump, you know, but yeah, I don't mind philosophy like I used to, and now that I'm getting a better understanding of it, I definitely enjoy thinking about it, things more philosophical than I used to. So, you know, all that shit talking I did to Khalil a year ago about how awful philosophy was, and I've spent the last year like reading philosophy, and I'm like, yeah, it's not so bad.
Yeah, I just saw look out for number one's comment. Hello, and yeah, no, it's like it's weird to step out of yourself and be really objective about it, because when you do that, like there's no kind of it's almost, you're intentionally dehumanizing yourself, but you're not really, because you're just trying to be truly objective. So like when I talk about right to life and the way it's used in many schools now, it's like, oh well, you know, that's what the conservatives use for their anti-abortion bills and stuff like that, but in reality it's all nonsense. But you have to remove yourself from the situation in order to make some objective statement about it, right? Because otherwise it just ends up being us having a knee-jerk reaction to something that sounds really sick to us, right? But we can't really explain why unless we know the underlying philosophy behind it. So it's really important, but it is also very frustrating. I agree.
Yeah, I you know, usually for me, if we're talking like right to life, as in, you know, human abortion, for instance, it becomes more of a legal argument than a philosophical one, or even a moral one. Like, because the moral argument for me wins every time. I personally find it abhorrent. I don't wish it upon anybody. I don't want anybody to ever have to go through it. Unfortunately, we live in the real world, and it's something that's needed. So I try to take it to like a legal argument, but when it comes to like thinking philosophically on just the overall right to life, I think that gets really, really deep, right? Like to the point, like, I mean, you can go completely nihilist, and you know, like I often get accused as an atheist that I must be a nihilist because, you know, how can I have an appreciation for life when I do? But I think you're right. Most of that appreciation comes from like this guttural personal experience, and if you remove yourself from it and look at it from an overall universal aspect, like what does life on earth even matter? You know, so yeah, I think it can get really deep when you think along the lines of philosophy when it comes to topics like these.
Yeah, it really only matters to us, and that's kind of the point I've been making. You know, so if we have the right to life, then every other living thing in theory would have the right to life as well. We could never kill anything, and then we'd get nowhere because we'd never eat, because essentially everything we eat is living at some point in time. So, you know, it's pretty complex. But as far as the abortion issue, I think that's like a big hot button one where you can really clearly say, well, if you take out the right to life, just exclude that for a minute and say the issue is autonomy, then you're like, well, okay, so this secondary autonomous being cannot override the right of the first autonomous being, right? So the child is ultimately subordinate to a mother, and so the mother has to kind of take precedent and say, "Oh, do I want to conceive and carry this baby or no?" Right? Because it's almost as great. Well, I think it is as great a decision whether to bring a life into the world as if you're going to take one out. So making a baby is essentially the juxtaposition to killing a person, right?
Yeah. I shouldn't say yeah. I'm gonna need you to repeat that. I was looking at the side chat. So Wesley, I just hid you from the channel. I told you not to spam. I want you to be able to converse, but I don't want you to spam. I'll unblock you in a couple days. But just go find somewhere else to do your shit. All right. Yeah, if you could repeat that, I'm sorry. I was looking at the side chat.
So my argument right now that I'm working with is that essentially the mother is the one with the burden, the responsibility, right? Anyone who can conceive and bear a child. And so that decision that she is making is equally weighty in giving birth as if you were to decide whether or not to take a life, right? So it's just the flip side of that same coin.
Well, yeah, I definitely think, when it comes to the abortion argument, probably a bodily autonomy is the big one, as well as just the overall dynamics of the social situation. Even though things have improved drastically since women's rights, we still live in the country we live in. If you live in America, I can't speak for any other countries, but I can speak for this one. And there are those dynamics there to where people are molested, people are raped, people are, they're having sex before marriage when they're teenagers, and sometimes these pregnancies can often pose physical risks to the mother or social risk to the mother. And I don't think that it's my place or anybody else's place to determine what she has the freedom to do with her own body. Once the child is born, once it's a living and breathing creature, it's a viable creature that's on its own, and it's up to the mother to raise that child. I think it becomes a completely different dynamic. But when you are talking about body autonomy, one body being dependent upon the other, and the other possibly facing damage, or even just a life where the parents aren't ready to be good parents, I think we need to take these things into consideration. And my main thing is, in a country of freedom that's supposed to be based on freedom for the individual, we need to tread lightly when we're willing to take away any of those freedoms from any of those individuals.
Yeah, and that's kind of the issue. I mean, it's in the language in the Constitution. You and I are in agreement here, but the fact that they guarantee life and liberty, right, with life being first and foremost, is really ridiculous. I mean, I guess it made sense to them at the time, but it's really kind of a primitive notion, and that's where I go with that. And as far as I don't know if the Aussies in the room have any input as to, I don't know what the abortion laws are like down there, but
well, they'll never change it, and I believe that that abortion is wrong. But if the mother's going to die because she's going to have, like, because of the child, or I don't know, that I'd have to leave that up to them and their pastor and their preacher and their belief, and see what they decide. That's what that with that sort of thing. But I generally I'm against abortion in general.
Well, and I would like to say I've had a lot of different answers from a lot of different Christians biblically. That might be one of the better ones I've heard so far. I'm not saying I'm in agreement with you, but at the same time, you do leave some leeway there. And oftentimes Christians automatically won't. And for me, it gets frustrating because at the same time, nobody wants their freedoms taken away. Like if there was some law coming out against men, right? Like men couldn't masturbate into a paper towel because that's killing life. We'd all have an issue with that, right? But it seems like there's a double standard here and all the responsibility falls on the women, and yet we want to tell the women what they have to do with it, and that doesn't seem like freedom to me.
Well, if somebody's gonna die from having a kid, like if they have the kid, then I mean, I've got to let them make up their own mind on that. I've got to let them do it. It's not. I mean, I shouldn't be standing over them. You know, let them. Yeah, that's the. I couldn't understand how anybody could force them to, you know, not to make their own decision.
I definitely agree with the comment in the side chat. I'll put it up here real quick. We have to address the abortion issue. There are many families that can't have any children, so they might be interested in having the child. So termination should not be the first option. And I tend to agree with that. I really do. I think that I would love for parents to go to term, and then if they can't raise the child for whatever reason, give it up for adoption. But at the same time, adoption so there has been a lot of corruption linked with adoption agencies, especially the Catholic adoption agency in Spain in the early 1900s, as well as oftentimes kids sit in the system as it is now.
There's been Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yeah, so to me, it's like
sorts of, and then there's been government-run institutions. They just had a royal commission into a government-run institutions here.
I don't think if we overflood the system,
what they found.
I don't think if we overflood the system with even more unwanted children or abandoned children or whatever, that is going to, be a resolution to the problem. I think ultimately education is, and being unafraid to educate on sex issues, which here in America has been an issue. It even is in a lot of states still to this day. And now they have this current, there's these culture wars going on. And so it makes it harder to really educate when you have people going to school boards and attacking and screaming, and things are crazy right now. So, if you want to solve this issue, I think honestly, as Kevin, I think is attempting to do, you've got to get logical on it, and you've got to be reasoned, and you can't be emotional. This is one issue where I have really tried to never be emotional about. And anybody that's watching me can tell you that's hard, but I dare you to go back and find an abortion debate where I really got super emotional about it, because this discussion right here might be one of the most important ones going on in our day.
Yeah, I think SPM and Sandy in the side chat made a couple really good points to that effect too. It's the psychology for a child, whether they end up being adopted or not, right? It is still that of, you will eventually come to the realization that you were not wanted, and there's something off about that. The other thing that's off about it is biologically speaking, the fact that a parent would even have doubts about bearing or rearing that child creates a circumstance in which it seems improper to allow that life to proceed, right? Because essentially you have two people who are creating another person. I mean, that is what we're talking about, even though it's through a biological method. So I don't think like adoption is always the answer. I mean, I think it could be a good option for some cases, but I don't think that should be generally the case. And we should, as you said, we need to educate and rethink the way we think about just having children. It's not like there's a shortage of new people coming into the world, so we really don't have to worry about like the species failing or something like that. That's really not an option at this point. And so that should be our first priority, is the health of the individuals who are conceiving that child. And so that's it.
And when it comes to the foster system, like I said earlier today, I was watching reaction videos to Eminem, and one of the reaction videos was to his video Headlights, and it talks about his mom and the problems that they had, and Nate going to foster care. And the therapist I was watching at this time really broke that down. Like, man, I know some really good foster parents that do it right, but I also know so many foster parents that don't. And this becomes a scar upon these children for the rest of their lives. I think our system is broken. So for the argument to be, hey, let's rely on our system for these children, it's such an illogical argument. Now, if we're talking about strengthening the system, if we're talking, there becomes like this growing and great number of parents that can't have children that want them, then it might become a bit more viable. But right now we have a system that's broken and too many kids get lost inside it as it is. Why add on to that? Doesn't make any sense, especially once you start to consider all of the scientific benefits from it, which is monstrous morally to even talk about. But I'm not afraid to go there.
Yeah, for me, it becomes so my main point is not, really to talk about abortion necessarily. I think it's just an important issue that we need
Yeah,
to
well,
keep
the
on,
overall
but-
right for life, I think he was going in the right direction there, because we did get kind of saddled with the abortion, but the overall right to life philosophy of human beings, that's interesting to me. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, well, I mean, because it's not just, you think in terms of, well, another person can't kill you, but if you kill yourself in some horrible accident, or you end up getting, mauled by a dog or a bear, we're just like, well, that's tragic, but we don't go and, well, maybe you put down the animal, but we don't go and hold them morally accountable as we would with another person, so it's this really weird dynamic. And it's like, well, at what point did you have the right, not to walk into that animal's territory and become food, like,
Yeah,
maybe that was your own damn fault.
yeah, and when I think about it, because I could go nihilistic and like, you can think about this on like a universal scale, and what does it matter, the insignificant lives on humans on this little petal of a planet, and in this vastness of the universe. And I think ultimately the answer comes down to us. For one, as far as we know, we're the only ones, right? Like, we're the only living creatures in the universe as far as we know. I think mathematically we can assume that there's others, but from what we've seen, we're it. So you can place this really great emphasis on life based upon that argument and go the other direction, is say we are such a rarity. And you don't, I can be an atheist and say that. I don't have to go there and say, oh, well, God made us special. No, we seem to be this rarity in the universe, almost as if we're living consciousness of said universe. And I think that is a great argument for how life is just so precious.
That gets into eternal
Oh,
energy. And if something's eternal, it's from everlasting to everlasting. So that means you believe in energy that's from everlasting to everlasting.
I think a couple of seconds ago you meant to say sentience, Rage, and so we had once believed that we were the primary like sentient beings of the universe, but now we know that we're actually not exceptional in that way. There's so many other creatures that we can measure and observe their self-awareness. So all of that was an illusion that we taught ourselves.
Well, no, I'm talking about just life in itself. Right. I think we found some like Earth-like planets, but they're few and far between, right? It was like some living planets that's possible for life to exist, but they're few and far between. I think most of what we see in the universe is cold and dead.
Well, that's
we don't,
true, but
we
even
don't see
in
much
this planet,
life.
we as human beings are not very exceptional.
Oh, yeah. I agree wholeheartedly. Yeah.
That was kind of my direction with it, and there's a lot like packed into that, and why I've been going more towards naturalism. You mentioned T-Jump earlier, and I really want to debate him on that. I think I'm near ready, because I think physicalism is kind of a farce, and so when you look at the natural order of things, the perspective it puts on is a bit nihilistic, because humans in the big picture, the grand scheme of things, don't really matter that much. But the fact that we are able to articulate that's actually very important.
Do you know that if you blew up an atom to the size of a football stadium, that the nucleus would only be the size of a peanut? And did you know if you removed all the free space in between, like what's an atom, in between the electrons and neutrons and that floating around the outside and whatever, to the nucleus is what's considered the atom. If you remove all the free space from between an atom, you could fit what a human being inside of a grain of dust, and that you could fit if you move all the free space from all the atoms in all the humans on Earth, you could fit everyone into something the size of a sugar cube. Everyone on Earth.
But
How
if
do
we
you
were all just
suppose?
atoms, then none of us could think.
But we are just atoms. Everything's made of atoms. Everything, every single thing is made of atoms. Everything. Some atoms are more stable than others. Others are this and that. But everything's made of atoms. So,
But they have to be collected. If they're not collected, then they're just particles. They're subparticles.
but it's amazing. Yeah, it is. That's right. It's they're a conglomeration of subparticles of electromagnetic fields and subparticles and electrical fields and stuff like that. And they say that quarks have weight, right? So they can't see them, but they know they're there because they have weight. But they also could have electromagnetic energy, which gives them weight and some sort of weight. They still can't prove that there's any tangible matter within an atom. So the thing is, you've got all of these subatomic particles that have arranged themselves in certain ways to make different things for whatever reason we don't know, and somehow they all hold together, and we don't know why. So it's just when you get down just to the atom. I mean, and the problem for atheists is if they say that there was any matter that's eternal, like say the universe was from everlasting, that's energy and matter that's from everlasting to everlasting. So you can't say that there was. That's why Krauss, Dawkins, and Hawkins. That's why they really don't like the idea of any eternal anything. They don't like it. They try in their model to get eternal energy or any type of energy or matter that's eternal out of their model. They want it to all have a beginning from nothing. From literally nothing, because anything that's eternal is from everlasting to everlasting. So that's a problem whenever anybody says that they believe in matter that's from everlasting.
Real quick before you go, Kevin, I would just say to that, I've seen science that says the universe is eternal. It seems legit. I've seen science that says the universe had a beginning. It seems legit. My position is, to human standards, the universe is eternal. We're never going to see the beginning. We're never going to see the end. That's eternity to us. So, whether or not the universe is eternal, I don't think really poses any real hard question for atheists. I don't think it matters. What matters is, was a God there guiding that universe along? That's the question that is unanswered. So when it comes to like the dynamics of the universe, or even like, I can agree with you. Like when you look at life and just, how all these atoms come together and stay together, it seems miraculous. That could be one word for sure. Another word can be, it seems extremely natural. So I don't think that these are great burdens for us. I think that some academics tend to overthink things, or tend to be sensitive to criticisms they might receive for some of the things that they say, and they lose a bit of realness about themselves. I don't have to be here. I don't have to be an atheist here with all the answers. I just have to say, I don't believe it. And until I have good and sufficient reason to believe it, I shouldn't be punished for not believing it. I think that's a very viable statement to make.
Yeah, I agree with you in the sense that look, when it comes to the matter, so you believe in an eternal universe. Well, that's matter and energy, and basically when you go down, you break energy down. It goes down to atoms, which are energy. Yeah. So that's energy that's from everlasting to everlasting. That means tend to believe matter like and energy that's forever, forever. Forever. I
definitely personally tend to believe in the second law of thermodynamics. Energy cannot be created nor destroyed. If you want to call that eternal, I don't see that as posing a problem for me as an atheist. I could see that as eternal. I could, when I spoke at my mother's funeral, I was like, I'm not going to. Everybody knew I was an atheist at that point. I'm like, I'm not here. I'm not going to say anything crazy, but I will say I don't think that energy is destroyed. So, do I want to think my mom's out there? Yeah, but it's not my mom. It's her atoms bouncing around the universe. But that element of her is still in the universe, and that for me is a refreshing thought.
Yeah.
Well, of course,
Jason,
but it's still matter that's from everlasting to everlasting. And if matter can be eternal and be from everlasting to everlasting, well, it has to be. That means matter didn't have a beginning or doesn't have an end. If it's eternal, if the universe has always been, and that's what it says God is. So
the cosmologists do not actually disagree with you there, and they say that the matter which makes up everything has always been there. That's not even in dispute. How life arises from these natural processes is the question, and what theists pose is that there is some consciousness behind it, and the science says no, there is no consciousness before life, right? Consciousness arises from life. So the whole, like, the clockwork, the machinery of this clockwork is what's in question. So when you say, that something must have been eternal, you're referring to something that's like yourself, right? You're not actually thinking outside of that paradigm, and that seems to be the problem with all of these religious adherents. That you cannot conceive of a world in which a thinking agent did not exist. I don't mean to straw man you. That's just what I hear.
No, I'm just saying that you believe honestly that matter is from everlasting to everlasting, and that is exactly what you believe, and there is no two ways around that. That's exactly what you believe, and matter is energy. If you break it, doesn't matter what form it takes, whether it be a burnout gas or whether it be whatever, they're atoms. And when you break atoms down to their purest form, they're just energy. If you remove all the free space between that energy, there's almost nothing there. And they still haven't proved that tiny amount that's there is even tangible matter at all. So we're basically in literally, if that's true about atoms, that we're literally living in a I understand where those people coming from that say we're living in a simulation, because we're living in a simulation either run by God or whatever. But I mean, I don't understand how electromagnetic particles, subatomic particles, can come together, form into atoms, hold together, become stable, and then form other things from those atoms, and then form life and consciousness and so on and so forth. It does not make sense.
Well, I would agree that sometimes it doesn't make sense, but just because it doesn't make sense means the easy answer is the one, right? Like, so, like when it comes to the nature of the universe, like I said, I've seen plenty of good science that says it's eternal, that there was no beginning and there's going to be no end. And I've seen a lot of science that suggests otherwise. The universe is expanding. We see it expand. That means that eventually it's going to stop doing that and start going the other way, like eventually, or just talk about our solar system. The propensity of mankind to leave our solar system before we collide with Andromeda, or Andromeda, however you pronounce it. Humanity is probably not even going to see much part of this, the time history of this universe as it is. Right. Like, so whether the universe is eternal or not doesn't matter, because humanity probably is not. I think, if you're going to make the claim that humanity is eternal, that would be a big claim in the face of all evidence.
Oh no, humanity is not eternal. This is, as far as what we believe is, the earth will be rolled up and done away with, and the universe will be done away with, and like a scroll, I believe.
Well, then, but if the universe is done away with, though, then it's not eternal.
Yeah, no, that's right, because heaven is eternal. Heaven goes on forever and ever. And that's what is eternal. This is just this is the dream. This is the reality. That's the reality. That's what I believe.
Well, then, by your reasoning, the universe is not eternal. It has an end, so it can't be eternal.
Yes, it does. It isn't eternal.
That means
that's right.
But no, if it has an end, it's not eternal, and that means that matter isn't eternal.
It isn't eternal. You're right. No, I do believe it is not eternal. Yeah, you're right about that. So I'm sorry if I alluded to that I believed it was eternal, because I don't.
That means that matter's not eternal.
That's right. And I don't believe that it is. I believe matter's just a construct, an electrical construct of subatomic particles that have been brought together and held together by God. I believe that this
So
is an entire.
what is the purpose of that? If God created this creation and this experiment of life in this universe just to end it all, what's the purpose?
As far as I can tell, I don't know, he wants to love and be loved and worshipped, and I suppose it's like it says, it's few shall find it, some go to heaven, and out of that, I mean, when you add up all the people that have ever lived since say, if you believe there's 6,000 years, that's a lot of people. I mean, there'd be a lot of people in heaven. It wouldn't be a very lonely place in heaven, would it? I mean, it'd be a pretty. I mean, if God, it says that God was going along, he was alone by himself in eternity, and basically he decided to make creation. So I don't know, maybe it was just made for, like it says, for his glory, and that the people that love him go to heaven, and it says all your tears and pain will be washed away forever and ever. And the funny thing is, a lot of people that have died in American hospitals, anyway, let's get away from where they died and whatever, but they went there and they came back and they said they can't wait to die again to get back there again. Even though they come back and they had, they got to see their daughter graduate, and they had a lovely missus and kids and a perfect life and a nice house and nice everything they needed, and all that. They just couldn't wait to get back there. And they said while they were there, they just could not. It's like being selfish in a way. They just couldn't care about what happened here on earth because it was so great there and glorious there and beautiful there. You just don't want to come back. You don't care about anything back here. I mean, if and they say that feels like reality, and back here feels like you're trapped. It's like the dream. And I can sort of understand that when you start to research atoms and how things, how atoms are formed, and lots of different, the subatomic particles and things like that. It's really interesting. But I don't believe that. I believe that this is just temporary, and it's all for his glory, and eventually you will end up either one place or the other, and there's just no two ways about it. So yeah. I've seen supernatural things, so I can't deny it. So that's why.
Wait, I'll let look out for number one. You're just getting in. Hopefully Sammy will come back. I think Sammy sometimes has internet issues, and he lives in Australia, so different time periods. I'm gonna let y'all jump in, and I'm gonna respond to some shit that's going on at work with sarcasm, and it'll probably get me in trouble, but it's what I am. Quiet. The ineptitude of silence. All right, so
yeah. No, I thought you were going to say have a go at someone that you work with. Okay. Anyway,
people are getting bitched out for not doing their work, and I was going to pipe in and be sarcastic, but I can do that later. Because I always have shit to say about that, because I always do all of my work. I'm a great capitalist. Yeah. Biblically, you don't know the sarcasm in that, because I'm a socialist, but I do good work.
Yeah, I used to love the Socialist Labor Party. That's the scumbag. So I can't stand them now. That's the Labor Party in Australia. You got the LNP, which is the Liberal Nationals. They're Liberal Conservatives, and the Nationals are the Conservatives. So they're sort of like Liberal Conservatives. Conservatives, and then you got the Socialist Labor Party, of Australia, basically, and they're the opposition, who look like they'll probably win. So yeah, and they'll start kissing China's ass and doing all that sort of stuff. So which will be a real pain in the neck. But anyway.
Yeah,
did you know China sold us a whole lot of aluminium, and they sold us sub-grade aluminium, and we made a lot of defense boats out of this aluminium, and the defense boats started falling apart in high seas, and they discovered it's because of the low-grade aluminium, and now they have to scrap all the defense boats and find good aluminium and make them again, and so on and so forth. And yeah, they got us a beauty with that one.
Yeah, I'm not too
Yeah.
familiar with Australian politics, but I do have a friend of mine, atheist pastor, and he's been involved in Australian politics. He's a conservative, and yeah, he doesn't have a high opinion of the Labor Party there. I'm not too familiar with the Labor Party
Yeah.
there, and when I claim I'm a socialist, I'm like an American socialist. I'm just, I'm not revolutionary yet, but like, goddamn, something has to happen here in America. That's all I'm saying, because it's not working. It's not working.
Yeah. Well, if they if they disarm you, mate, you're gone. It's they just in
And
Australia.
I do consider myself a Marxist. I am a Marxist. I've read Marx theory, and I subscribe to it.
Yeah. So the moment that they did that in Australia, it's look, what they said was in Australia. Get this. Okay, this is actual facts, so they can't get you for disinformation on this. This can be actually checked. 15 years before before they took the guns off people after the Port Arthur shooting, but 15 years before that, the murder rate was dropping consistently for 15 years, and then they took the guns off people, and for 15 years after they took the guns off people, the murder rate kept dropping consistently at exactly the same rate for 15 years. But of course, they don't tell you about the 15 years before they took the guns. The murder rate dropping. They only tell you about the 15 years after they took the guns. So they go, well, look at all the lives we saved. Well, you didn't really save any lives anyway, because the murder rate was consistently dropping, 15 years before and after at the same rate. So you really didn't do anything by taking the guns. But the only thing they did do is they started to make laws that, like, what happened was in the past, if they wanted to make a law and the law was unpopular and people gathered en masse to protest and said they didn't like the law, the government wouldn't make the law. Whereas now people can gather en masse and get 150,000 signatures and hand them in, and they just don't care. They just bring in the law anyway, even though everybody's against it. And that happened after the guns, but before they took the guns, that they wouldn't bring the law. They go, oh no, everybody's against the law. We better not bring the law. It's just a simple fact that, man, your guns go, and I'll tell you straight away that is exactly what's going to happen to you in America, and it's already starting to happen in some states and places like that.
If that were the case,
All right,
we
well,
would
give me a
already
second.
all been-
I was just
we
going to
have
say, give me
already
a
all
second.
been
I got to
disarmed.
stop the echo because I have so much to say, but go ahead, whoever's talking.
Oh, my bad. All I was saying was that if that were the case, we would have already all been disarmed, because we've given up our automatic weapons. We're not allowed to have explosives. I mean, there's all kinds of things they've restricted, yet they still haven't come for all the small arms and all the hunting rifles. Otherwise, we would already be in that state. So I don't think it's really a process of stripping them away slowly. That's not necessary.
Yeah, I think
And
honestly,
mate, just quickly, could I say that the American government themselves say that 6.5 million unarmed people with pitchforks and batons and iron bars could overthrow the government, and that's coming from the American government. So, if you've got 26 million men out there that are of military age, Christian men that are of military age, that own most of the 400 million guns and 1.5 trillion rounds. So, and you got 2.5 million in your military. Now, come on, mate. If you might call them small arms and you've already been disarmed, you haven't really. I mean, you've still got, if those people went off, mate, it's all over Red Rover for both sides of government forever. They'll just take over, and they can never fight against that. They could never fight against it.
I sincerely disagree. All right, so for one, I'm kind of libertarian when it comes to this. So when it comes to, like, if say 25,000 Christians were to rebel against America, they
20
would
million.
be
20 million. I said 26 million. There's 26 million military age Christian men who own most of the 400 million guns and 1.5 trillion rounds. Now, wait a minute, 20 million people marched on the Mubarak government, 20 million unarmed people marched on the Mubarak government, and they overthrew the government, unarmed.
I waited for you to talk, but we're talking about the American military. and we're talking about a government leaning authoritarian. So if you think 26 million Americans, whether they be Christian or anything else, is going to go up against the might of the United States military with their shotguns, you are sadly
cannot take it on. You cannot take on what lives in amongst you. What are they going to bomb? Are they going to bomb suburbia? Are they going to bomb all suburbia?
I don't want to have to mute you, but I will. I let you speak. Please let me. Go and ask any Native American in this country how much their revolutions worked against this country. We had come on now. All right, so straight up, if you are advocating that it's going to be better for you if you take on Americans' gun laws, you're not looking at the issues that Americans face with the gun issue. Now, I'm not saying
I know.
In my ideal world, I would take away all guns. I'm anti-gun, but I don't even say that because I don't think it's feasible. But if you want to allow gun manufacturers to be unregulated at all, so you have a black market of weapons being distributed to your gangs and your violent features of your society, I'm telling you, you do not want to go down that route. We have
mate, that's not
guns.
like that.
Guns are an epidemic in America. They are an epidemic, and you're like advocating not only for like 26 million Christians to take up arms.
I am not advocating. I'm not advocating. I am saying that if they did,
problem.
No, Australia never did anything to stop the murder rate by taking guns. It did zero. I can prove it did zero. But 10 years, 15 years before they took the guns, 15 years, it was dropping consistently. And the 15 years after they took the guns, it was dropping exactly the same. Exactly the same. Mate, it dropped.
The issue wasn't the murder rate. The
it
issue
doesn't look. One of them, mate. Isn't it funny? What do they talk about?
How many mass shootings have you had?
What? How many mass shootings? We hardly had mass. Look, our population is 17 times smaller.
3-4 times a day in this country.
How many times?
Mass shooting 3 or 4 times a day.
You're counting now. I know what you're counting as a mass shooting. You're counting when a husband goes off his head and shoots him and his missus and kids. That's not a mass shooting, mate. That's what a mass shooting is when a stranger walks out. What I consider to be a mass shooting is when a stranger walks out into public and starts shooting multiple strangers. Okay, there is not one every other day.
It happens every day.
There is not one. There is not. Okay, so you're telling me there's 365 of them a year. Is that right? You are wrong. There's not a shooting like that every day. There is not a mass shooting. A mass shooting is when someone walks into public and starts shooting strangers. No, the mass shooting is not when some husband goes off his head.
All right, be quiet. A mass shooting is anybody.
Work could be a mass shooting.
A mass shooting is a shooting of any more than 3 people. That's a mass shooting. Go.
Consider a mass shooting. A mass shooting is when someone walks. When you can say a mass shooting, you cannot consider when a husband goes off and shoots himself and his family. That is not a mass shooting. That is not. That is stacking the figures. You are making it look.
All right, Jason, you didn't stop the last time I muted you. Simmer down. I'm letting you respond. I'll even go with Tom's explanation. A mass shooting is 4 or more people. It's not going into a public space. A mass shooting
is.
A mass shooting is killing multiples.
A mass shooting is when someone goes into, and you know where most of those mass shootings happen? In places where you're not allowed to have guns. That's where they go. That's where they mostly target. Most of the times when those mass shootings happen, when those people walk into crowds, those nut jobs, and just start shooting people, they go into places where people are not allowed to carry guns. They rarely ever go to places where they know people are armed.
The preventative measures don't work for those people then, right? So actually having restrictions doesn't do anybody any good, right? And I I'm on the other side.
Okay, why is it that hardly any mass shootings take place in places where people are armed, mostly armed? Why is that?
because most people aren't armed most of the time.
No, I know that, but where people are allowed to be armed, there's
All right. God, I hate muting people. I really do, but you got to let other people talk. Kevin was trying to talk. I'll answer you real quick. I really will. People are sick, and you go into these situations. You don't want resistance. You want to kill as many as you can until that resistance comes. So, of course, you're going to designate targets. That's what psychopaths do. The fact that they have these guns available to them, and the fact that we have absolutely no oversight over our gun manufacturers and what they do with the weapons that they're supposed to destroy, but we don't even observe it. And then we have a black market on this country that everybody says, well, if you get rid of all the guns, you just have the black market. We have the black market because we don't regulate our manufacturers, and they sell them on that black market. You don't get that black market. You don't get that black market from kids like me breaking down doors to steal guns. You get a little bit of it, but most of it comes from the guns that aren't being destroyed at the end of every year by these gun manufacturers. And the only reason that people choose targets, soft targets, it's a word, is because you do the most damage.
Mate, most of our guns in Australia, the handguns have been banned since 1918 in Australia, okay? And there's handguns everywhere in Australia. So don't come at me, and they're not come from America, okay? So don't come at me with this stuff about that you're flooded with guns because this, that, and the other. Mate, the only thing that's keeping you from being overrun by your government is those guns. I'm telling you, you hate guns. You hate the very things that keep you being overrun by your government.
Jason, do you know where those guns are manufactured?
Mate, yes, I do. The ones in Australia mostly come from Asia and the Middle East. They've never even they're not nothing to do with America. So please don't tell me.
We do. That's my point. You don't make your own guns. We do.
Yeah, and if you didn't, Asia would just fill the void. And people like Russia and the communist Chinese would flood America with guns because they know it destabilizes the country as much by giving as many guns as possible to the gangs. So if you take the guns off the decent people, they will just flood the streets with tens of millions of their illegal guns and flood it to the gangs, and things will get even worse. So go right ahead.
I'm just going to speak to you. Logically speaking, would you be in agreement? Right. So if we have if we're going to allow people to own guns, should we not at least have oversight over the gun manufacturers?
No, I think regulation is a bad thing. Like on certain things, maybe, but
that's
not on.
That's insane to me. That's absolutely insane. That's an insane answer.
No, because regulation has always started throughout every single dictatorship through history. They start regulation. Oh, we got to stamp your gun. We got to keep a record of who's got what, so they can come along later and take your guns and then overthrow, basically walk over the top of you. And that's what's happened with every single.
You need to come live in the ghetto here in America for a while. I really.
I know what it's like. I've been to America. I've lived in East LA. I've been there. Oh, in 1984. So I've seen it. And believe me, mate, I've researched enough. I know how bad it is, and I know people that have lived there. So someone on our team lived there, grew up there.
Do you realize that every single day I send my daughter to school, I'm not sure if she's coming home that day? Do you realize that's a fear, a real fear I live with?
And you know what? That's not going to get any better, mate, if you get rid of the guns from the decent people. I'll tell you, because of your borders and where you are, and because of your enemies in the world like Russia and China and people like that, they will just flood your country and flood your gangs.
That makes no sense. If you get rid of the tool that they use, it's not going to affect.
If you get rid of it out of the hands of the people, the decent people, more decent people own guns. More decent people own guns than nut jobs. If you take away the guns out of the hands, do you know any stories there is of mass shootings of someone that said, I went to reach for my gun and then realized, they made it illegal for me to carry my gun years earlier, so I didn't have it, and my parents got shot before my eyes. If I had had my gun, I would have been able to stop the shooting. I mean, there's lots of stories like that as well, mate. You don't talk about the people that guns that lives save every year. You only talk about the ones that they take. And that is very, very annoying.
Cool. It is annoying. You know what's also annoying? Ignoring the fact that decent people with their guns is the leading cause for children in those homes to be killed by those guns. Not intruders.
Get killed by
not
accident,
intruders.
and here we
If
go.
you- if
But
you
what are
look
the
at any-
statistics on how many kids have been saved by guns?
Don't fucking overtalk me on my channel. Don't. Let me finish my fucking statement. All right? If you look at any of the statistics in this country, you are more likely that a gun in your home is going to kill your child than an intruder. Any statistic will show you that. So don't talk to me about good people with guns, because accidents fucking happen and innocent people get killed. This isn't a conversation about good people with guns. It's a conversation about guns.
Who says who is good? I wonder.
You know what government statistics are? Government statistics are the greatest load of garbage that you could ever get. The statistics show that, you know what the statistics would show if they really were honest and you went and had a look? How many times the kids pulled out a gun and stopped their sister and themselves being raped and murdered? They'd show how many times a parent or a woman has pulled out a gun and stopped herself from being raped and stopped her children from being kidnapped, or a father stopped his wife from being grabbed or kidnapped, and God knows what happened. They don't show those statistics. They don't like to build those statistics. There used to be places on the internet where you could go and get those statistics, but you can't do it anymore because they're starting to sanitize the internet and take stuff like that down, which is really sad. Because guns save way more lives. Guns save way more lives than they take, way more. And if you don't have them, I'm telling you, you're going to regret it. I used to be a socialist, Labor supporting idiot, right? I used to be a socialist. I used to be a bordering on a communist. I used to be probably more of a communist. But now I'm a hardcore capitalist and a conservative and a constitutional conservative that believes in conserving our rights and freedoms.
Cool. So I'm going to let other people jump in. I'd love to hear other perspectives. I've been arguing enough, but I'm going to tell you, like, maybe you don't understand socialism in America so much. Most socialists here are revolutionaries. They do not agree. They don't agree with my anti-gun stance, but other people go.
I come from the opposite side from rage. So I don't actually advocate for more restrictions, but what I do advocate is for more better education, rather, and encouraging people to disarm themselves, right? And that would probably sound very evil to you, but at the same time, the necessity for the use of guns just really goes down and down. There is not a necessity for using firearms other than, at this point, defending yourself against other human beings. That's the main necessity for having firearms. So it seems pretty counterproductive from a humanistic standpoint at the end of the day, but that was the perspective I wanted to share.
How about guns are just heaps fun to shoot, and I love shoot target practice and then shooting targets and stuff. I mean, just shooting targets alone is just heaps of fun to me. I don't know, maybe not to some people, but and it keeps you proficient in your weapon as well, and safe in the use. So if there is a shooting and you have to shoot a shooter, that you become, you know exactly where to place the bullet so you don't, kill other people or hurt or injure other people and stuff like that. So yeah, I love target shooting. So if I could just have guns and just never, as a matter of fact, I don't even like killing animals that much. I'll kill animals if I have to protect a crop or something, but I really don't like doing it. It's not something I go out to kill animals to get my rocks off, sort of thing.
You can target shoot a simulator all day and save yourself a lot of money and resources if that's the case,
I will sit here and I admit, I have a perfectly emotional reaction to the gun conversation. I am emotionally involved. I used to sell guns on the black market. That's why I went to prison. And ever since the day I got out of prison, I have been anti-gun. I have been doing everything I can do to make up for my crimes against humanity, against, Smokey Saint pointed out, I've probably killed people with the weapons I stole. And I've done everything I could to make that better. And I do it right now, here, today. And I'm making an emotional argument to you, but I'm telling you, Australia does not want to adopt American gun laws. They don't. We are no example to the world. We're an atrocity to the world when it comes to that.
Oh, mate, if I was dictator of this country, mate, I'd put a gun store on every street corner. I'd get rid of all registrations. I'd tell everybody, go get as many guns as you wanted. Buy whatever guns you wanted. I'd arm the population.
That's what
I'd train them how to use it. I'd turn my country into I'd turn my country and everybody in my country into armed to the teeth. And I'd make the government scared of the people and not the other way around.
Biblical. This is what I deal with, right? So I've been sitting here advocating anti-gun for 20 years of my life. I've done it since I started this channel. But those are the comments I get. Flags don't kill. Knox gun did. And the guns that I sold did. That's not a lie. I'm not going to ban Basement Dweller, even though he waged a flag campaign against me for uttering a true statement. It's the truth. I try to make up for it every single day, and I'm trying to make up for it right now with you.
I don't know if anybody could get a word in. That would be nice.
Please go, Clockwork. I tried a couple times, but Biblical, he's been passionate. So please, Clockwork, I would love to hear from Lookout for Number One. I know Kevin was trying to get in, and we have Gio here. Gio Sam, my dude, has made all the graphics for the channel. So what's up, Gio? Yeah, please go ahead, Clockwork.
No, look out for Number One go, because he's been sitting here longer than I have and hadn't said a damn thing.
All right, so yeah, look out for Number One. You can go, and then Clockwork. I would love to hear different perspectives on this. I admit I'm an idealist. My ideas on guns are not popular.
Good evening, guys, and kudos to you, Rage, for changing. Okay, right. I've been in the military. Okay, I'm British, so I've served 6 years in my life. I've shot rounds, fucking thousands of them. Okay, and it's not cool to aim another human being. Having said that, I don't advocate for people, anybody or everybody, to have a weapon. It's a serious fucking thing. It is very easy, like what you guys talked about, fucking abortion and this and that. It is very easy to inseminate a woman. It is very easy to pull the trigger. Very fucking easy, right? With zero consequence. In perspective, you just fucking pull the trigger and that's it. So I am part with Rage, which I think we should not have any weapons. I have another idea. I don't have an idea. I met somebody that the equivalent of Albert Einstein. His name. Well, he's already dead. His name was Jack Fresco, right? And he was a genius, right? He invented something called the Venus Project, which was get rid of the fucking government. The planet is all ours, no excuses, right? You don't need to fucking work for a living. We can produce everything with machinery, right? And I'm not talking about fucking utopia here, okay? We got the technology, and we can live all in peace. That's for starters, right? The problem is the government that they want to say, this is for my people, right? So I will do as much as possible to defend that. Yeah, they might give we might have the CIA or FBI or whatever fucking institution say, okay, they use some weapons and you make trouble somewhere else. That's the problem, okay? And we get the weapons and we use it because we receive tons of money, right? Afghanistan, there you are, 100,000. Do this trouble here and there. That's the problem, okay? Money is also a cancer. Okay, so in general, from top to down, that's the problem. Okay, if we get rid of that, well, not get rid of that. We cannot get rid of it right now. It's education what makes the change, right? And leadership is the fuck up. Okay, and for example, we can vote for anybody, but we voted for the person, not for the policy, right? That's a good say here. Okay, you can say, oh, we are Democrat, we are Republicans, with this, with that. Doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you got lobbyists dishing out tons of fucking money, right? And shit get changed in a wimp, right? So our voice is fucking useless, right? Anyway, that's my 5 pence. We might add later.
Well,
Rick, what do you got for us?
Well, you know, the Constitution of the United States says that we're supposed to have guns to protect ourselves from the tyranny of the government. You know, that's what that means. You know, and I agree. I agree with what you said. Look out for number one about, you know, not pointing guns at people. You know, I was in the military, and that was a big no.
Correct.
You know, you don't turn around on the firing line and go, "Hey, Joe, what's going?" You just don't do that. You know. But this is a tough subject, especially in America.
It is.
Guns. I mean, a crazy person, someone who's certified nuts, can get a gun. Now that's troubling.
I give you a small example. Not happen to be. It happened when I was training. We were down in a shooting range, and when we finished with the shooting, we had to clear our weapons, right? And then we had to do well, you should know this, right? We clear the weapon, and there is an instructor there that says X, Y, Z, and we follow that procedure, right? Well, there's one fucking idiot that had one live round in the chamber, right? Even when he cleared the magazine, right? And he was down pointing down like a silly idiot and pressed the trigger because he just wanted to make sure it went click, not that to shoot, but to make the click, right? And it fucking went, the round went off, and it fucking went into the ground. Yeah, it could have killed anybody. It could injure anybody. What the moral story, what I'm saying here, is that even trained people can fuck up. Never mind civilians.
Oh yeah.
But that's what I'm getting at.
Well, yeah, you're right, but a trained person is less likely to make a mistake.
Sure, granted, totally granted. Yeah.
But you're right. There are procedures for clearing a weapon. You're not supposed to shoot. You're supposed to do the click away
Correct.
and up,
Right?
not
Yeah.
down.
Right.
Like you said, shit happens. Accidents happen. Knox said it, right? And even with trained personnel, people who know what they're doing, you know,
take it for granted procedures. Yeah.
Because I've seen it happen too. I've seen accidents happen with highly trained people too. And it's not even wartime, you know. So
you can imagine, for example, what Jason said. Oh, if I have it my way, everybody will have it. That was in my opinion, with no disrespect, the stupidest thing I ever had in my fucking life.
I didn't say everybody have it. I said I'd put a gun store on every street corner. Anybody that wanted to go and get a gun could go and get one.
That's equivalent of saying everybody.
Yeah,
that's equivalent.
The simple fact is, give it 5 years, give it 5 or 10 years, and all the morons will be wiped away. And you know, your daughter will be able to walk down the street in a bikini in the middle of Lakemba, which is a Muslim suburb, mate. I'm telling you. It's like it. Believe me, you know, it's sure there'd be a lot of deaths, there'd be a lot of shootings in the beginning, but after a while, people would learn how to use guns properly, or there's more decent people that would own guns than evil people, and eventually you'd get to the point where, you know, there used to be like when I was a kid, and every house had a gun, about every second house had a gun, and we used to go and just leave the back door open, all the doors open, windows open, go shopping for 3-4 hours, you know, in the middle of 11 kilometres from Sydney, the centre of Sydney, and come home and nothing, you know, no problems. And that's the way it should be again. And it would be that way if, you know.
Now he's showing his true colors.
Well, what true colors? When I was a kid, that there was I liked order, and I liked it that the fact that there was almost zero crime, and you could leave your doors open. Oh, that's terrible colors. I don't know. You know, people like that should be, you know, they should be shot dead on sight. I mean, my friend lived in the Philippines. My friend that lived in the Philippines had a similar sort of thing in the Philippines, where she lived in the provinces. they could go out and there was people had guns everywhere and they could go out and leave their doors open and no one would come in, same sort of thing. But in the Philippines, different place, same sort of time period because she's the same age as me.
Well, you know,
So,
hang on a minute.
you know, it seems to be where it's guns. There seems to be, you know, not so much crime.
Yeah, but where does
One-
it end there? Or
Right.
what? Is it just guns?
Yeah,
Are you gonna
if
just
the
hand
government
out-
doesn't
are you
stop
just- what are you
disarming,
gonna hand
if-
out? You're going to hand out automatic weapons? Or just is that
no,
available?
I'm just going to put them up for
Purchase?
sale, and if people can
All
afford
right,
them,
so
then
now,
they can go and get them.
you got
And,
other.
you know?
There's other issues involved when you start talking about letting everyone buy firearms. You know, are you talking about bazookas? Can everyone buy a bazooka?
Yeah. Yep. If they want one, they can go and get one.
SPGs, rocket launchers,
Yeah.
surface-to-air missiles,
Atomic
So-
weapons.
Yeah, if they can afford
Exactly,
it. If they can afford it, yeah, sure they can.
Yeah.
So Elon Musk should have a nuke, right? Like that's stable.
Oh, well, if he
For
wants one, I
sure.
suppose. No. I think I'd draw the line at nukes, all right? I mean, honestly, like, come on, let's be serious. I'm not going to let my citizens buy nuclear weapons, really.
Be serious for a minute.
No, I
mean,
wouldn't
if
let
you-
them have rocket-propelled grenades, and no, I wouldn't let them have
All
stuff
right.
like
So what
that.
would you,
I
what would
wouldn't
you
let
li-
them.
Would you limit it?
I'd limit it. I wouldn't. Man, what I mean is, I wouldn't let them have any tank missiles and stuff like that. I wouldn't let them have that. I'd let them have, you know, the RPGs and everything up to RPGs,
Anything
and they
that
could have
goes-
mini guns.
If
Yeah.
it's louder than pew pew, they can't buy it, right?
No, they can have RPGs. They can have rocket-propelled
They can have
grenades and stuff like that. Yeah, they can have them.
What about
But
claymores?
just no-
Claymores
no-
are okay.
Right.
Claymore,
Yeah, I
I can have
suppose
a claymore.
I'd let my population have claymores. Yeah, they'd have claymores.
Claymore
and-
can disintegrate literally a body. Literally can.
yeah, I know what a claymore is. I know what it can do. They've got remote control ones now. They're really good.
Whatever.
So you can
I'm
sort of
talking
sit
about
back.
the
Yeah.
action, not how.
Yeah, I know what a claymore is. Yes. And
Well,
and,
I
and,
thought
and
I was drunk.
no, really. I mean, if the population was armed, I mean, who's going to want to invade Australia? If say even just 10 million people of the 27 million people here took up that offer and just armed themselves to the teeth and had all sorts of things like rocket-propelled grenades and machine guns and 50 cows and blah blah. I mean, you know, who's going to want to invade Australia? To be honest.
I mean, but do you want like open warfare on your streets?
There would not be open warfare on the streets because I'd arm the police appropriately, and there would be and
At that point, the police would need like I don't
Yeah.
individually launch nuclear weapons to stop this shit.
they
They've got
wouldn't. No,
like-
they
like-
wouldn't.
well, you're talking like basically giving them
They just need armored cars, armored vehicles. I'll just give them
military grade
bushmasters.
weapons.
I'll give all the
opposed
coppers
to
bushmasters.
police
like-
departments.
12.5 ton bushmasters.
All right, you said you went to East LA. You need to come to America and come to Michigan. All right, just come to Michigan. Look at
I
look at
know what it's like there.
look at the goddamn fucking militias that we have here. They're all crazy. They're all nuts. And if you're going to advocate to I don't know if that's Wesley again. I'm not sure. That's Wesley again. Damn it, Wesley! I'm not letting you
Yeah,
in.
but you're just using one small, small area. You're
what
not.
I'm saying
Well,
is-
why don't you go to
No,
areas where?
my example is not very small. My example is
Yes,
you
it
can
is.
see it. You can literally see it all across America right now as they talk about like I literally saw comments on Facebook today about how they're so desperate to kill Joe Biden. I am not a Joe Biden fan, but I don't want to kill the man. They do. If you give your citizenry these weapons of mass destruction, chaos will ensue.
No, it won't.
Look at
No, it
America.
won't. What
Just
chaos
look
is
at it.
ensuing? Who are the ones? Now, tell me. Like, who are the ones mostly with the guns? It's mostly the conservatives and the Christians. It is. It's mostly them. And who are the
He
ones that
goes
were
back to the
rioting and
Christians
burning
all
America
the
back when
fucking
all the
time.
rioting
What the
when
hell
it
is
was
this
rioting?
shit?
Conservative. I'm not saying I said
That's not a good
conservatives
argument.
and Christians. I said and. Okay. So who are the ones that were mostly
Yeah,
rioting?
you said and
back,
Christian.
who are the ones that were mostly rioting and burning America to the ground a while back? Was it
God.
conservatives What do you think?
Oh my
No,
fucking
it wasn't,
God.
was it?
No, it's conservatives that go
Let's
into
go
our
back to
schools and kill
January
our children.
6th.
It's conservatives that go
Oh,
into
it's
our
conservatives,
school and kill our
really?
children.
Oh, is that right?
Yes.
Oh, isn't that funny?
It's
Because
conservatives.
I have a doc with about.
All right, for one, Clockwork is trying to pipe in. I'm over talking him. You're over talking everybody. For one,
Oh, yeah, it's good enough. I mean, fair enough.
it's conservatives that pretty much go into our schools and commit these mass shootings in America. Conservative gun nuts. It's not liberal anti-gun folk. It's conservative gun nuts. It's also Christians mainly. All the data's there. All the data's there. So your argument about like it's mostly conservatives and Christians that have guns. It's a really bad argument, and it's not true.
I'm going to post in the side chat.
I wasn't fucking done, and Clockwork hasn't went yet. It's just not true. Liberals and especially socialists in America that tend to be revolutionary are very pro-gun. I argue with more liberals than I do with conservatives about my anti-gun stance. With that being said, I'm going to give Clockwork Rex a chance to speak. Please don't overtalk him. I'm going to unmute you, but let Clockwork finish.
Okay, can I go now? Hey,
Yes.
everybody on the panel, and hey, everybody in the chat. I see a gun like it's a tool. You can take a hammer and lay it on the table, and it doesn't hurt anybody. But you can pick it up and build somebody a house, or you can bash their fucking brains in with it. Same thing with a gun. You can go hunt you some food with a gun, or you can take a gun and kill a bunch of people with it. It's a tool. It's all in how you use it. I mean, I know how you feel. I do. I get it. But it's a tool. It's all in how you use it.
And the realist in me agrees with you. In my ideal world, I take them all away, but that's not the real world. So I just want people to be better with them.
Well, that's a fair statement. That is a fair statement. Use them responsibly. Don't just go around with a shotgun shooting everybody. Yeah. I mean, I can hunt a deer with a shotgun. I can hunt rabbits with a shotgun. I can defend myself from a bear with a shotgun. And believe me, I've seen big ass black bears around here lately.
Yeah, well, good luck in defending yourself a big mean grizzly when he's coming at you full blast and he's real hungry and he's real
I didn't
mean,
say
he's real
grizzly.
angry.
I said black bear.
Yeah.
You shoot him in the fucking face. You shoot him in the fucking
black
face.
bear, but not grizzlies. Not grizzlies. You won't be stopping many grizzlies with a shotgun. Not many. Not many.
If you shoot him in the fucking face, you do.
Well, yeah, and they actually have guns for that. And you know, like
I know they've got rounds for that. You mean? Yes, I know.
I'm thinking of an elephant gun, but what I'm saying is, one of the best conversations I had on guns came with a person that I know here in Battle Creek. And he lives out in the boonies, and he has a coyote problem. He's like, you know what? I need my AR-15 for those coyotes. I need something that's going to pack a little more punch and it's going to shoot a little faster. And I'm like, you know what, dude? I can't argue with you there. But his case is unique. His case is unique. Mm-hmm. Most people that have AR-15s are the Kyle Rittenhouses of the world. They get a hard off on it and can't wait to go to a BLM fucking protest and use it. That's what we face in America. And then they get off in court for justified murder.
I saw that. I saw that thing. I saw that shooting from beginning to end in great detail. I saw it like close up. That's not true what you said about Kyle Rittenhouse. And the reason he got off was because he got off simply because he didn't go there to shoot anyone, and he was attacked. He was defending himself.
Did you see a social media post where he was literally getting off on having a brand new AR-15? His social media post where he was shooting it.
Good. So he should be allowed to have one too.
So and the fact that he was there to protect public property that had nothing to do with him. He lived in a different state. He went there with a gun.
So
he instigated fucking problems, and he killed.
No, he did not instigate anything.
You as a Christian should not be defending.
I saw the whole thing on video from beginning to end.
You as a Christian should not be defending a murderer. You should not be. It's against your tenets.
He was saving. He did not murder anyone. He was attacked. And it was proven beyond a shadow of a doubt. And one of the guys there was a white supremacist that attacked him and admitted it. And had also been released that day with a gun, and that he shouldn't have been carrying because he was a felon. And he admitted he pulled a gun on him and went to shoot Kyle, and Kyle shot him back. I mean, this the whole thing was.
Kill. Thou shalt not kill.
Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not kill does not look. God, I'm sure Jesus Christ is not going to hold it against me if someone's coming at me trying to kill me, and I kill them right back first. Okay, and also it's not. Did you know? No, I'm not. No, you're allowed to go to war and kill as a Christian. As a Christian, you're allowed to go to war and defend your country and kill to defend your country.
Are you sure about that? According to the
yes, you are.
According to the tennis, I don't think you are.
Yes, you are. As a state, the individual is not supposed to take it into their own hands. If the state does it, it's okay. If the state executes.
Wait a minute. God damn, you talk a lot. Don't make me fucking mute you. You're supposed to understand the history of Christianity. Do you not understand that there were great debates on whether or not Christians should fight war at all?
Yeah, of course there was, but I believe that if the state, if
you're asserting your belief in the conversation.
No, I believe what a lot of people believe, and I believe this is what I believe. I believe that if the state goes to war, right, and it's a righteous war to defend your country, or your country's been attacked in some way, then that's okay to go to war and kill. It's not okay for the individual to go over there and to start killing people as revenge who may have attacked your country. Say, like, if an individual goes, well, they attacked my country, I'm going to go over there and start shooting them. Well, that's not right. But as long as the state, and the state can execute and kill as well.
It doesn't say thou shalt not kill. It says thou shalt not kill unless, right? That's what it says.
Well, I believe that you can go to war if the state makes a law, like if you rape somebody and you're executed for raping them. I think that the state's allowed to do that. You're not allowed as a father. Actually, a father just got off in Texas. Someone raped his children and he went and killed him, and the courts let him off. Good on him. Anyway, but and he killed him with guns too. Woohoo! And anyway, but yeah. So if the state makes a law, then it's for the individual's not supposed to, basically. But in that guy's case, I'm laughing, and I think it's a good idea.
Very telling.
I'm just a sinner. Look, I'm born a sinner. The simple fact is, I believe that the state, you can go to war.
I find it a great hypocrisy within the Christian faith that one of your major tenets is thou shalt not kill, to love thy neighbor. And yet you are sitting here advocating for the usage of weapons, tools, as Clockwork Rex would describe them, many of which are solely designed to kill human beings. Not animals, human beings. And you're advocating for that. As a Christian, I find that hypocritical.
I just know that we live in a fallen, broken world, and that nothing that we're ever going to do is going to make it perfect.
Why would you as a Christian add on to that broken world?
It's not adding on to it, it's taking away from it.
If you want to make Australia under American gun laws, you are adding on to a broken world, my friend.
No, because I'd make it uniform right across the whole country, and everybody could be armed everywhere. And before long, the idiots would be weeded out, and they would be, because you're not talking about towns and places in America where there's very high gun ownership, where there is almost no crime, where people can leave their doors open. You forget to mention those places. And if it was everywhere across Australia, I wouldn't force people to have guns, but I'd allow people, if they wanted to defend themselves, that they'd be allowed to have guns. And I'd also make it that if you go onto anybody's property without permission, then they can shoot you. And that would be another one of my laws. I
lived in an area where there was a very low crime rate. Everybody had guns. And then guess what? All the kids of those very respectable citizens started stealing those guns, and we had a very high crime rate stealing those guns, right? Like, because they were everywhere. We had people giving us anything for them, anything. whatever you
You're
wanted.
gonna find examples of bad examples
lived
everywhere.
it.
If
Davie
you,
County,
yes,
North
okay,
Carolina
I'm sure
was
you
one of the-
have.
It was exactly the place that you are describing right now, and
Yeah.
it turned to shit.
Yeah, I'm
turned to
sure.
shit.
I'm sure the whole lot turned to shit for all time in
I
all
stole- I-
areas
I
like
probably
that.
stole
I'm sure it
150
did. That's the
guns
way you're making
myself.
it sound.
150 guns myself. I was one of many kids doing it at
Okay.
the time.
All right. So you're talking about an area where everything broke down and went bad. Well, fair enough. But look, the simple fact is, if everybody was armed everywhere, people could defend themselves if they wanted. I mean, honestly, are
They
you
would
going to walk
defend
into a
themselves
super-
when they didn't want to, when they didn't need to.
But I mean, look, are you going to walk into a supermarket and start trying to shoot people up when that supermarket's got, say, 100 people in it and 50 of those people are armed with sidearms? Are you really? Are you gonna?
If you're
I
hell
don't
bent
think
on
you are.
destruction, if you're hell bent on
Well, you're not going to
destruction,
get many people, are you?
you're
I mean, like
goddamn
they
right.
normally.
Do you think Dylan Ruth would have fucking stopped his plan just because they had guns in there? No, he would have went in, opened up, killed as many as he could until they got taken out.
That's right, but the less people get taken out, generally less people get shot. Where there's
So you're
places
admitting
that
it's
people
not
are
a
armed.
solution. It's just a
Yes,
bigger
but
bloodbath.
No. Well, okay, you got 20 people as opposed to 1 or 2. You know what I mean? Sometimes none.
No,
You know what I
actually,
mean?
you
It's
got a
just
lot
like-
more than 1 or 2. You're acting like everybody's a marksman shooter. Every statistic shows.
Come
and I know you
on,
don't
I've
like
got
statistics,
videos.
But good guys with guns are going to shoot
I've-
innocent people more likely than people trained to actually operate those guns.
But I posted a link in the side chat that's full of citation links, citations to shootings that will show everything you said about mass shootings is a lie. And show that most mass shooters are liberals and leftists and atheists. Go and have a
Which also
look.
proves that
Go and have a
your,
look.
spiel earlier was untrue about
Okay,
not being able
look.
to find this information on the internet, right?
Oh,
Okay,
man.
look.
It's going off the internet. They're wiping all this stuff off the internet. Go and try to find it now without having the links themselves.
No, wait a minute. I got to share this shit.
There's
All
a
right,
lot
just-
of links in there that have been wiped. We go in to get the links and it says this link's been removed, and we think, well, why? This is just there's nothing wrong with this link. It's a citation, and they've moved it. They are. They're literally.
This is the link.
Yeah, I know, but are you going to go down and go through all the
Truth
mass
about
shootings?
atheism.
Are you going to go through all the mass shootings? Are you going to go through all of them? Are you going to go down to all the mass shootings and go through all the mass shootings?
What's your source here?
Did you design this?
They're like it's like peer-reviewed published citations. There's a lot of peer-reviewed published citations there, and a lot of them have been removed by your buddies.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, mate. A lot of that thing is full of links, mate, and full of links from not just.
This looks like Christian propaganda.
Yeah, well, you can go in and have a look at the links.
Secular science today
Go
is
and
that
have a look at the links.
evolution, which breeds atheists, a belief system that has the highest suicide rate
Go
on
and have a
Earth.
look at the citations. Go and have a look at the citations for the mass shootings. Are you saying that the peer-reviewed citations are propaganda?
I'm getting upset. This is the fucking source you send me? Seriously?
You pick out one source. And you say, is this the source? It's like an 80-page doc. It's like an 80-page doc, and you pick out one source and you start getting upset about it.
Shut the fuck up. This is what you put in the private chat. I'm merely showing it, and it's ridiculous, as you are. Go ahead.
Source out of an 80-page. How many pages is in that doc? How many pages? And you're picking out one source and you go, is this the source? Is this the source that you're showing me? I mean, mate, go and have a look at the citations. Go and have a look at all the mass shootings in there. There's heaps of citations, peer-reviewed published citations for those mass shootings. Go and have a look.
Shared document. I have some of those as well.
Whose document is that?
Where did it come from?
Probably from Ken
Who
Hovind.
owns who's the owner of the document? You know?
That is
Go
not
and have a look at the document. What's the matter who's the owner of the document?
biblical.
Go and
That
have a
is
look
not-
at the document. Go and have a look and
What you just gave me was not a citation. It was ridiculous. Try
I
again.
didn't say that it was a citation. I said go to the part of that document that talks about mass shootings, and it is full of citations. Full of them. There is many citations within that document. I don't know how many pages it is. What is it, 80 pages, 100 pages, 200 pages long now?
Jason.
284 pages with many different
Shut
links.
the fuck up.
It's only 49 pages.
Excuse me?
It's
I
49
said
pages.
shut the fuck up. Yelling doesn't
49
make
pages,
you right.
and you tell me, then you just
was about
said
to
that
say
that's
that.
a link. That's a citation.
No, I didn't say that. I wanted to know where did it originate from? Where's
From
the origin?
me. From who's it care? From what's it matter? From the man in the moon. What's it matter? Have a look at the mass shootings, and then have a look at the citations that come with them. A lot of them come with citations. A lot of them come with links that have been removed. And the reason they removed the links is because it looked bad for leftism and atheism.
Well, I don't know. You
Sure
want to
it does.
provide. You got to provide a citation, specific citation. You can't provide.
See, this is. I can't just provide a doc full of citations from top to bottom, full of probably
because
100
what are you
links,
gonna do? Go
probably
through
many citations. I can't provide that. I don't provide that. I have to go through there and pick one out of that doc.
Go through the 49 pages. Find one citation that
doesn't make
fits your
sense.
criteria, and we'll look at it.
It's my criteria.
He can't.
All right,
I
so let me.
can't. I can't.
God,
We
I
have
hate-
to look through 49 pages to find maybe one citation that fits your criteria.
I've literally had to mute you more than I've muted anybody on the history of my channel. Seriously, I have, and I hate muting.
That's true. That is.
I hate muting people. So if you want to provide citation to what you're saying, you have to come with an unbiased source. You have to. Your source is
There's not
biased.
one citation you can
It is-
submit.
Your source is obviously a biased propaganda piece with a narrative.
Oh.
Provide me citation, actual peer-reviewed citation, or shut up.
There is peer-reviewed citations within that doc, full of them. If you go and have a look, if you went through and counted them, there'd be quite a few actually.
Advice
Peer-reviewed, published citations.
you would be to find those peer-reviewed citations and send those instead of the propaganda you put in my private chat, which I just exposed.
Yeah, we don't need to go through 49 pages of possible propaganda. You know, if you have a
Possible
citation
propaganda.
that you're aware of, pick it out and show it to us so we can read it.
Another thing, just
There's
to-
links all the way through there explaining what our
Jason.
point of view is. That explains this is why we always win against you guys, because we go and we read your point of view.
You don't
We
win
look
when
at
you
your
offer,
point of view.
You don't.
And
you don't
then
win.
we give our point of view as well, and we look at both sides. We look at both sides of the argument. You guys
isn't-
always only ever look at your side only.
That is not a citation that looks at both sides. That's a narrative.
I'm not saying that that's a citation. I said that document that I post. Oh my god, it's like talking to
You just said
that
citation.
document that I posted in there is full of citations.
You just need one then.
He just said it again, but
just
I ain't
made
got
All
one.
we
one.
need is one.
Yeah, he don't have it.
right, Jason,
I don't have it. I don't have it. It's full of citations,
Jason,
but I just need
that-
one, but I
that's
don't have it.
You can even pull up a statistic that says worldwide lefties kill everybody. That don't happen here in America.
Okay,
though.
okay. All right. I've also got something else that should interest you.
Something else. He's going to switch the topic now.
No. It's hang on. I just hope it stays. Wait a second. Where is it?
Jesus Christ.
just
I'm listening to this stupid long enough.
Okay. Here we go.
Yeah, go on.
Here we go.
We might
All
have been
right, here we go.
safer discussing-
Religion starts wars. Wait a second. Now, Phillips and Axelrod are
See?
two atheists, right? Now, they're hardcore atheists that wrote this. That wrote this. This is an encyclopedia of all wars. Now, let me read it. Let me read this.
Calm the fuck down. Yes?
Let me read it.
Talking
Let
louder
me read
doesn't
it.
make you right. Gio just said that to you again. I'm saying it twice. You understand? Talking loud does not make you right.
Yeah.
Are we
And-
right?
Yeah.
And reading a citation isn't providing a citation.
No.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, yelling doesn't make you fucking right. Yeah.
Well, just for entertainment purposes, let me entertain this, okay? Just to give you an analogy. How many atheists have killed other people? Can you, Jason, can you give me a bold reference? 1 million people, 10 million?
Can I please read this? Can I please read something?
Go to Hitler.
Can I please?
Hitler wasn't an atheist.
Can I please read something, please?
I'm not interested.
Can I read something, please? Can I just read something?
I'm not interested in you reading something. I'm interested with you
I
providing.
am giving you 1763 wars, right? 123 are considered to be religious by nature. That's an astonishingly low 6.93% of all wars were religious by nature. And that comes now. Get now, Google.
God damn it! Shut the fuck up. Why can we not see what you're reading? Why can we not see it?
You can Google it. You can Google this. Google Philip and Axelrod's Encyclopedia of.
I'm almost done. I'm almost done. I have exercised patience. Seriously, provide your
Google
fucking resource
and
or move on.
Philip and Axelrod's Encyclopedia of All Wars. Google it. These guys are atheists that wrote it, and they admit it. They're hardcore atheists. They wrote it. Okay, and in their book, they chronicle some 1,763 wars. Out of those 1,763 wars, they say 123 were religious in nature. That's 163 wars that have been fought across the course of human history, right? All major wars. They chronicle them in their Encyclopedia of All Wars. And they only cut.
Wait a minute. What does this have to do with lefties committing all the mass shootings?
Yeah,
it just gets down to the fact that you say that religious people, you said that religious people do most of the shootings and religious people are this and that. Well, why
I said mainly conservative gun nuts, but a lot of them are religious. Yes.
The problem is most of those shootings, those mass shootings in schools were done by leftist gun nuts.
Then provide citation of that instead of talking about all the wars of the history of the world.
Citations for every mass shooting in that doc that I gave you, for every single mass shooting, real one.
Propaganda you gave me.
But it's got the citations in there. It's got the links in there. Citations. If you go through and.
All right, man, I'm almost done with you, and I don't like that because you're a Christian and you're here. That's a piece of propaganda that spins a narrative. Provide me citation.
It's not spinning a narrative when it's got citations attached to it.
Do I need to show it again? I literally showed it. It's
you
propaganda.
Showed the mass shootings. You showed all the links to all the mass shootings that we put in there. You showed all of the links, all of them. Did you?
I showed the propaganda. I don't need to. I'm not going to look at a biased piece of shit. Give me citation.
But it's got links there that are not written by Christians.
I don't care about Nick Fuentes' opinion here. Give me citation.
Give you look. I've given you a doc with lots of citations in it to all the major mass shootings and all the major school shootings. I've given you a doc, and it's got, and in that side of that doc, it's got all the mass shootings, it's got explanations to them, and it's got links leading to, and a lot of those, and wherever we could get a citation to a mass shooting, we put the citation in there with it, and it'll say citation.
Horseshit. That is horseshit.
Well, of course I can't post the link live, so no one else can go in and have a look, so everybody has to take your word that that's horseshit.
This is the link I'm clicking on from your private chat.
Go and put that link up live. Go and put it up in your chat and let everybody else look at it.
Oh no, it might prove me wrong.
Yeah, don't put it up.
This link is pure propaganda. It's Christian propaganda. Give me a real fucking citation, dude, or shut up.
It's got citations in there that are not from Christians. that
Do
are
you
not
not
from
see-
Christians. It's not Christians.
Can you not
It's a-
see how fucking blind you are right now?
No, can you not see that doc has got citations? It's got a section on mass shootings, and then it's got lots of links, and lots of those links are citations.
I'm just gonna leave this up for the rest of the stream.
It's like
Yeah, I would do
you
that.
just okay. That's your rescue device. Then you go right away. You go right ahead with it.
Well, let's look at some of these. Let's look at some of these links. All right, let's do this. All right, so Ebenezer Gonet, no.
I'm
What
not
is that?
talking about those links. I'm talking about going to the part where the mass shootings.
In this massive 49-page document, I need to find the correct part of this
Well, maybe-
propaganda here, right? Like,
No.
do
Yeah,
you
he
not
couldn't
fucking
link the
understand
page.
what citations mean? Do you not get that? How long have you been doing YouTube?
I know what a peer-reviewed citation is very well.
Well, give us one.
We'll go in there. I can't remember exactly what section it is. Type in shootings
I can't remember.
and search
Oh, my
shootings.
brain. My brain.
Too bad. I know. Memory is tough. I know.
I'd imagine that if you searched the word shootings or shooting, that it might come up, or shoot.
Okay, well, that's,
Tell me why
That-
I need to trust this document. Tell me why. Where does it come from? What webpage did he
I'm
get
not
it from?
saying for you to trust it. That we put links to everything we talk about in there. We put a link to it, right?
Wait a minute.
And
So
the
if
links
you're-
are not.
What? Wait a minute.
put
Wait a
links.
minute.
You made that fucking page. You say we put links. You
Doesn't
are the
matter.
fucking author or
Just
part
let
of the
stop.
author.
We put links in
What?
that doc. So everything that's said in that doc, right, where that we explain, we put a link there so people can look at the link and they can see if they agree with what we say or not.
Why can you be fucking honest and say it is my shit or the Christian shit? Why can you say that in the first fucking place? Well, you could have
Yeah,
put a
he-
citation
Why do you
because it's
need?
Christians.
See, the reason you need to
we do
split
it.
hairs is
Come on, I
because
asked
you
you. That's the
really
first thing I
don't want to
asked
go in there and try to sort of like point out where I'm wrong about, where I said something wrong or somebody said something wrong in that doc. It seems to trigger you when I don't say me, I say we. And have a go at it and say, well, you're wrong about that, and say why we're wrong. You just want to say this is a pile of garbage, and
This is like you and your friends' horseshit on the internet
Yeah.
that you try to pass as like citation, and I love it. I love every
didn't
moment,
say it's a
moment of it.
citation. I did not say that Google
You did
link is a
several
citation.
times.
I did not say that is a citation. You are now twisting my words. I did
You
not
literally
say. I
told me to
said
look
that
at
that
the
is
document you put in private
that
chat.
and inside of that document is citations, is explanations and citations. We put links in there with explanations to what we believe about the link, and then
All right,
someone
all right,
can
all right,
open
so-
the link, and
all
then they can
cool,
read the link, and then they
cool.
can make up their own
So-
mind.
So, all right. So, would you make up your own mind if I provided a socialist Marxist citation?
There is
that
no.
went
I'm not
through-
saying that is
went
a
through how-
citation. I am saying there is citations in there where they can
I'm
open it
saying
up
the same
and make
thing,
them.
you fucking idiot. I'm
I
saying
am
the
not
same thing.
saying.
I'm
that
saying
you
if I
said
gave
that
you a
said
website,
that doc is a citation.
if I gave
That
you a
is
socialist
wrong.
website with all of the citations in there about how fucking guns are evil, are you gonna just accept that?
What if you gave me a socialist website with lots of sites? Yeah, sure, I'd look through there, and then
You're a
I'd
liar.
no. What I'd do is I'd randomly open up. I'd look through the titles of
You
the
said, "Fuck these
citations, and if I
commies."
saw something that looked particularly interesting, I'd open up the citation and I'd read the abstract and I'd see what they're proposing, and I'd see if I think it's reasonable what they believe about the data. Because often in citations, the data is good, and I'm saying we use mostly secular citations. We don't use Christian citations in our creation science. We use almost exclusively secular citations because the data from those
know where I've
secular
heard that
citations
before?
is good, but it's good. But the
You know where I've heard that
interpretation of the
before?
data is not good because it comes from their worldview. We look at it from our
know where
worldview.
I've
They
heard
look
that
at it from
before?
their worldview.
I've
Where
heard
have
that
you heard-
same exact line from Matt Powell so many times. I
But
only
that
use
is what we
secular
do.
data.
Yes, but we
you
are
did
the
not
ones
just
that actually
provide.
do it.
No, wait a minute.
We-
You did not just provide secular data. You provided Christian propaganda.
Right,
There's a
right.
difference.
Right. No. Huge.
No,
fucking
I
difference.
didn't. I provided our opinion on something, right? Multiple people's opinion on something that Doc represents. And then I provided the links where people can go in and make up their own minds. Okay. That I'm not saying that that's a peer-reviewed process. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that particular document does have
You're YEC,
peer-reviewed
aren't you?
documents in it.
You're YEC, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
I can tell.
Yeah, no. He's got some fucking balls.
Hey, I'm looking through this document, and it'd probably take me an hour to find one.
And he
One.
left on his own, guys. I did not kick him. I didn't do nothing. The YEC question, I guess, triggered him. So go ahead, look out for number one.
No, seriously, the dishonesty was fucking off the charts. Off the fucking charts. As soon as I heard him say we about that document, him and his fucking minions redacted it. You already got bias, right? You start the page with atheism, right? Then you quote Bible passages. What part of bias they don't get? How can you be impartial, right? If you're talking about a statistic about shooting, put it at the fucking beginning saying statistics about fucking shootings, right? Don't start quoting the fucking Bible in the first fucking page and bury statistics 10 or 15 pages down with extra hyperlinks to some other fucking place where it could be even young earth creationists or fucking pseudoscientists. Fucking dishonest, man. I hate that. And talking louder
right,
doesn't make it any more right.
He's back, so I'm assuming his internet connection dropped. So yeah, I just wanted to make it clear I didn't push him out. But before I bring you back in, Jason, I'm gonna let look out for number one finish, and anybody else that wants to go, because we haven't got many words in edgewise.
Yeah. No, go. I'm done, man. I'm just saying my only one word: dishonesty. Period.
I agree. Like I pulled it up. I looked at it. It took me all of 2 seconds to share the screen, right? Because I saw immediately.
No, I caught it when they also said we.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
That
and
was a
then
fucking
that's
red flag.
very telling. Yeah.
Fucking
So
very telling. We.
Anybody, Ape, Geo, Clockwork, if you guys want to pipe in before I let Jason back in, I'm going to let him back in, but we haven't got many words in edgewise. So
I went to the link. I saw the document. I read a few pages in, and it's immediately like look out for what number one says. Gets into the religious aspects of why atheism is terrible and whatever. It's not good, or but now I had a point and I forgot what it was. I hate that.
Write it down.
Oh, the first thing I asked was who's the owner of the document? Where's the document come from? He wouldn't answer.
He knows then. He knows. He fucking knows.
What? He says it's not important, or it doesn't matter.
Of course not. He's diverting. Yeah, for sure.
Well, it matters because it shows where it's coming from, and if there's a bias.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter for him because he's trying to hide his dishonesty. That's what I meant.
Oh,
all right. So
obvious.
I'm gonna let you back in, Jason, but I want to hear from everybody. So finish Geo, and then we'll let Ape and Clockwork go.
Done. I'm done.
All right, Ape, you got anything to say?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just feeling the dishonesty point. Sorry, I was away for a minute, and I might be on a lag here, so I may jump out. But yeah, this has been pretty fascinating to me. I think there's a lot of derangement in the gun argument there, and that's been really my main the thing tonight that I'm taking away for sure.
Well, it's good to see you. It's good to see you. I just want to say that. I like.
Just one thing very quickly. The thing I was trying to say about how many atheists we kill other people is that we can revert it to him. Allegedly, I'm not saying that happened. Allegedly, his God killed the whole fucking world. you just put that into quantity, right? You know what I mean? Don't even fucking come to us and saying, "Oh, we killed X amount of million people." He killed the fucking world.
Yeah, the world, the genocide of the Sodomites.
Right. No. So he killed the world, repopulated, and killed again. What the fuck?
I mean, we can even go to the Catholicism and the Crusades, right?
Yeah.
That massive massacre that happened in the Middle East way back in the day.
Right.
On both sides, not just Catholics, but Islam was doing it too.
Yeah, holy wars and all. Yeah, bollocks. Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna let Jason back in. Clockwork, did you have anything before I let him back in?
God flooded the world and let Noah's family live. What kind of fucked up shit is that?
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, really. But go ahead, Ken. I'll mute up.
I agree, Clockwork. When I speak of the hypocrisy of Christians, I'm speaking of the new covenant, right? Because you have to kind of dismiss that old covenant, because to the old covenant, it's not really hypocritical at all. Like God is a murderous bastard. All right, so I'm going to let Jason back in. We're going to let him talk and defend himself and all that. He's heard a lot, I'm sure. So welcome back to the stream, Biblical.
Oh, one last thing.
Man. Hey, look, first of all, the Christians.
Shrimp and lobster from me. Because fuck you.
First of all, the Crusades. First of all, Europe was attacked by Muslims for 400 years before the Crusades began. They were literally attacked and enslaved. Italy was enslaved for like 300 years at one stage and 200 years another time. Spain was enslaved for like 300 years. There was just the amount of times that Muslims attacked Europe in 400 years was just insane. There was a constant onslaught of attacking and slavery and stealing and thieving and in the end, I mean, everybody, all the Christians got together and said, we just had enough of this. And in 1095, it was declared and the Crusades began, mate. And it was basically, no one really wanted to invade a land that was basically for goats and sand dunes. And they weren't really interested in goats and goat herds and sand dunes. You know what I mean? There wasn't really that much there that they were interested in. It was basically payback for 400 years of attacking and enslaving and stealing from Christians, so they basically went through there and then they did horrible things. They killed Jews and they killed everyone. They Christians, Jews, and Muslims. Anybody that looked Arab or Arabic, what they considered to be whatever, they did terrible things. But that's why it started.
Aren't you supposed to turn the other cheek?
I think turning the other cheek for 400 years. Well, what are you going to do? Turn the other cheek while they completely overrun you and kidnap you? No, governments have the right. This is where it comes to. Governments have the right to go to war.
God asked the impossible of his worshippers. I agree.
No, we're allowed to go to war if the government declares it. It's a righteous war.
Where does it say that in the Bible, though? Biblically,
it's that you take the Bible as a whole. It's a long look. I'm not really a Bible scholar when it comes to that sort of thing. I don't know that stuff in great detail. Don't start with this. Don't start with this. I know. I said that from the beginning. I said at the very beginning of this. I said I'm not any Bible scholar, but I'll do my best and I'll say what I believe. And I've said what I believe and I've done my best. And that's exactly what I said right back at the very beginning.
I believe it's impossibly hard for anybody, any human being, to follow the tenets of your God. I agree with you.
Look, the fact is that Christianity, that most of the wars that have been fought through history have been fought by non-believers, people who don't believe in any gods, who are just, fighting basically to get land or money or power or prestige or whatever. And that comes from research done by atheists. So if they're saying it, I tend to believe Philip and Axelrod when they say that.
Now you believe atheists?
Well, because it's about $700 American, I think it is, for the entire encyclopedia. It's an encyclopedia of all wars.
I mean, it costs that for like academic books here in America. That's not new.
I know, but it chronicles some.
That's why nobody buys
1760
them, right? Like
But-
if they made
but-
them cheaper, people might actually read them.
But there's a lot of detail in there on the wall, so you can go in and research if what they're saying is true. When they say they classify as
I'm not
123,
saying what they say isn't true. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying what the
Yeah, I
fuck does
know.
that have to do with mass shootings in the modern world? That's what I'm
But
saying.
what I'm
It
saying
has
is that throughout
absolutely
history,
nothing to do with it. Nothing.
But yes, it does, because throughout history, most of the wars have been fought by, and most of the deaths in wars have been because of and fought by people who don't believe in any gods. In other words, atheists.
So throughout history, atheists have been this dominant segment of society that has waged all wars. How fucking ridiculous are you?
Most of them have
All
been the cause of
wars,
most
almost
wars.
every single war in this country was waged by a country that had a theology, not an atheist theology, except for the communists,
And
and they
the
weren't
biggest-
even communist.
But who are the biggest war machines of all? The Democrats, and they're the most godless of all of them. They all
They
run
weren't
around
even
talking
communists.
about
They had a
they
they
talk
had a
around
fucking
talking about being
state.
Catholics and
They had
and,
a
and
state. That's not communism.
Subject switching.
Well,
But,
I have a question because I'm kind of
yeah.
confused about the things you quoted, or not quoted, but the things you claimed about
Said yes.
about yeah, I'm looking at the Pew, not the Pew. I think it's Pew reviews.
Oh, here we go. Yeah.
Yeah, about the percentages of Christians in America, and
Uh-huh.
you know, there's a percentage of, you know, there's 65% Christians, 45% identify as some other, and 20% are Catholic, and 2% are Mormons, and then there's like 6%, 25% that don't identify, right? So you're saying that most of these, you're saying that most of these things are caused by the lower percentage of the population?
You're talking about yes. Well, obviously, I mean this is
So that would
research
be-
that
that would
they've
be-
done, but
that-
that's research that they've done. Okay, mate, go and
Well,
argue
that-
with Philip and Axelrod because they're the ones that did the encyclopedia that
asking you, is
researched
that-
all the wars.
Wait a
That's
minute.
what
Wait a
you're
minute.
saying.
Wait a minute.
So
You're
it-
saying don't argue with these two
But I'm telling-
atheists.
Wait, but I'm asking you a question. So you're
But I'm
you're
telling you
saying
what they
that
discovered.
the
Hello?
highest percentage of the Christians form the highest percentage of believers and people in
So?
America. Yeah, and you're saying the lowest percentage of statistics religiously are the ones doing the crimes or causing
Okay. Yes.
deaths,
Yes. And I'll tell you why. If you look at statistics in the jails,
wait-
they'll tell you that
now, wait a
most
minute,
people in
that-
prison are Christian. That's what they'll tell you. They'll tell you the
numbers-
majority of the
you
people
can't-
in prison are Christian. But I'll
can't
tell you
fudge-
why.
You can't fudge the numbers, man. You can't. How is that possible? With 65% of the population worshiping some kind of theistic god, you can't fudge the numbers and come up with it's all done by atheists. You can't do that.
And Jason, the only reason I muted you is because Gio hadn't finished his point. We're over talking you. You're over talking us. I'm not saying it's one sided at all. It is a bit one sided, but we do it too. I'm just saying, let's let each other speak and then respond to each other. That's the only way this is gonna proceed anywhere. So Gio finished. Go ahead, Jason.
About the Christian thing and
Wait,
and-
all right, Jason, you didn't stop
He
talking
never
from the last
stopped
time.
talking.
you,
He
yeah,
never
you didn't-
stopped talking.
You didn't stop talking from the last time. So you didn't even listen to Gio, right?
You
didn't hear anything that Gio Sam just said.
But that's okay because I think he knows what I'm saying.
All right,
You know
so
what I think Jason understands what I said.
I think he does too. All right, Jason, I'm going to bring you back in. Hopefully you can address Sam's or Gio Sam's point, but if not, continue.
Mate, you're saying about Christians. Okay. The guy that lives here, okay, he's done 6.5 years for armed robbery. Okay, I know a lot of people have been in prison. I grew up around a lot of gangsters and people like that. So don't try to tell me, buddy, That most of you trying to tell me that most of them aren't Christians? Yeah, I'm telling you that 95% of the criminals that I know, more than 95% of them are atheists. Don't believe in any God. And now wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Wait, no. You just made a claim. So how do you explain that 98% of America's prison population are theists?
That's what I was just about to say. I was just about to say that when they say that most of the prison population in America is theists, okay, you know Raw Matt. His cousin, right, is an atheist. He's a hardcore atheist, and he's a criminal. And he's in and out of prison all the time. And have a guess what he says, what he calls himself when he goes into prison. An atheist. A Christian. Have a guess why? Because he gets special food privileges as a Christian, and he gets special benefits. Yes. Really?
So
now,
atheists are so dominant in society that we just can lie about being Christians.
Yes. Now, wait a minute. You also get shorter time in prison if you come in. Yeah.
You're a goddamn idiot. You're fucking stupid.
He is.
You're one of the stupidest motherfuckers I've ever heard. Go ahead.
When my friend was here, when he was in prison, he was an atheist. And have a guess what he said he was? A Christian. So he could get extra benefits. Okay? When he was in prison, he was a full-on atheist. When he did that armed robbery, he was a full-on atheist. All right? So don't try to tell me, mate. And when I said to him, and I'll get him up right now if you want, I'll go and wake him up. I'll walk in there and I'll say, hey, mate. I'll say, how many of the people in prison that you're in prison with when you're in there for 6.5 years, how many of them said they were Christian so they could get benefits, and how many were actually Christian? And I'll get him to tell you.
I don't think I can anymore. If you guys can, I'll bring him back in. This is fucking nonsense at this point.
Oh yeah, he's talking bullshit. Yeah.
What does he say? He's got a buddy, a buddy that he's. What is he?
That was an atheist.
He's got a buddy that's going to tell us, and we're going to.
I didn't want to go. I didn't want to go to the. I didn't want to go to the like sexual relationship with God shit. I wish we had. You know, like
what? Oh,
he claims he has a sexual relationship with God. I was like, let's not go there. My God, I wish we did.
I thought I heard that, but you know.
No.
It is. I mean, it's such a stupid comment to make. Well, criminals only claim they're theists because it gives them special privileges. Obviously, it doesn't because they still land in prison. 98% of America's prison population, I'm going to assume is probably close across the world, are theists. You know why? Because most of the people in this world are theists. Very few of us. Very few of us are fucking atheists that go around claiming being atheists. Most atheists are quiet about it.
Can you imagine it? Can you imagine? No, but think about this for a second. The stupidity what that fucker did, what said. Okay, so you are. I'm a criminal. I'm gonna go to jail for however many years, and I said, "What are you gonna be?" Oh, I'm a Christian because I want an extra cup of fucking yogurt or ice cream or 2 omelets. Really? Yeah, special treatment. How stupid can you fucking be?
Well, that's a good way for them to inflate their numbers.
Well, and it also takes away from the fact that while a lot of people are theists when they go into prison, they actually realize that they haven't been theists because they're just sitting around on their asses. For one, they're worried about their safety. They're worried about what's going to pop off when they go to the yard or whatever. But for two, they're thinking about their lives. And they're like, man, I failed God in this way and that way. And everybody in Christian becomes this like super theist. Like, I am reformed now. I'm going to get out. I'm never going to do the same thing, even though statistics say that they will because God doesn't exist. He's not there to lead them, right? But they're all fucking in prison. If you're an atheist speaking out, that could very well lead to violence against you. So for him to sit here and say that all fucking inmates are fucking criminals or are fucking atheists, when literally that could be life endangering inside the penitentiary, is fucking insane. And it speaks to just not only his bias, but his personal privilege because he's never been inside, obviously, in any prison in the entire world, or he would know what he's saying is fucking bullshit.
I must have missed something good. Who was talking shit?
Gur, I stayed away from the sex with God shit, and we went into a fucking dumpster fire, dude.
Biblically, did that guy try to come on here by chance?
He's still on. He's waiting patiently. I'm going to bring him back on,
No
Gur, but
shit.
I definitely wanted to give us a chance to breathe and speak, right? So
fair enough. I get that.
I just wish he wouldn't yell. So
Right.
you know,
Turn
it'd
the,
be so
turn the
loud.
mic gain out, down. Yeah, sure.
yeah, when it first started, we were having a good conversation, right? Like we were chill, and now it went to guns, and now it's where it is. Holy fuck!
Went from guns to nukes.
All right, so I'm gonna bring him back in, Jason. All I ask, have a conversation. I've literally never muted anybody this much ever. Ever. Not even Smokey when he came in. Like, seriously, just chill your role and explain yourself, and then allow people to talk. All right, I'm gonna bring you back in.
Oh,
Listen, mate,
Jason,
I'm telling ya, I grew up around gangsters myself. I grew up around them all my life,
And you
lots of
still
them.
hadn't shut up.
I've got a guy that's been here in prison. Yeah, no, because you're going to let me finish what I'm saying. Mate, everyone that I know that's been in prison, this guy included right here, and myself, I'm telling you, I have not met, I can't even remember meeting a Christian gangster or someone who's a gangster who called themselves a Christian. All of them have been atheists. All of them. 100% of them.
By their self-admission or yours?
By theirs. If you spoke about God, they would just,
all right.
you know
So
what I mean?
have you ever done like missionary work inside prisons?
No, I've never done missionary work
So-
inside prisons, but I know lots of people
Here-
that
here in
have been in
America-
there for lots of years.
Here in America, a lot of Christians do that. They're called the Gideons. Almost every
Yeah.
drawer in American jail cells have a Gideon Bible inside of it. And those Gideons will sit there and tell you that what you're saying is bullshit because they know.
Yeah.
They've talked to the
You
people.
know, the Gideons are full of shit. They're lying, mate.
Oh, so they're not-
lying.
they're atheists too, right?
Look. I know of one in particular. One. I can say one for certain. That's a hardcore atheist that actually mocks Christians and says he hates Christianity so much and Christians are so stupid, and he pretends to be a Christian so he can finagle stuff out of the Christians because they feel sorry for him and they're idiots and shit like that. And he gets all these, and he gets extra benefits and time off and all this extra stuff, and that's why he does it. And there's a lot, an enormous amount like him, and because he acts like a goody little two shoes Christian, he gets off time off. He gets out quicker. He gets earlier out faster, so he gets less time in prison and stuff like that. Yeah. If you join up to those Christian programs in prison, then you're going to do less time. You're going to get special sort of treatment. You get these little holiday things that other prisoners don't get, and
This
you
is
can
a
trade that
fallacy.
stuff. You
Somebody
can
tell me
trade
the
that
fallacy
stuff with
we're
other
hearing.
prisoners for other things and stuff like that. Yeah, you can, mate. Yeah, a lot of them do it for that reason, just to get stuff to trade on top of.
Oh.
I mean, it's yes. You don't know very much about prison, do you?
I went to
Have you
prison for
actually-
2.5 years, dude.
Well, obviously, and you're telling me that most of the people that you're in prison with were true Christians, and if you say that, then you're an outright liar.
You can't see him. I've literally got brands from my prison time, yo.
Okay. So you're telling me that most of the people you're in prison with were true outright Christians, were they? Were they true Christians? Most of the
they
people
all
that you're in
thought they
prison
were.
with were Christians.
They all thought they were just like you do, just like Smokey Saint does, and
They
he
thought
fucked
they
little
were.
kids.
They thought they were.
They all think that they're Christian.
They thought they were. Yeah, you're lying, mate. You're
because
lying.
they
They're
think
lying.
that they're Christians doesn't mean they're Christians. So their opinion
They're
of
lying
themselves
because they.
matters not to you because you point that no true Scotsman finger at them and say they're atheists.
Yeah, I do. I say most of those people in prison calling themselves Christians are atheists. Yes, I do.
because
Yes,
Christians could not
absolutely.
possibly commit any crime.
I'm not
Ever.
saying Christians can't commit crimes.
They wouldn't
but
be
I'm
true.
saying
If they committed
all right,
crimes, they
all
wouldn't
right,
be true
all right.
Christians,
Okay,
right?
okay. Honestly, you could walk in. I'd love to. I'm going to ask my friend when he gets home and say, how many people used to go to your Christian class that were actually Christian? I'm going to ask him that when he gets home. And
Wait a
next time
minute,
you're live, I'm going to go live and I'm going to tell you.
I'm still here. I didn't leave. I just turned my camera off.
No, my
I just
friend,
wanted-
here. I said I'm going to ask him. I'm going to say how many
don't-
people in your Christian class were actual Christians, like real.
Do you think
I'm
I
gonna
give a
ask him.
flying fuck what your friend says?
Yeah,
Like,
well, I
seriously.
mean, the fact that he's in many different prisons, not just one. He's been in prisons all over Sydney, the worst prisons too, mind you. And his perspective is, and he's been in and out of prison many times. So from the time when he was young, so his perspective is pretty good one. You know what I mean? He worked for the cartels. He's worked all over the world. He's been to Mexico, Colombia, all over the place. So yeah, I'm sort of guessing his perspective might be a little bit better than your one, mate. You know what I mean?
I don't know.
It's like
my perspective of actually being in prison, his is better.
Sorry, I was.
He's been in prison for armed robbery, mate.
Oh, yeah.
Jason, what's your point, Jason? Just so I know where we are. I'm sorry. That's my
Well, he's
mistake.
been all over the place, mate. And he'll tell you. He'll tell you that they're either atheists. They're either atheists or Catholics. Most of them are Catholics. Either atheist or Catholic.
Atheists or Catholics do what?
The basically criminals that he knows, and most of the criminals, and most of the criminals in this country that he knows, like the vast majority of them, like 95% of them, be hardcore atheists, hardcore.
Right.
Like what's his name here? The Rays. They'd be like him.
Provide citation that 95% of your prison population is atheist.
I'm talking about the people he's known and the people I've known. I've grown up around people like that all my life.
Evidence, not actual evidence. Gotcha.
So this is a fallacy. I just can't think it's a
my family are
fallacy
from
right now.
Piedmont, New South Wales, near Darling Harbour.
It means nothing in the grander scheme of things.
There was 11
Yeah,
pubs in
statistics.
Piedmont, and there was one pub on every street corner. And
Hey,
anyway,
I know
it was
some Christians that are
it was an
homophobic. Does that mean all Christians are homophobic?
huh?
I know some Christians who are homophobic. Does that mean all Christians are homophobic?
Why does it always
Majority
have
of
to
them are?
turn to the homosexual thing?
Because you're saying that you know some atheists who are in prison, therefore most atheists in prison, or most of the population in prison are atheists. Isn't that what you just
Well,
alluded
most
to?
people I know are most
Yeah,
Christians
you're
I
using
know are
anecdotal
against the
evidence.
homosexual lifestyle. Are against the homosexual lifestyle because the Bible says that it doesn't like the homosexual
The Bible is
lifestyle.
definitely homophobic. I know that much. Yes.
Right.
Well, there you go.
I got.
So that answers your question.
I got a shitty argument against you about homosexuality, right?
Here we go.
Well, do you want to be entertained?
Go on.
Okay. Right. Adam was made out of fucking mud, dust, or whatever, right?
Mhm.
I'm entertaining it. Okay. Right. Your God made Eve out of a rib. Do you agree on that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, that technically makes Eve a clone of Adam. Adam fucked himself in a women version. So much for fucking transgender, right? Right.
Okay.
Or he was gay then.
Okay, if you say so.
No, no, the Bible says so. I don't say it.
Yeah.
No.
Your own
You
fucking
can-
Bible
you
says
can-
that they took a rib. That's
You're
DNA.
fully entitled to your
100%.
opinion.
No, it's not opinion. It's fact. No, the Bible says
Okay.
it's not my
Well,
fucking
that's your
opinion.
opinion. Yeah.
It's not my opinion. The Bible says so.
Yeah, and real quick, Pat makes a good point. Just drop this dude's name. We'll look him up. We'll see if he has any legitimacy.
His name. My
The
name's
name of
Jason
your
Izzard.
buddy. The name of your buddy that has such an expertise on the prison populations of Australia and can verify that 95% of the prison population is atheist. We need some citation, my dude. We need to figure out where you're getting these fucked up numbers in the face of just reality.
But he knows somebody. Therefore, no statistics or citations needed.
Now, if you wanted to make a case that a lot of people that are in prison are theists that don't follow the tenets of theism, you probably have a good case to make. But to deny their belief systems just because they're criminals and in prison is pretty disgusting, only because it matches the narrative that you want to ensue. You need to embrace your own, my dude. Your own are criminals. Your own go into fucking movie theaters and shoot up fucking movie theaters. They go into schools and shoot up schools. It's not really atheists doing it. We tend to keep to our own, right? Because we're so stigmatized in society. We keep to our own. It's y'all that have the freedom to just go out and start fucking massacring people. So don't even try to pretend that it's not. It's disgusting, and it does yourself injustice.
Who massacres people?
What?
Who has the freedom to go out and massacre people? I didn't quite get that one, but anyway, I wasn't.
What I'm saying is conservative gun nuts in this country feel like it's really okay to use their guns, especially on people. We see it in social media every day. I get a fucking conservative gun nut threatening to take my life every goddamn day on Facebook if I go liberal at all.
Really?
Fucking liberals gonna kill you all.
What an
There's
idiot.
Really good Christian folk there, let me tell you.
Nah, those people are just look.
But
those people that come out and say,
wait a minute, Jason, stop it, because you sat here and advocated for the same bullshit.
But a lot
tonight.
of the time, when you get that stuff on Facebook, first of all, their algorithm should remove it immediately, and second of all, it's Antifa or one of those.
It's not Antifa. It's folks
yes,
like
it is.
you.
It's trolls.
It's you.
It's trolls that go
It's
out there and
you.
say these stupid things. So why are they
You
threatening
are
to kill
saying
you?
these stupid things right now.
But why are they threatening to kill you? Why?
Oh my fuck!
What are they threatening to kill you over?
Because
It's,
I'm a
I just-
liberal.
No, that's look. That is not.
You don't understand
sure
American
there's
politics.
some-
You don't. I mean,
I do.
you're in
Yes.
Australia. You
Yes,
don't
I
understand
do.
American politics right now.
Oh, I understand it a bit better than you think, and I do understand how bad things are at the moment, and yes, you're right. There is some terrible stuff being said, and I mean, I'm on here. I don't want to kill you. I've got family that are hardcore atheists like you, and I don't want to kill them just because they're atheists. Pisses me off, but I don't want to kill them. But yeah, no, it's
Well, it's not
look,
because
I-
I'm atheist. It's because I'm a lefty.
Yeah, that's yeah. I don't like no, I don't like that. The ones I know, the most of them are atheists. They're conservative atheists. So yeah, no, yeah, go get that bloody lefty bastard. No, I'm just joking. I don't mean no. I don't like leftism. No, I don't like it at all. One little bit.
Out of curiosity, well, no, go
I'm
ahead,
just
Rage.
joking, man. I don't mean that, Rage. I don't. Honestly, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. That was just a.
Oh, you're good. I'm passionate, but I'm not offended in any way at all. So
Yeah. No,
So-
that word. Yeah. Sorry.
Are there any Christians here? Or is it just Jason? Out of curiosity, or any theists here?
I believe it's just Jason, and again, holding his own. I've muted him more than I've ever muted anybody, and that's cray cray.
That does say a lot. Yeah.
Well, that's understandable. I mean, John mutes me, so if John, I get muted all the time. So
Talking about LPP,
yeah,
he mutes you.
yeah. He gets the shits and starts yelling
What
at
a
me and mute me
fascist.
sometimes.
No, I'm just
Yeah, I know, bastard. Yeah.
Are you an
No,
LPP?
he's not. I like LPP. Don't start. Then someone will cut that clip out and say, "Look, Jason's calling LPP a bastard."
I'm clipping
that's
it
it.
right now. So, Jason, why do you believe in God, or why are you a Christian?
I believe when I was younger, and I lost my faith when my grandmother started talking about monkey tails and the vestigial tailbone. And that was it for me. And I was 10, and my grandmother mentioned, they reckon that we used to have a vestigial tailbone, and all I heard was monkey tail, and imagined myself swinging around on my monkey tail, and that was it. And that's when I basically lost my faith, and I got it back years later I don't know. It's just, I really hate talking about it. It's like, just from, I had supernatural experiences and stuff like that that I couldn't deny. So,
What
in
kind
the
if
end,
you don't mind me asking?
one I was attacked. Well, one I was attacked by my dad's cousin, and he attacked me with an iron bar. And I was out. I just walked over to say hello. There was about 8 witnesses, and none of them liked me. And 2 of them were coppers, I think, off-duty cops. And he attacked me with a long story short. I'm not getting into why. He was just a dick. Mm-hmm. And he attacked, and I wasn't a believer at this stage. And he attacked me with an iron bar, and I grabbed him and I lifted him. I lifted him off the ground. Like, I couldn't even feel his weight at all. Like, he was just dangling in the air, with his feet flipping in the air, 3 feet off the ground, and I just could not feel any weight. And his mate there, Ian weighed 160 kilos, which is massive. He was told by his doctor if he didn't lose weight, he'd be dead in a couple of years. And Ian was there trying to pull my arm down, and I couldn't even feel Ian's touch on my hands. And I just gently lowered my. Anyway, long story short, I just gently lowered him down and walked off. And I didn't even, like, I literally couldn't feel his weight at all. And then years later, I had an accident where I slammed into a tree with this car, and it was a 3-foot wide tree, and the headlights were touching on the other side of the tree. We hit it that hard, and no one had seatbelts on. I think I had a seatbelt on, and the guy in the passenger side, his head hit the window, and it just left a perfect dome egg shape in the the safety glass in the window of his head, and he should have cannonballed through, because we hit it at about how fast was I going? About nearly 100 miles an hour. I hit it. Oh, sorry, not 100 miles an hour. No. Sorry, about 60 miles an hour. About something getting up towards 60 miles an hour. I hit it. Dead stop. He should have cannonballed through. I didn't get a scratch or a mark on me. He got just a tiny little mark on him. The girl in the back seat had a head twisted around.
These were supernatural occurrences.
Well, her head was split open, like a massive gash in her forehead. There was no blood coming out for ages at all, and usually your head bleeds like a mongrel. Her head was twisted in a weird way, and her eyes were wide open in shock, like she wasn't breathing. And I started screaming at God, like, I don't even know why I did that, because I wasn't a believer at that time. And she started breathing again, and I don't know, and that's all I know. And there's other times when I've picked up people that, strength-wise, like that strength, and I don't know what it was, and I shouldn't have been able to pick them up. And there's been witnesses there that seen it, and just little things like that over long periods of time. Stuff like that. Like,
wait a minute, like so because you could
prayed
pick
over
up
things
people
and they've been healed.
because you
My
could
friend
pick up
here-
people that you didn't think you should be able to pick up. That's like a miracle. Because
I
your
don't know,
friend didn't
mate.
go
I
through
don't
a
know. All I
windshield.
know is I couldn't feel his weight at all. He felt like helium balloons. And my
Couldn't
friend, when
be
he moved here, he had emphysema for 3 years. And he'd been like CAT scanned and everything, and that's completely gone. He had
Goddamn.
what else did he have? He had not just emphysema. He had something else. What else was it? I can't
Like,
remember. Oh, that's right.
literally-
He died. He died. This is on record at St. Vincent's Hospital. He died from a massive heroin overdose in a bath. He was in a bath. He had a massive heroin overdose. He slipped under the water, and he was dead for about half an hour, all up. We don't know. When he was pulled out from under the water, he was blue under the warm water. He was
So why
blue,
isn't
and
he
his
in
heart
the-
was stopped, and he was in a dark place while he was dead as well.
Why isn't he in the Guinness Book of Records for the longest time a heart to stop? Because it is not that
Actually,
long.
no. There's actually a guy that was dead for 6 hours and 45 minutes, and that's on record, and I can send you the link to that. And that's in America. So that's not the longest time, buddy. I'm afraid. And that's on record. He was diagnosed dead.
Real quick, Gerd, I'll let you go.
Go ahead.
I just want to say, like, theists will literally latch on to anything to justify their fucking beliefs. Like, seriously.
Right.
Like,
Well,
this is
he
this
was a heroin
borders-
dealer.
Well, I
to,
want to
like
let
Rolling
Gerd go.
Stones and people like that when they
I
came to
overtalked-
Australia.
No,
Wait a minute.
He used to
I
literally deal
overtalked
to the.
Gerd Jason, I overtalk Gert. I'm gonna let Gert go. But I'm just saying my observation here is that's the dumbest shit I ever heard. Go ahead, Gert.
Okay. Well, my friend here used to sell drugs to the Rolling Stones, AC/DC. You know what I mean? Like he was the go-to guy when they came to this country.
Jason, it sounds to me like you had like a shock of adrenaline running through your veins.
Really? Oh well, he had things on his showing that he had no pulse and no heartbeat, and he was dead for a very long time.
I'm talking about, you threw out a lot of examples, which, to be fair, I did ask you what were your experiences, not just experience. But you picked up somebody who normally you would not be able to pick up, correct? Because they're heavier than what you can normally pick up. That sounds like a classic case of adrenaline rush to me.
No, but that's the thing. I felt very calm. I felt very calm inside. I felt
calm,
none at all, and then I felt.
So is it more logic? Is it more likely that it was some divine intervention that gave you that strength, or
don't know? Don't know.
Well,
I don't think it's adrenaline because I've actually injected adrenaline into myself, so I know what adrenaline feels like.
It's natural. Your body naturally produces adrenaline, especially in extreme situations.
I've injected adrenaline into myself.
To Ger's point here, every single night, I go to work.
So it wasn't adrenaline.
All right. So to Ger's point here, every single night I go to work. I have chronic pain. I have tarsal tunnel in my feet. It causes me chronic pain. By the end of my shifts, it's impossible for me, but I get through every night. Is that God giving me that strength, or is that my own perseverance saying I got to pay my fucking bills?
I don't know. I don't know, mate.
I mean, but Jason, when I asked you about, your
is that God holding all those atoms together in your body to hold together somehow?
I wouldn't be using that against you if you didn't use it as an example. I'm just saying, you could pick somebody up who normally, in normal circumstances, you wouldn't be able to. But
I held him out in front of me, mate. I can't even. The guy weighed about.
So you could pick them up. Sounds to me like a classic dry cut case of an adrenaline rush.
Well, I didn't feel any. Like heart racing. I felt completely calm. That was the thing. And the other time that I did it, another guy, he attacked me, and this is in front of the guy that lives here. And I didn't even know this. He didn't even tell me this till years later. He said, "Did you know Scott's feet were off the ground that time when he attacked you?" And Scott's a big fat guy. And I just had my arms out in front of me, and his feet were literally dangling, a foot off the ground. Jason, when I was walking backwards, I thought he was walking backwards. I couldn't even feel it. There was no adrenaline. There was no. I've injected adrenaline.
So did you know that if you sit in a circle with 3 or 4 people, witches have done this forever, and you put like one finger underneath a piece of their body, and the 4 of you can lift that person up easily, no matter how much they weigh. So obviously, witchcraft is true, right?
I have seen.
No, I'll bet you $1 million. I'll bet you $1 million if you sit in front of me and try that 1 million times in a row, you won't be able to do it.
I've literally done it myself.
Oh, I'll do it in front of me. I'll bet you can't. I'll bet you can't.
It's all about it's all about leverage and unified strength.
Yeah, I'll bet you. Okay, well, whatever it was, I don't know, mate. Look, that's up to you to you work out. You believe whatever you believe.
But I'm
it
just
was.
saying, witchcraft is true because we lifted a really, really heavy dude with one finger.
Well, that sounds like it probably was supernatural to me. If you're doing that sort of thing, I'll say
but
that
it wasn't.
Normally you wouldn't be able to do that 1 million times in a row.
And we
I bet you couldn't repeat it in front of me.
We could literally. People do it all the time.
You know, one day, if I ever inherit money, right? If I live long enough, which I probably won't, but if I do, I'm gonna pay for you and all your friends to fly here and put on a performance, and we're gonna set up video cameras and everything, and you're gonna do that for me.
Hey, Jason, what do you think happens to atheists when they die? Like me and the Rage. I don't know.
Go to hell.
Else. Okay.
Go to hell. Straight up.
What do you believe hell to be? Is it like a place of eternal fire? Is it conscious?
Hell is a place that God created for his for Satan and his angels. It's a place. It's a place of infinite darkness. It's like when Doug was there, he said it was so dark.
Is it eternal conscious torment?
No, it's not. I'll explain. It's a place it's when God removes God's light, right? Pure light. So when light removes itself from a place completely, you're left with infinite darkness, utter darkness.
So it's a dark.
So it's basically It's a dark place where the light of the flames is consumed by basically the darkness instantly. So it's completely dark. There's no light there at all. It's a place that was designed. Hell is basically God's like remand. It's his holding grounds, holding remand area where you sit in remand waiting for Judgment Day. Then you're cast into the lake of fire, and then you're there forever. So
What's
Satan
the
and
lake
his
of fire
demons and
versus the darkness that you just mentioned. What's the difference?
well, there's fire as well in there in the dark. It says that hell's in the center of the earth. That's in the earth.
Okay, so you
basically
get cast from a place of fire and darkness into the lake of fire. What's the difference? I'm
because
a bit here. I'm just trying to get
the difference. No, I understand. No, that's right. What you said is a valid question. In hell, Satan has power. There's solid ground where he can walk around and he can have power, even though it's pitch black darkness. He has power over that realm and in that realm, and it says that the earth is this world is Satan is the prince of this world as well.
All right,
but
so I made this point.
In the lake of fire, Satan has no more power than anyone else because it's just flames. There's nowhere for him to get a foothold, mate. He's in the same boat as everyone else.
Wait, you just said he has power, and now you're saying he doesn't.
After Judgment Day, he'll be cast into the lake. Hell, it says hell itself will be cast into the lake of fire.
All right. So God gives him power right up until the moment of Judgment Day. Why?
I don't know. I don't know why. It's just that's the way it is. You'll have to ask God.
Happened.
If you ever meet him, you'll have to ask him why. Well, let's put it this way: the earth was perfect until men fell. When men fell, when Adam fell, that was it, and we all suffer, and that's the way it is.
I have a question.
That's one thing I can say.
Jason, since you brought up Satan, are you of the idea that Satan was once an angel in heaven who was kicked out of heaven? Okay, so and just correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, they can sin in heaven, obviously.
Well, that's another good topic. But yeah, so Lucifer, assuming that was his name, he was this beautiful angel, and he was like, all right, I think I'm better than God. And so God said, nope. And then he kicked Satan or Lucifer out of heaven. And then
because he sinned in heaven.
He sinned.
Wait a minute.
He was full of.
So you can sin in heaven? Sign me up.
Well, Lucifer obviously didn't he? Well, Lucifer sinned. Did Lucifer sin in heaven? Did he sin in heaven? Did he?
I want some heavenly pussy out of marriage. Straight up.
Well, then I suppose you'd be straight in the lake of fire. I mean, you can go up there and think like that.
Heaven, once you make heaven,
I don't know. Maybe
once you make heaven,
but what it says actually that's not true because you can never lose your salvation. It says.
Wait a minute, dude. You gotta let me be funny. So you can literally make it to heaven, and then God can revoke your heaven card. Go.
No. I don't. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. No, of course not. Of course, you've got to do. It says that no one. Yes, I know I did, but no, I don't believe that. That it says that no one can snatch you from his hand. I suppose it says no one, right? It doesn't say he can't flick you from his hand.
Right.
So, I mean, we could interpret it that way. I mean, who knows, really? I mean. You want to be on you want to watch it. I mean, like, look, countries have immigration rules. Heaven has immigration rules. I mean, we've you're going to get into heaven, you got to follow the rules to immigrate there. So, same as you got to follow the rules to immigrate to a country, sort of thing. I suppose that's the way to look at it.
Well, that does lead me to another question, which I wasn't going this way originally, but is the reason for all the death and suffering on earth is because of man's free will to sin and practicing
I hate this world. Sin? Yeah, I truly hate and despise this world. I hate it. I really despise it. Well, I can't stand it. Oh yeah, you're right. This world is a putrid pile of garbage and really, you know what I mean?
But if angels can sin in heaven and potentially humans too because of free will, wouldn't heaven suffer the same consequences as this world?
Obviously, angels can have free will, but they've seen the consequences of what happens when angels exercise free will. So they're probably going, hang on a second, it's probably best we just do as we're told, unless we go to the place that's eternally dark.
Not out of a genuine heart, but because if we don't do this, will be fucked, basically.
Well, I mean, okay, they've got two choices. They've got to be with the light or separated from the light. So, they can go to Satan's place. Satan's place is the one that's the one that's no light, that's really separated, or they can go to God's place that's got the light. So you either follow his rules and stay in the light, or you don't follow his rules and go to the darkness. So I suppose if I was an angel, I know which one I'd choose.
All right, real quick, and I love the questions from Gur. I do want to hear.
Yeah, he's got good
other
questions.
people.
I like his questions.
Blue Unstoppable, welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining. But I just have to say, like, do you hear yourself? Right. So for one, you're straight up saying like angels are the only ones that have free will, and if they exercise it, then there's going to be normal consequences. So you're literally saying that the human beings that make it to heaven have no free will. They're literally slaves, which is what atheists scream to Blue in the face. I'm not done.
Sorry.
Though. I'm not done. So you're also saying that literally in heaven, when an angel operates its free will, then it's punished to the abyss for eternity. Do you not hear the things you're saying about the God you believe?
But what I mean is, if they go against, like, if God told an angel to do something and then the angel decided it knew better, then that probably wouldn't be a good idea to tell something that's all-knowing and all-powerful that it knows better than...
free will, though, right?
It sounds like
but it
you're
is free
making
will,
things
but...
up as you go along.
Do you understand what free will is? Do you understand what freedom is? You are describing the ultimate dictatorship, authoritarian, heaven on, like, for eternity. Like, why would you want to live... Why would you want to live under Hitler for eternity?
No, that's a North Korea heaven. North Korea heaven.
I can tell you why.
You literally
hey,
said
look, I always said that about God. The only way communism could work is if God himself.
Do what you're told. That's what you said. That's what you said.
I've always said that about God. If the only way communism could ever work perfectly, and communism is a great idea, but as if God himself came down and presided over it. It's the only way. I mean, it could never work because men are too corrupt, and they always will be.
Person? I genuinely want to know. Are you real?
Midnight. I'm like fully planning on going at that ass, but good question.
No. This is a good question. Can angels have sidearms?
I'd give it to them if I could. No, I wouldn't. Yeah. They don't need sidearms, mate. They move the power of God. Anyway, they got the power of God with them, so why would they need sidearms? They got the strongest sidearm of all.
Rage, I think you've been trolled. I think you've been trolled.
I would agree. I would agree, but biblically has actually been around, and this is what he believes. And I will say this: if I thought it was a troll, I would have booted his ass for good a long time ago. I don't think it's a troll. I think he really believes this. That's why I've kept him on.
I am not a troll. I do believe. Oh,
you see that? I am a Freudian slip.
Yeah, Freudian slip there. I think.
No, it wasn't. I am not a troll. I'm not. Look, you know me. I've been on heaps of bloody.
Go back to the stream.
You know, Jason is.
I am a troll, and then stopped himself.
Well, but I can't believe I'm doing this at this point of the conversation, but biblically has been around espousing this bullshit for quite a while. So
I mean, so what? He could still be going for the long con or the long troll, right?
That is very true. That is very true.
So you know what? I'm gonna say a troll. I don't care.
Jason, does God know who's going to hell before he creates them?
Yes, it says that it actually does say that God saw all things at the beginning of the creation. He saw when we die, everything, every word we'd utter, everything.
So how do you know you're not going to hell?
I don't. I don't know that, and it drives me nuts. It drives me nuts when Christians say, "Oh, he's a saved brother." Well, all intents and purposes on the outside, he might appear to be, this wonderful, pious sort of person. But you know, he might be going home and raping his niece or his nephew or something behind closed doors. You don't know. You don't know for sure. So when somebody walks around and says, "Oh, he's definitely a saved brother," or "He's definitely this," they do not know for certain. Only God knows Himself.
Wait a minute. So you face the same conundrum that we atheists do. We can't read minds. We don't know what's in the next person's mind. So all of these people going around claiming to be Christian, like yourself, could be totally false, right?
That's right. Yes, they could be.
And all
absolutely.
these atheists could be
100% correct.
Even the Bible speaks to this, right? Like very few people are going to make it into the kingdom of heaven.
That's
so
right.
I have to ask, why is God so fucking picky with his favorite creation that he ever made in the entire universe?
Yeah, it's a better question. Why was he so fucking ignorant and fuck up the whole system in the first place?
Yeah, how could a perfect God create
I made that argument.
Because if you made a robot and the robot just came and just told you nice stuff all the time, "Oh, you're so wonderful, Rage, you're the most beautiful thing," but constantly, all the time, and that's all it was programmed to do, that would not be very fulfilling, right?
I would prefer to be a pre-programmed robot and go to heaven.
It would be for you.
Then have
And for my mate here, he's a bit of a sicko like you as well. I think you and Doug get on real well.
Well, I'm saying, wait a minute. I'm saying it would not be very fulfilling for me for everybody to just agree with me. Hell no. But at the same time, I don't have punishments for those that don't. If somebody disagrees with Ronnie, the raging atheist, well, I'm not sending them to hell for that. I might ban them from my channel at the worst. More than likely, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to argue with them until we're blue in the face and I end the stream. That's what I do. You know, why can't God be as mature as the raging atheist?
Exactly.
Oh man,
Jason, did you mention that God made
I don't know.
heaven before humans because of the devil?
Oh, I don't know anything. I don't really know if he created angels or whatever, this or that or whatever.
Well, I mean,
I just know that
I will back you up
those
on
were
this.
created.
I will back you up on this. I don't think we can possibly know that actually God created the angels. That's not spoken of. But what is spoken of is at the beginning, there was nothing and there was God, right? So at the beginning, there was no angels and God created everything. So we can infer that God created the angels. So we can also infer by according to you that God created the angels with a special
angel
privileges of free will in heaven, where we're not going to have that. And once they exercise those free wills in heaven, they'll be cast down, banished, and forever forsaken from the face of God. So God is a douchebag.
Well, I mean, if you created something and it turned on you, if you had a dog and it turned on you, you'd probably put it down, wouldn't you?
But then why give them? Well, if you didn't want them to turn on you, why give them free will? That is the essence of free will.
Yeah, but if you don't give something free will, then you're never going to have a fulfilling, loving relationship with something either, are you?
To bite your arm off, it's not love. Right?
Yeah, if it's only free will, if you don't rebel against me, that's not free will.
Yeah,
by definition, that's not free will.
But you got the freedom to love God or to not love God. It's as simple as that.
That is not free will. That is conditioned will.
Okay.
Well, I'd like to ask a question. How do you feel about other Christians who disagree with your interpretation of what you read in the Bible?
Oh, you mean like the OEC, old Earth creationists or theistic evolutionists? I believe that they're bearing false witness against God's word.
So they're going to hell.
So they're wrong. So they're wrong, but you're right. You're right.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So how did you determine that you're correct?
Because the Bible doesn't speak about long ages, and if God wanted us to know about long ages, he would have spoken very clearly about them, because God's not the author of confusion, and what they talk about trying to force long ages in is confusing and yeah.
What is appealing about an eternity of slavery, an eternity lacking free will, which you have admitted here tonight?
But it says all your tears and pain will be washed away forever and ever. So that's appealing to me.
So if I lived this existence under an authoritarian that took away all my rights but just gave me smack, and I could just take smack all day for the rest of my life, that authoritarian's cool, right?
Well, I mean, if that was God's plan, then so be it.
I don't feel no pain, right?
Yeah, but I mean, if that was God's plan, I'd be all for it.
Maybe it is. How do you know it's not?
Jason, is there anything God could hypothetically do that would give you pause at minimum?
No.
So if God killed a child, you just be like,
What if he
"Yeah,
fucked your
that's
mom?
fine."
Wouldn't
What if
care.
he fucked your mom? What if God fucked your mom?
Well, he wouldn't
Would
do
that
that.
give you any
But,
Great
you know.
question.
Yes,
No,
of
no,
course
but-
it
I've
would.
literally,
But the
I've
simple
literally
fact.
seen.
Okay, so you
real
lied
quick,
to
real
me.
quick,
Good
guys.
job.
I've literally seen, and Kat, I'm gonna let you go first because you're just stepping in. I still haven't heard from Blue Unstoppable. I would love to hear from you, but I've seen it several times in the side chat. Dumpster fire, so I have to do it. I have to. You know. All right, go, Kat.
Well, it just, the whole point is like, there's a lot of things God could do that would give you pause. Like, if he made a giant TV screen in the sky that everyone on the earth could see of him sucking Satan's cock, that would give you pause. There's a lot of things you could do that would give you pause. He could literally give you pause, which would give you pause. I mean,
Yeah, but
he's
God
God.
wouldn't
He
do
can do
that,
whatever the
so-
fuck he wants. So there's a lot
Yeah,
of
he
things
could,
you could
that's right,
imagine
but he
that would give
wouldn't.
you pause.
Yeah.
Okay, but he
I
could.
am.
But he wouldn't.
That wasn't the
I am
question.
I'm totally stealing that shit, Kat. I mean, what if God gave Satan a blowjob? Will you still follow him?
right.
I love it. I fucking love it.
Well, I'm just saying, that's the thing. He probably wouldn't by your logic, but like, he could, though. What if he did? Would that give you pause, right? That's it's not so much a what it's a what if question. It's not like a hey, he might do this. It's a hey, let's look at the possibilities of
Yeah, I know.
what
And
possibly
if
he
God
could
did
do, 'cause
that,
there's a lot of possibilities. 'cause
I think
he's
at that
literally
point
God.
I'd stop worshipping him at that point. If God did something like that, that'd be the end of it. I mean, yeah.
So we
That-
found
that
we found
immediately.
this thing.
Oh my
No,
God,
we found
Kat,
the strong man, yes.
Right.
Kat
so-
brought the fucking brilliance.
But God wouldn't do
We
that.
now have a Christian saying what atheists say. I cannot follow this dude because, right?
Yes, but I'm saying if God
personally-
did something
personally,
like that, which he wouldn't.
Well, personally, for me, it was like putting the swords through the heads of the children of the Amalekites, right? But for you, it's like sucking Satan's dick.
But
we finally got to a point to where
Go ahead. Okay.
a Christian can agree with the atheist. I
But-
would not follow God if.
But those children,
Right.
until they reach the age where they know where they can, those children, babies that were put to death, you know, they go straight to heaven. Do you know until they reach
That
the
makes
age?
it okay because they go straight to
Until they
heaven.
reach, well, okay, let's put it this way.
Jason,
If
I've
they
got a
had have kept
question.
going on,
I've
now
got a
wait, just let me answer that question. Let me answer it. If they kept going on in that town the way they were going, they would have kept growing up to be evil worshippers of Satan, Baal. They would have gone to hell, every single one of them eventually.
well.
So God was cutting them off and making an
Wow.
example of them.
Still-
And
sorry,
the
Jason.
children that were cut off went to heaven until they reached.
Oh, I've got a
Sorry,
question.
sorry, Jason. Sorry, Jason. Still better than a sword through the fucking head. Go ahead, Ger Streams.
Oh, okay. So, Jason, real quick, since you brought it up, in your opinion, just yes or no, please. Don't go on this long monologue. Statistically speaking, as per the Bible and especially the words of Christ, is it more likely that those who reach the age of accountability and beyond, that they will more than likely go to hell?
Yes, because they've accepted.
That's fine. Okay, but if the soul dies before the age of accountability, like a baby or a child, they would go straight to heaven. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, Okay, fine. So it logically makes sense that if you kill a child or a baby or an infant, that you will guarantee that they will go straight to heaven and skip any gambling, any risk at all with their eternal soul's destination.
Well, yes, but
so
the
we
reason
should kill babies, should we not? Because
the
it guarantees they'll
reason
go straight to heaven, and it eliminates any risk at all for eternal,
but
for eternal damnation.
that's
Mass
just a
abortion.
silly argument. That's mass
How is
abortion.
okay?
Yeah,
Where do you
look,
disagree? What point of what I've said do you disagree with?
man, there's so many things we could get into here. Hey, look. First of all,
Well,
most
don't-
of this.
Don't detract. Answer the question.
Dodge it. Dodge it.
Yeah, I feel like you're dodging, Jason. Yeah. Okay. So
What
part of where do you disagree with my argument? Because you and I both agree, according to the Bible, children and babies and infants, anyone who does not reach the age of accountability,
Yes.
goes straight to heaven at the time of death, right?
Mm-hmm.
Anyone who lives past the age of accountability, as per Jesus, the odds of them going to hell is great, or at least 1%. I will just grant you that.
Well,
much, just to
maybe
be
even
conservative.
less than that.
Yeah. I'd say a lot less than that, but at least 1%, right?
But that's
if we can
why.
bring 1% risk of going to eternal damnation down to 0, that would be the logical move to make, would it not?
But that's why those people were ordered to be wiped out, because they were murdering children too as
Okay, so
sacrifices to
those
save them.
children had it good, did they not? When God commanded them to be slaughtered, they had it good, right?
Well, let's
And
put it
wait a
this
minute.
way:
You
he
just said it was
saved. He
good
saved.
just
He
like 5
saved.
minutes
Now
ago,
wait a minute. Now wait a
Yeah,
minute.
and not only that, you
Wait a
said that they
minute.
were put.
He
Not only
saved
that, wait a minute, wait. Not only that, but you said they were put to death
Every
because
child-
their parents were going to kill them anyway. So just
Every
God
child that
did
was
it
born-
first. Like, how is that any better?
Wait. Every child that was born from then on into eternity, as long as that town was there, would have been raised in those beliefs, would have grown up, believed those beliefs, and died and gone to hell. Every single one for all time.
I spoke of this. I spoke of this in my argument against God's like perfection, right? Like God is the ultimate failure in the history of the universe, right? Because He creates this perfection of mankind that is to emulate Himself and be a perfect image of Himself, and yet the corruption sets in within 2 or 3 weeks of the Garden of Eden, and
No, they don't know how long it could have been.
Let me finish. Eve is answering to the devil and does her great sin, and then God has to fucking cast them out, and shit just doesn't go right from God for the beginning, and then eventually that corruption spreads all through mankind, and He has to kill the entire fucking world, right, with the flood, and He has to kill them all, but He doesn't quite succeed because He saves one family where that corruption is still in them, because even like as soon as like the ark finished, Ham sees his dad naked and God curses him because his dad got drunk, got naked, and Ham happened to see because God's a douchebag. So the corruption stays. Nephilim are still roaming the earth, and fucking like 2,500 years
Seeing
later,
your father's
Wait,
nakedness
I'm
is
not
a reference to
done.
having
I'm not
sex
done
with their
my
wife.
argument. I'm not done with my argument. 2,500 years later, it gets so bad that God has to do it again, but this time He sends Himself, and He still can't do it. He still just fucked it up, and here we are today arguing about this shit.
I should have known. I should have known what I signed up for when I joined the stream. So much yelling. Holy shit.
Well, I
comes
yell.
down to-
I
it comes
yell
down
and I'm
to-
passionate. And
It
this
comes
is
down to a simple
ridiculous
fact.
ass shit.
Oh man,
you
my
say,
phone's at 4% battery.
I said,
Okay,
get a spray
it comes.
tan midnight.
It comes down to a simple fact. You give
Yeah,
them freedom. The ones that come to you truly love you, and then you can spend eternity with them. And the rest of them, they get cast away into the lake of fire, and that's
one
it.
of these days,
At the end of the days, it'll all be over and done with.
One of these days, I will get a spray tan. Okay, it'll come on
And,
camera.
and think about this: if the human body, if you can remove all the free space from one atom and contain a human within a grain of dust, then the gravity problem gets solved there. So they say, well, gravity's too weak; it can't hold on to. Well, what does it really have to hold on to? Think about that one.
What are we talking about?
completely different.
If you remove,
But now I have a
if
new
you
one.
blow up an atom to the size of a football stadium, right?
Wait a minute.
The
Dude,
nucleus would be the size of the nucleus. Now get this, would be the size of a peanut. Okay. Now,
and
if you
I
remove
blew your
all the
dick
free
up to the
space from
size
in
of a
between an
blimp,
atom,
your head would
if
be
you
the
but wait a
size of
minute,
a fucking.
if you remove all the free space from in between an atom, right, and its nucleus, you could contain a human being in a single grain of dust. If you remove
all right, so I had to
had
do.
no idea where he was going.
I don't know. We started with this.
He
It
talked
didn't make it. It did not make sense then.
No.
I am smoking the Laughing Buddha. It's a really good sativa. I don't understand that shit, dude. It makes no sense. Kat, you were talk, and then Jason, I'm gonna bring you back in, but let Kat finish her statement, please.
Oh, I had a question about something different, and then he started talking about atoms and sizes, and I started talking about, it's like, yeah, if your dick was the size of a balloon, your head would be the size of a peanut. And I completely forgot what the original question was, so you could just let him in. I was just
I did. Either he left or his internet went bad again, so he might come back in. But I let him back in, and he just left. So
He said he was at 4%.
Right.
yeah, he did say he was at 4%. Wow. For one, I have to commend him. He stood here in the face of the fire.
That's true.
I love it when that happens. But for two, I have to decommend him. It was the dumbest shit I've ever fucking heard in my life. So,
but you know what? Truly, I hope I go to hell because I don't want to see Jason in heaven. Fucking hell! Can you imagine that? He went to hell.
I remembered
Jesus
my
fucking
question.
Christ! Can you imagine?
I mean, I want
want
the 7-day guy back. I mean, like seriously.
Biblically,
I wanted to know if I am allowed to go to the lake of fire, even if I believe in God, just so I don't have to be with him. That was going to be my question before he started
It's
talking
a
about
similar thing.
atoms.
Right.
Fuck going to heaven with the goody goodies.
Yeah, I'm a sinner, not a saint. Shit.
I mean,
I'm gonna go fucking drink booze and smoke crack with the shitty people in hell. Yeah.
I want
mean,
to
are
shit
you-
guys and wear hoodies.
Are you really?
I love Biggie Smalls. I love Biggie Smalls.
Are you really a goody goody if you go to heaven for the wrong reasons? Because remember, a lot of these Christians, they want to go, they do good things because they want to go to heaven. They're not doing good things because just for the sake of them, because they care.
You're saying
about-
Hitler and
God damn
Ted
it.
Bundy are in heaven.
Midnight is trying to avoid a confrontation because god damn it, that was a great point. Like seriously. like shouldn't your intentions in the matter, right? Like if you're doing good things because you're just doing good things, hey God, I'm with you, bro. If you're doing good things because like God wants you to, I don't know. I don't see that as authentic,
It isn't. That's why you're saying goody in heaven. Nah, man, there is no goody in heaven. All right, all the goodies are in hell.
All right,
All right, think about it.
And it seems to be an internet issue. So Jason's back. I'm finish Midnight. Anybody else that wants to pipe in? I have to do this when he comes back,
I
so
would
we have a
just-
chance to speak. So
Just wanted to say this stream was lit.
well, thank you, Blue. Thank you.
Well,
Well,
I'd like
it
to
has
say,
been
listen,
interesting.
I think
Well, I
the
would say that Jason is kind of crazy though, but I'll still
Nah, you don't say.
kind of.
I think he ticks all the fucking boxes.
Listen, I religious people can believe whatever they like. Why do I have to be part of their belief, though? Why do I have to be included? Can I be excluded?
That it should be an option.
I'd like to.
Leave
You
me
can
fucking
believe-
alone.
Jason, you can believe
Yes.
whatever you like. Just keep me out of it.
Right.
All right.
Yeah.
I
And
don't
don't
want
say
to be
I'm going to
included
hell.
in your God thing. Can that happen? Please.
Oh my God, Gur!
what? What are you
What
talking
is
about?
that?
It's just my
That's his
true form.
boyfriend.
No, no. Apparently that's him. Oh, wow.
That's actually the real Gur streams right there.
Yeah, sure. I mean, he's
It
sexy,
sure is.
but I doubt it's the real Gur.
He's fat shaming me right now. That's what he's doing.
If that's what you look like, what is your grade?
All right. No, well, I do want Kat to finish her point, and then I will bring Jason back in.
Oh, what?
Was it Kat? I'm
I
sorry.
wasn't talking. I
Somebody was making a goddamn point. This is where I'm at in the stream right now. Like, fuck, I don't know who was talking, but somebody was.
God damn it.
No,
All right, I'm gonna bring Jason
was
back in.
shit posting
Go ahead,
in the
Kat. Go ahead.
private
Go ahead.
chat.
That
I
might
was shit post. Oh,
I'm sorry. That
bad.
might have been where I saw it. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, you're fine. I was just shit posting in the private chat about abs mania because Gur is out here. Gur mania only streaming when I'm at work or busy. When I'm pissing in my cornflakes.
Okay. What? Okay.
A lot of protein in
Can I
those
read what
cornflakes.
Jason just posted? Because I want to read it.
All right, yeah, please do. But real quick, Germania,
Yes.
I will never get back to that. You fucker.
Hey, it's a lot of intermittent fasting, bro. And protein shakes, bro.
Okay.
All right, go ahead, Midnight.
Okay. Atoms, the distance between the nucleus and electrons. The kernel is 100,000 times smaller than its atom. If the core is the size of a peanut, the atom would be a football stadium. If we remove the free space from our atoms, we will be enclosed in a dust particle, and the whole human species would not measure more than a sugar cube. Okay, that's interesting and all, but what the fuck does that have to do with the tea in China? What are you trying to say?
I agree, and maybe the best proof ever for the singularity at the beginning of the universe, right? You know, that condensed mass that is so condensed.
Actually, yes.
If atoms are
Yeah,
mostly empty space,
you're not
why are
wrong.
objects solid? Ooh, you know what? Jason, thank you for this. I'm going to save this.
Magnetic fields.
We're gonna use this against you.
Yes.
It's magnetic fields. We actually never touch each other. We just smash magnetic fields into each other. Fun fact.
If you're talking about empty space, we're talking about Midnight's head.
All right.
Wow. Really?
Confrontation coming. I'm gonna let Jason back in.
Gur, I confront you. There we go.
Confrontation denied.
What
Oh,
caused?
hey, Jason.
What
Hey,
caused the
how you doing
subatomic
tonight?
particles to form and in the beginning, and what caused the subatomic particles to come together and create atoms?
Jesus.
And the subatomic particles are just electricity, basically. So we're basically just literally like we're living in some sort of simulation or something. It's pretty weird, isn't it? I mean, that atoms are just mostly electrical energy, and there's no evidence at all that there's any tangible matter in an atom at all, except for quarks, which they can't see, have been measured to have
What
weight.
the hell are you talking about?
Is that some
I'm
sort of
sorry, man, but
electromagnetic weight?
I have a question.
All right.
I have a
okay.
very important question. Have you replaced Christologically with basically?
I didn't hear that.
I mean, that it just does seem that where you would say Christologically before, you're now just saying basically. I'm just wondering if that's an intentional replacement or if that's just you're working on your vernacular.
I don't know what you mean by this is I'm saying it biblically or not biblically. Yeah, I'm talking in a biblically, I suppose. Yes, of course, I'm always talking biblically. That's where my world, come from.
That's not what I asked, but good job. I appreciate the attempt at an answer.
A for effort.
Yeah, A plus for effort. I am here for the trouble.
Yeah, well, no, I honestly believe that there's something really strange about. I love looking into atoms and reading about them and seeing how they hold together and why they think they hold together and that sort of stuff, because I just can't understand how electromagnetic energy arranges itself into complex life and atoms are non-complex life. So.
Jason, what, if anything, would change your mind as far as Christianity and theism goes.
God sucking Satan's dick. We already covered this.
No,
Okay,
nothing
that's
wrong.
true. But well, that was the morality side. But like, as far as
Nothing can. I've seen the supernatural, and I know what I've seen, and I can't go back even if I wanted to. Well, as a matter of fact, sometimes I would. I'd like it to be where there's nothing after, because believe me, mate, if I knew for 100% certain there was nothing after, a lot of the times, mate, I just end it. I can't stand this, but I'm afraid.
I'm not following.
If you, I honestly, I'm not against once saved, always saved, but I'm not a subscriber to it, and I'm afraid that if I kill myself, I'll go to hell for it. So I wouldn't kill myself or anybody else unless my country went to war and I had to defend my country, and I had to kill to defend my country, then I'd kill to defend my country. So that's basically.
So you have no fear of any other religious hell, only your own.
Yes, because the reason, you know how you can tell the difference between our religion and all the other religions. There's 6,000 religions on earth, right? There's
probably more than that,
or whatever. Let's just say 6,000 for argument's sake. So out of all those 6,000 religions, every single one of them requires works to be saved, some form of works to be saved. That the Hebrew God and Christianity is the only religion where salvation is a free gift. And if you Google it, it says that it's a free gift. It's the only one. So you can single out Satan's religion very, very easily.
I don't think so. I think that actually it's really hard to get to Christianity since it came so late in mankind. But let's say, like, for sake of your argument, like you could, like just as long as you do works, you're going to be okay. But what if like deities are actually what people think and really fucking petty, and just because you're not doing the works in the name of the right God, you will suffer? How do you know you're doing the works in the name of the right God?
Well, your works really don't mean very much. They're just an outward expression of your faith. It's faith that's the free gift, and it's basically all you have to do to be saved is to believe on Him. That's it.
So, do you think that all gods are the same God, just under different names? Are you like a universalist?
No, I believe that all the other religions where you have to do works to be saved are Satan's fake religions, and that's how you can.
But what about the gods that the actual Bible speaks of as true gods? I mean, like Yahweh and another God literally had a fight, right? Like, what do you speak to that?
Yeah, and the other gun won. He beat Yahweh like a little
Yeah,
bitch.
Yahweh lost that fight. Yeah.
Yahweh's a beta.
Yahweh also lost a fight with fucking Jacob. That's how he got to name Israel. I mean, I'm just saying, Jacob fucked God in the ass.
Okay, all right. Well, there you go. I don't think
I'm not trying to diminish you. I'm just literally asking a serious question, right? Like how do you know that God won't be so petty as to judge you based on your works outside of its true name if you're working inside of a fake name?
Well, it also says that He's coming. He's coming back for those that fear Him, and that does. I do fear God. I don't fear man's laws. I don't fear going to prison. I don't fear, but I fear God and I fear His laws, and I do worry about that. And God says, if you're not worrying about that sort of thing, then you have a problem. If you live in complete self-assuredness, constantly.
Have you heard? Sorry, Jason.
Sorry, mate. Sorry. It's my fault.
Have you heard of Pascal's wager?
Yeah, and I looked at it and now I've forgotten. I mean, I've got a terrible memory now with all the drugs and alcohol that I've done. I was an atheist for a long time. Lots and lots of partying and lots of drugs.
But you're familiar with it?
No, I can't remember at the moment.
It's Pascal says, "Oh, you just believe because you never know. What if you're wrong, right? So you just believe, right? That's what." But with the exclusion of every other religion out there, so that's the fallacy. Pascal's wager. He's only one. There's only one religion that's being.
What if I'm wrong?
what if
And
you're
then-
wrong? But what if there's another religion and you're wrong about that one? What if you're wrong and it's some other religion? That's not part of Pascal. Never mentions that, right?
Nope.
No, Pascal. Only one
I believe
religion.
on the one that's free, mate. Believe on the one that he's given for free.
But that's the fallacy in the wager. So you're going to put all your eggs in one basket because, and you see the
because I prayed and I've seen things healed as well.
Do you see where the
Yeah, but
fallacy
Muslims pray too. Buddhists pray. Hindus pray.
Islam is the religion of lies, mate. They're taught and believe.
Do they think that? Do they think that, Jason?
Yes, they were taught that from when
Pascal,
they were young.
do they think that, or do you think that?
Well,
no, they literally taught that from when they're young to lie about their religion.
So they're taught from
yeah.
the day they're
No.
young that their religion is fake? Are you
No,
serious?
not that they're fake, that their religion is real, that they're allowed to lie to further their religion's cause in the world. Come here. Come on. Sorry, I'm talking to my dog.
Wait a minute. It doesn't make any sense. So how can you not apply that to yourself?
I'm not allowed to lie to further my. God said he hates a lying tongue, and he especially hates those that lie and bear
Well,
false
neither
witness.
are they, but I mean,
Yes,
that
they
makes
are.
no fucking sense. So how can you sit here and say for a fact that Islam is false but Christianity is true?
I'll tell you something that you want to hear something really, and I get this, and I know people who used to be in.
I'm an atheist asking. I'm like, explain it to me in baby terms,
You know
right?
what the Quran says? The Quran says Alexander the West went so far west that he came to a place.
You know what the
where-
Bible
where-
says?
where-
The Bible
where-
says
wait a
Samson
minute,
had
wait a minute,
power because
wait a
he had
minute.
hair.
Wait a
You know?
minute. Wait a minute. Where the sun sets in a muddy pond. It says now. Wait a minute. Now I know people who are ex-terrorists who are in madrasas who can recite the Quran in Arabic from beginning to end fluently without reading it. Okay, and they tell me, right, that is
You know
100%
Muslims
the
that were
Quran literally
ex-terrorists
says-
for real?
So I can debunk the Quran right now.
I think you're
because it
bullshitting me right
literally
now.
says- because it literally says
Like
that
your
the sun
homeboys with
sets in a muddy
jihadists for real?
Pardon?
Your homeboys with jihadists? Ex-jihadists. So you're cool with ex-jihadists?
Yes, that have Christian. Yes, that have become Christians.
And they
that
told
have
you all
been-
these shit like the previous story when your
They
homeboy
can
told you
read-
how every
they
person
can
in
read-
prison was an atheist.
They
Right?
can read the Quran in Arabic and understand
A
it
lot of
perfectly,
personal
so, yeah.
stories here for your examples.
The Quran literally says that Alexander the Great went so far west that he came to a place where the sun sets in a muddy pond, right, being a lake.
Yeah, the
and
Bible
there was
says a
some
dude came
people-
back to life after 3 days. That's bullshit too.
Well, there's a guy that I've got a link to an American hospital with atheist doctors that couldn't believe their own eyes that saw
You know what
it.
the Purana? Do you know what the Purana say about Krishna?
49 minutes.
Like
in a
Krishna,
little fridge.
Krishna was like born and then murdered and then born. Like, do you know what like all of these religious texts say about all of these gods, or are we just going to refer to this like
and
zombie
they're-
apocalypse that happened 2,000 years ago?
They're simply plagiarized from the Bible. From
How are they plagiarized? So I spoke of the Puranas, which are 10,000 years old, and you're talking they're plagiarized from the Bible, which is 2,000 years old. That don't make much sense to me. The Puranas have been around forever, yo.
2,000 years ago. The Bible-
Hinduism is the oldest religion the oldest major religion on earth.
And what do they say? And what does the Bible say? The Bible says that the earth is a sphere hanging on
They
nothing.
actually say there's many gods, which makes a lot more goddamn sense than just one.
Jason, the Bible says the earth is immovable.
The Bible says the earth is a sphere that hangs on nothingness.
No, it rests on pillars according to the.
No,
it rests on pillars. It has four
says
corners.
The world rests on pillars. It does not say the earth,
No,
the world.
it says the
and
earth
world,
is
it
fixed,
says, look,
immovable.
it says
I can
the
pull up the
world,
verses.
It also
if you
says
prefer.
the lovers of this world,
I'll
the
get
lovers
the
of this world are enemies of God. Okay, the world rests on pillars, and what did they find? Cold slabs down underneath
the earth, the earth that we rest on,
Cold
which is our
slabs of
world.
what?
So that can be interpreted
Cold
as
slabs
the
of
earth
what?
does
You
rest
said
on
they found
pillars.
cold slabs, but you didn't alliterate. You didn't alliterate
down near
what
the
the fuck
mantle.
those
They
cold
found
slabs
cold
were.
slabs. They have found cold
Cold
slabs
slabs
down
of
near the
what?
mantle, and that's big pillars that the earth is resting on. There you go. There's an answer for that one.
First
If the Bible
Corinthians.
says-
I'm sorry, First Chronicles 16 verse 13.
We got pillars
He has
now.
fixed the earth firm, immovable. That's just one. Psalms 93
Yeah.
verse 1. He has fixed the earth immovable and firm. Let's see. We got a couple more here. Psalm 96:10. He has fixed the earth firm, immovable.
Bible, and God says 17 times that He stretches out the universe, and what do we find? 17 times in the King James Bible, God says He stretches out the universe, and what do we find? The universe is being
Wait,
stretched
so
out.
you're not
Bible says
YEC?
God
You're not
hangs the earth
YEC?
on
I thought you were
nothing.
YEC.
But the Bible says in Job that He hangs the earth on nothing. And what is the earth hanging on? Nothing.
Wait a minute. Wait a
right?
minute. I thought you were YEC. So is God's creation over or is it not over?
The fact that He's stretching out the universe, does that mean to you that He's still creating?
Well, yeah, if He's stretching out the universe, He's creating new galaxies.
Obviously, the universe is being stretched out for some sort of stability, right?
I mean, is it like when kids get like those pieces of plastic with the air holes in it and they're popping it and they're stretching it out and they're trying to pop every little circle, pop, 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 pop. That's God now?
Well, I don't know, mate, but you guys say at the beginning of the Big Bang that the Earth, that
if the
everything
universe is expanding, if galaxies are being formed right now, then obviously, if your interpretation is true, God's creation is not over because He's still creating new galaxies.
How are galaxies? But how do you know that the universe is literally?
I don't know that. I think it's all bullshit.
The universe is they believe that universe is up to 93 billion light years across, but we can only see as far as 15 billion light years, right? So, and as far out as we can see, we see spiral galaxies. And when we look out from our Earth, we see galaxies in concentric circles. So we go every million light years, we get a circle of galaxies, and another million light years, and a circle of galaxies, and another million light years. If we did, if the galaxy, listen, if the universe was created from a Big Bang, now first of all, they say that the expansion. That the inflation happened. Now get this. The inflation happened at 1 with 53 zeros after it, kilometers per second. That's 10 octazillion kilometers per second. That's how fast they say the expansion happened. That's your guy. And how did that all happen? How did it all come about? And if the universe is from everlasting to everlasting, like eternal, then how did that matter come into not being? Because it can't have come into being because it must have been here from everlasting to everlasting.
Maybe unicorns fly across the multiverse, shitting pixie dust that creates universes. Or maybe God is just this like fucking narcissist that creates an entire universe, so one planet within that vast universe can be its soap opera. I don't fucking know. I'm not God. I don't fucking pretend to know. Why should I be punished for that?
Well, it's just the way it is. I mean, it wouldn't matter what.
It's just the way it is because fascism sucks, right?
Yeah,
fascism sucks. We figured that out on Earth, but God couldn't figure that out in His eternal infinity.
If everyone did it your way, there'd be complainers. It wouldn't matter which way.
My way. Fascism sucks. Bad way. Bad way.
I'm just saying, it wouldn't matter which way God did it, there'd be critics. You got to admit that.
Fascism is cool as long as God does it. Just like everything else. Murder's cool if God does it. Genocide's cool if God does it.
Ray, my missus is black and I'm white. And let me tell you something. Do you know that what they found when they tested the most diverse human beings on Earth? They got, say, if you get a 7 foot tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed German, and a 3.5 foot tall pig, dark little black pygmy from the Amazon rainforest, and you genetically test them, the biggest difference you'll find is a difference of 0.012%. That's a similarity of 99.988% of all human beings on Earth, regardless of it doesn't matter how ethnically diverse they are, That's how close we all are. We are literally all related. I mean, the evolutionists were absolutely shocked.
Awesome. So you're like preaching Native American spirituality now. We're all related. I'm with you. Right? Wakantanka is the one great God.
Mate. We are. Right? We're all
related. So Wakantanka is the true God.
Like, look, me.
You're gonna walk the red road with me, right?
I'm only 99.988% different from a dark black 4 foot tall pygmy in the Amazon rainforest. We are literally brothers and sisters.
I agree. So let's all be related. So why judge each other for the gods we believe in instead of who the people we are?
I'm meant to love all the other people who don't.
If you're meant to love, then why judge people for the gods they believe in?
Well, I have to warn them that
if you're meant to love, why should you judge? Love and judging does not go hand in hand. In fact, that can be the end of love if you start judging.
Well, I'm forever going to warn people that believe in the religion that offers it for free. Don't believe in the one that asks you to do work to get it.
Native American spirituality offers it for free. Anybody can listen. Anybody can learn. You can learn about your ancestors. You can learn about the Great Spirit, Wakantanka, right now. But for free. It doesn't cost you nothing.
No, I know that. But for those gods, you have to do some sort of work, like take peyote or do some sort of work. There's some.
Why do you go to peyote? That's not required at all. All you have to do is walk the red road. All you have to do is understand that Mother Earth is our mother. That's all you have to do. The Earth Turtle is all.
Right. But that God, for whatever God you believe on the thing, you have to do something to be accepted.
You have to do something with your Christian God too, though, right? You have to believe.
Believe. That's it. That's all you have to do.
That's something, though. That's something.
But it's
is that not something, Jason?
Do any work?
Is that not something?
Yes.
And it's not just you have to believe. Be honest. You have to believe, and you have to follow a certain path, right?
This is Rage's hostile.
Right? Is that not true? It's not just. I mean, you sat here earlier pointing the finger, saying those aren't real Christians because they're in prison. Right? So you have to follow a certain path.
Yeah.
There's stipulations, right?
Okay.
How is that different than any other religion?
No, because initially you don't have to do any work. You just have to believe it's a free gift. Then you have to. Then if you don't,
then you have to do work.
Well, you have to change, mate. If you don't want to change and become
how is that different than any other religion on earth?
Well, it is different because the initial
it to me. I'm curious.
Requires you only to believe.
I'm curious. How is that different?
Well, because the initial being saved part requires you to believe, and that's it.
Wakantanka is calling you to believe, but you don't. All right, go ahead, Marty. Marty just came in. I love Marty. What's going on, Marty?
Hey, Neff. So, Jason, real quick, I think the point that you're missing here is when you said all those other religions require you to, they're all works religions or works righteousness. I'm pagan. We don't have the concept of a savior. So I'm not required to do anything to receive grace or receive being saved. That's not even a concept in paganism. What Knob's trying to say about the Native American spiritualism is that's not a concept either. So, that's not you are required to do something. You are required to believe and believe in the sacrifice and be washed by the accept Jesus Christ as sacrifice for your sins. Accept the fact that you need a savior and he died for you and that is your savior. And it's not a free gift. It is a requirement. You have to do something in order to be saved.
Believe on that.
Right. That's so you're not it's not a free, but it's not a free gift. A free gift is just, hey, you know what? You could just exist and I'll just let you into heaven and you're fine. That's a free gift.
Paganism, you have to get out there and do stuff, and you
No, you don't.
No, it literally speaks. It speaks to the fact that you believe in an observer God, a God that's observing us in our lives, that can deem whether what we do is genuine, pure-hearted, or not. And yet you say that God is so petty that no matter what no matter the pure heartedness of our actions, no matter, where we come from our hearts, the fact that we don't believe in that one, that's the issue. Danny's coming in. Danny's going to provide some philosophy, I'm sure.
There's no ritual. There's no nothing. It's just you believe and you're a pagan and you never have to do anything ever again and you're a pagan, right?
It's not required. It's not a requirement in order to be saved from eternal damnation. Say what?
But there is no saved in paganism.
Exactly. That's what we're trying to say. So when you say all other religions except for yours require something in order to be saved, that's not correct.
Okay. All right. Well, I do believe that atheism is a religion and that evolution is a religion.
It's not. No, it's not. It's neither of those things.
Okay, well, you don't have to.
Literally the opposite of
It's a bit like paganism, right?
Knox doesn't have any dogma. He doesn't have any. There's no need for him to be saved. He doesn't require. He doesn't respond to a.
I don't believe in a soul.
Yeah, that's so. So those are like required for like a religion, I guess. And Knox doesn't have any of that. So when you say atheism is a religion, atheism in and of itself, the word atheism, it means a lack of theism. A lack the prefix a is without. So they don't have. It's not a religion. They don't have. I mean, you can just because let's say I'm gonna just throw something out here. Let's say
literally calling us a cult would be closer than calling us a religion. Seriously, and we're not a cult. We're not a cult. But I'm saying it would be closer, right?
What, Jason? Your microphone is. You sound a little kind of muffled. I'm having a hard time hearing you. Say that again.
Sorry, hang on. It's just my phone. I can't plug into this one. I'm waiting on some parts so I can fix it. This particular phone.
Okay. It's just hard to hear you.
Atheism and evolution are inexplicably linked because with atheism, because you have to believe that the earth came about without any gods at all via naturalistic means. And then how else does that happen?
That's not belief, though. There's a scientific fact.
I mean, how else does that happen? We have plenty of OECs out there.
That's not evolution either.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
there's plenty of people.
That's not
that
evolution.
think
That's your ignorance talking.
No, plenty of people think that God guided evolution. I talk to them twice a week. I mean, plenty of people out there think that God guided evolution. So evolution is not outside of the concepts of your God. In fact, it was pretty much defined by Charles Darwin, who was a theist. So, I mean, your argument is mute.
Oh, shit.
Amen.
Let's be fucking clear. No, sorry. Let's be fucking clear. It is what it is.
You naturalistic belief.
Jason.
It is a fact. There's no way to prove it.
Jason, can you fix your mic, man?
Yeah, we can't hear you.
Oh, sorry, I had to put my phone down. Look, you have to prove. You can't prove scientifically the beginning of a cell. You can't prove scientifically the beginning of the universe. So you have to have faith that it happened.
You cannot prove your own God. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Let's do a faith. Oh, hang on, I gotta get my dog out. He's whining. Okay.
Oh, puppy.
Whining, get out.
Let the dog out.
I work with dogs, Jason. What kind of dog do you have?
Hey, yeah, come on.
Sit.
Oh, boy. Good. Old, decrepit.
Oh, no, none of that requires faith to believe that. If something is scientifically proven, we're not taking it on faith.
Yeah, I know.
So then it's not based on faith. Evolution is not a religion.
Well, I mean, if you can't prove the beginning of something, then it has to have an element of faith to it, doesn't it? I mean, settle down, really.
Well, we may also not know, right? So
yeah, I don't know is also an answer. I don't know is probably the most intellectually honest answer anybody can possibly give on something. And I don't know is okay. It's okay to say I don't know.
Yeah, I know that's fine. I mean, I understand that. That's true too. There's a lot of things that I don't know, and a lot of us will never know. But the fact is that if you can't prove something scientifically, then there's an element of faith, and there's an element of faith to what you believe, and
Wait a minute.
and
Wait a
there's
minute.
definitely faith to what we believe.
Wait a minute though. Wait, real quick. You just said that that's okay. That the statement "I don't know" is okay, and yet that's the statement that every atheist makes, right? Whether we be agnostic or atheist or hard atheist, we make the claim we don't believe in a God, we don't know in a God, and you're saying that's okay, and
No,
yet
it's okay.
I'm sure that you don't truly believe that.
No, yeah, it's okay to. You know what I mean? I don't mean that it's okay that you don't believe in God. Of course, I want you to believe in the Lord Jesus Christ. But you know what I'm saying. I don't mean that it's okay for you not to believe.
Well, no, this is the thing I point out a lot, because Christians say a thing, but reality dictates a different thing. You're saying it's okay to not know, which is a true fact. It is okay to not know. Human beings, I mean, none of us know everything. Nobody knows everything.
Right.
The smartest person on this planet doesn't know everything, right? So the statement that it's okay not to know is okay so long as that statement doesn't infer you're God.
No. But it's okay not to know that. What I meant by that is, thank you for reminding me, is that it to have an element of faith. You do have a faith. You can't say for sure how the universe began. You can't say for sure how the first cell began. You can't. No one can. So there's an element of faith there. So you do have an element of faith. You're not.
Yeah, there's a. I see where you're going, Jason.
Sorry, I'll put
It's
on mute.
dumb.
Billy.
Oh, his
I
dog.
can't even understand him. I don't know how.
Yeah, it's hard to hear him, but
I understand. All right, so I understood it. So there is an element.
He's just gonna go
Like
and shrink and everything in the
it's
house.
okay not to know
Oh,
so
yeah.
long as.
But I'm gonna make a couple of these and keep them in my car.
Okay, cool.
Little dog treats.
Cool.
It's okay
Oh, I
not to
thought you were
know.
watching something. Not bad.
No, you're fine. Sorry,
All right,
roommate aggro. Sorry.
It's okay not to know so long as you know God, right? So everything else is okay, but not God. You've got to know that. And if you don't know that, then you're doing it wrong. And that just makes no fucking sense whatsoever. Because if God wanted us to know, it would provide evidence for us to know instead of these folk tales and mythologies from 2,000 years ago.
Yeah, well, we don't need to know everything if we have faith in God. God saved my life before. I'm sure He saved your life too. I honestly believe everybody on this earth had temporal salvation at some point and not even known it.
I've actually called out to your God before, Jason, and he hasn't answered me. So I don't know if you're familiar. There's a book that there's turned into a movie, which is an okay movie, but the book is called The Mists of Avalon. And
good book.
Yeah, you read that, Knock?
Yeah, it's a good book.
Right? There's where Camelot is under attack, and King, well, he's not quite king yet, but Arthur is about to, before he's given Excalibur by the Lady of the Lake, he calls out to the Christ and he calls out to the goddess. And before he's about to be given Excalibur in this, he has to fight and kick some ass to save his people. She shows up and she says, "You called out to the Christ and you called out to the goddess," and it was the goddess who answered. And then she gives him Excalibur. Well, that's what happened to me. I called out to the Christ and I called out to the goddess, and your Christ didn't answer. So I went with paganism. Now,
sorry,
huh?
I'm really sorry. I'm gonna cut you off. So I just thought of something that I've been going to ask you guys. Go on, sorry.
Huh?
Keep going. Sorry.
Oh no! If you're talking, I'm having a real. I see your.
Yeah, it's really hard to understand you.
Okay, it's just
right
that
now.
I've got to wait for my other phone. Can you understand? Sorry, I can hear you. Can you hear me now that I'm yelling a bit louder?
Now we can hear
Okay.
you, definitely.
Sorry, your story. I'm sorry for cutting you off. Your story was really good. Just that I thought of something and I didn't want to forget about it.
You're across the world. It's going to happen.
Yeah, you're okay.
I just thought of something I didn't want to forget. You know, my friend here. Now, what do you reckon? This would make a good movie or what? His grandfather, he went to the First World War and the Second World War, and he tried to go to Vietnam, but they wouldn't let him because he's getting too old, so they used him as a trainer. And he built a church. And we've got all of these, and it's on record.
You're cutting out
You know,
now.
during those times and that. I mean, imagine that he goes to the First World War. That's not enough for him. So he goes to the Second World War, and then that's not enough for him. So then he wants to go to Vietnam as well. On top of that,
Well, that's not enough for him. So now we're facing. That's not enough for him. So now we're facing like World War III because Russia's being dicks right now, right?
Oh yeah, Russia. I really hate Putin. Don't worry, mate.
Is this going to be like Armageddon, right? Like,
No.
like is Revelations here?
No, it's not going to be. That Putin's full of shit.
So Watcher on the Tower is wrong. Fuck him.
Yeah. It's a load of bullshit, mate.
I cover Watcher on the Tower. I have fun with him. He's on acid. Sorry.
Yeah, I know. If Putin launches, man, they'll literally within 25 minutes, and I can literally mean literally 25 minutes, the entire country of Russia will be radioactive dust in 25 minutes flat. I mean, he knows that there's no way he's going to launch. It's just all bullshit. We've enforced no-fly zones with Russia before. You know,
Well, I mean, one of the
we should
one
go
of the
over
few
there and
things.
enforce a no-fly zone. We should bomb the shit out of their anti-missile positions. We should just call his bluff. And if a nuclear war starts, then so be it. Stuff the bastard,
Well,
mate.
one of
You know
the
what I
few
mean?
things, one of the few things that Trump did in retrospect, I didn't agree with at the time. I still don't necessarily agree with, but considering the circumstances we are faced now with, he upgraded our nuclear systems. Dude spent a lot of money upgrading our nuclear systems. So if Russia want to try, yeah, we'll end the world, bitch. You know,
Mate, honestly, there's that many nukes around off the shores of Russia out in those oceans out there. Literally in 25 minutes, the entire country would be radioactive dust, every square inch of it, within 25
so would
minutes.
America, though, right?
Well, the problem is then yes, but maybe
And so would Europe
maybe
and the Middle East.
Maybe he'd be hit so hard that he wouldn't be able to get so many
No,
nukes off.
The point is, we would all be hit so hard. You know, like World War III scenario. I don't know how old you are, but I grew up underneath it. In a World War III scenario, not much survives, right?
Yeah, no, I grew up in the Soviet Union too, but the thing is, not in the Soviet Union while the Soviet Union was, around. So yeah, it's been worse in the past than this, and it's just not going to happen. And second of all, if it did happen, America's not going to.
Why wouldn't it happen? Because God didn't ordain that?
No. I just don't believe Putin's got the balls, because he knows if he launches, his entire country will be radioactive dust in 25 minutes flat.
All right, wait a minute. So wait a minute. All right, so maybe you know a different Putin than I do. He's fucking crazy. What about insanity makes you feel certain he won't do that?
No, he won't do it. He won't.
No. Not also that. Hey, Jason, you putting too much emphasis on. Hey, hold on.
The only one with his finger on
Time
the
out.
button,
Jason, time out for a second. You said time out. You said that in 25 minutes Russia would be covered in a nuclear field, right? A radioactive, right?
Yes, from the sub. All the subs that are fielding nuclear weapons.
Yeah. I get it. I get it. Is the radioactive static or does it fucking move? AKA air, wind.
No, I'm not talking about. Yeah, of course it's got to be bad.
Right. So it's not fucking. So as what Rachel was saying, is global. It's global.
America has about 30,000 nukes. That's this bull crap that they only have 5,000. I don't believe they still have.
You're not listening. You're not listening.
Yeah, you're not listening.
You're not listening. Yeah, you're talking to yourself or about
yourself. Russia doesn't send anything at us, right? We just blow up Russia with our nukes. That fucks up the entire world, dude.
And I know that. That's what I'm trying to explain. That America is not going to just hit Russia. That if a nuclear war starts, they'll hit all of their enemies, because America is going to get hit. And while if America gets a chance to rebuild after the war, it's going to be weakened and won't be to repel its enemies if its enemies aren't hit as well. So America is going to hit all of its enemies. Their enemies are going to hit their enemies. Yes, it's going to be Armageddon.
It won't.
Oh, Lord, can I finish? What?
No, you cannot finish when you're talking shit. If
What do you mean I'm talking
if we send nukes either way, what part of radioactive world you don't understand? Tomorrow we're going to repair the air.
This is one of my biggest problems with this whole argument about whether or not we should send troops or I'm not a war guy. I'm anti-war. But if you're going to argue against sending troops because like Russia might shoot nuclear missiles and it's the start of World War III, that's a stalemate at this point. It has been a stalemate 60 years.
No.
We can defend our allies without worrying about them shooting the missiles, because if they shoot those missiles, it's game over. They're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. They're too invested in their own riches to end the world.
It's NATO, mate. It's NATO land. They said they've told them if they cross, if they go 1 inch into NATO land.
What I'm saying is, fuck NATO land. We could go into Ukraine right now with our soldiers, and there would be no repercussions from that because they're not stupid.
I agree that Putin he's not going to end his whole country just over Ukraine. Look, the whole Ukraine thing, they discovered 2.7 trillion cubic feet of natural gas in the ground in Ukraine in 2010. If the Ukraine had pulled that gas out of the ground, it would destroy the Russian economy, and now Russia's invading. This is not about Nazism, stopping Nazism. It's not about anything. It's about killing resources and saving the Russian economy.
I agree to a point, but I think it's beyond that. It's about reclaiming territory. It's about reclaiming power, and it's about becoming the Soviet Union again.
Yeah,
that's what it's about.
I believe that's what I'm worried about too. That he's got his ambitions to he'll hit a brick wall when he hits all the NATO countries, because they've drawn a line in the sand. They've said, you come in there, mate, and it's on, and he'll be fighting the whole world.
I mean, seriously, all right, so Obama drew that red line. I'm a Democrat. I'm a liberal. Obama drew that red line and did nothing. Right now we're drawing a red line about NATO. We could be in Ukraine defending those people right now if we actually cared about democracy. I'm an anti-war dude. I have been against this, right? But I'm saying we could do this right now without any nuclear reprisals, because our arsenal, thanks to Trump, is as good or better than theirs.
Mate, we've got sort of.
I don't give Trump credit for shit, and I'm giving it here.
You got planes like the Growler. You got all sorts of things, mate. You got the F-35s, the Growlers. You got all sorts of stuff, mate. You could take out Russia. Russia should have.
We could be.
If America.
That's what I'm saying. If we sent troops in, we could defeat Russia. We could do it. We don't because you know why we don't? Because warfare is money, yo.
If America,
that's why we don't do it.
They own it in 3 days to a week, done and dusted. I mean, the Russian military.
How much money do you think our corporate media is making off of this Ukraine war? The longer it goes, the longer we don't interfere. You know, this great story of how great they are standing in the face of Russia. You know what? We could have ended this war immediately. We chose not to. We chose to take those deaths as sacrifice to our corporate media for the narrative, so Joe Biden doesn't have to answer to inflation. I'm a Democrat. I'm telling you that shit straight the fuck up.
Yeah, I know. There's a lot of Democrats that are real angry as well. I know. And
I'm a Democrat saying my president sucks, dude.
I mean, we could have stopped it before it even started. I mean, if we had ramped up sanctions really hard before they started, we could have stopped it that way. We could have stopped it a lot of ways. I mean, we basically, but what's come out of this is Russian prestige. Their military are a joke across the world now. They're a joke. Good luck with them taking on NATO, mate. If they try to cross into any NATO country after they've made a joke of themselves, they can't even take a little 6th country like the Ukraine. What a joke. What a joke the Russian military's become. They're just a laughing stock, an outright laughing stock. And that's why Putin's getting butthurt and says he's going to nuke the Ukraine and everything, because he's butthurt. Come here, Billy. Billy, come on, old guy. Come on. Yeah, because he's butthurt and he got screwed over, sucked in, you piece of garbage. He deserves everything that he gets, that scumbag. Come here. I hate him, mate. I can't stand Putin. I used to support Putin before this war, because you need a rat bag running that country. for lots of reasons I'm not going to get into, and I supported him on a lot of things, but I'm not going to support him on this, mate. He's a piece of garbage. He's done it. He's freaking taken out.
All right, so my point is this. If you look at the nuclear stalemate for what it is, it's a nuclear stalemate. That's why we lived underneath the Cold War for 40 years. That's why when we defeated Russia, we thought we defeated them, and we didn't, right? So my point is this. The nuclear shit, that's a stalemate. Everybody fucking knows it. Everybody in power knows that, right? So America has spent the last 30 years fighting fundamentalists willing to die for their God, compared to Russians willing to die for Putin. We would destroy them easily if we wanted to, but we don't want to. You know why? You know why we don't want to? It's good for ratings. That's why we don't want to.
And good for business.
Yeah. Well, they make a lot of. There's a lot of. Look how many Democrats. There's more Democrats that own money shares in the people who make those missiles than freaking Republicans, mate. There's massive amount of shares. Hillary owns huge amount of shares in that company where they sting a missile.
You know,
and stuff
this
like
has
that.
always been my position as
What
anti-war.
company? Hold on, no.
I am
Hold on,
anti-war
let's
until war
ask,
is necessary,
what
and when it's necessary, go fucking all out. End the enemy. If you're going to
Yeah.
fight a war, end the enemy. If you don't, then you're just making the mistakes of World War II all over again.
Problem is, we can't go right into Russia and finish them off because of their nukes. We can only beat them back to their borders.
Again, stalemate,
But
yo.
what company?
Stalemate.
What
Yeah.
what missile company? What missile company do you have proof that the Democrats have more shares in than the Republicans?
Hillary has shares in one of them.
What company? What company? You said Democrats more than Republicans. What company?
That's just straight bullshit, right? So even
I
to
know
this
it is.
day,
That's why I'm
There's a
asking
lot
him to
of
give me the right
Democrats
company.
that have shares in companies that make missiles. I didn't
Yeah,
say
what
any
company?
other. I said
What
Hillary
companies?
does.
What you said, honey? Okay,
listen
look,
to me. All right,
boy.
listen to me. So Democrats in America have become more pro-war, without a doubt. But we're still the anti-war party of America. And until you can actually show me where Democrats are donating to the war efforts as opposed to Republicans, I mean, dude, I've
not
looked at these
donating,
numbers.
they own shares in the
Republicans
companies that make
Republicans fund wars. Democrats support them. That's how it is in America. And until you can prove otherwise, you're just talking.
Yeah, this war never would have happened under Trump. I'll tell you right now.
Okay,
Bullshit. Trump would have if Trump was still president, there would be no sanctions. None.
Yeah, because there'd be no war.
He sucked Putin's dick, bitch.
No, he didn't.
Purely.
So what is this
Joe Biden's weak as fuck. Joe Biden is weak as hell. But he's not Trump that sucked Putin's dick.
Yeah, Putin dragged. Look, I've seen Trump shake Putin's hand. He pulled him into him, dragged him.
How
in,
are you Australian and a Trumper? Like, that's fucking phenomenal to me. Like, I understand Americans who are like racist, but I don't understand you.
Oh, mate, you know, you enjoy your high fuel prices, buddy. You know, under Trump, your fuel prices went down to $1.80 a gallon.
You wanted January 6th. You wanted that to succeed, right? You didn't want Joe Biden to be president. And God damn it, like I didn't want Joe Biden to be president. I wanted Bernie Sanders to be president, but he was elected. He was elected.
No,
Until he's out of office, he's the fucking president, right?
Yeah, well, not really.
How not? How,
Do
wait. Do you not understand American politics? Do you not understand that we have duly elected officials, and once they're elected, they're elected until they're out of office? Is Donald Trump still the president of America?
Well, he can't remember his own name, Joe Biden. So
Mm.
All right, I'll ask you this.
Or impeach. Can they be impeached as well? I'm not sure.
I don't even get where we're at right now. Honestly,
Yeah,
like
it was really fucked up. Yeah.
To think the fact that like Trump would have done something against Russia in this situation. I'm not a fan of Joe Biden, but I honestly 100%, 1000% believe that had Donald Trump still been president when Russia invaded the Ukraine, it would be a lot worse. I mean, this is a man that literally denied funds to Ukraine because the Republican platform now is Ukraine is a corrupt, right? Like Joe Biden is corrupt and Ukraine is. What the fuck are we even talking about right now?
Putin was scared of Trump because he believed Trump was unstable and dangerous, and he wouldn't have invaded the Ukraine while Trump was in. I'm telling you.
Why would Putin be scared of Trump? What did Trump ever do to make Putin afraid?
Look, well, I'll find that video. And
No, answer the question. Answer the fucking question. What did Trump ever do to make Putin afraid of him?
Well, I'll tell you one thing right now.
Besides Trump sucking Putin's dick in Helsinki. Besides that, because he literally gave him a fucking rim job in front of the entire world.
Yeah.
Like he literally did that, dude.
Yeah.
For the whole world to see. Like I'm licking your asshole right now. It tastes good. Seriously. Tastes like peaches. Russian peaches.
Yeah.
And I have argued with.
Yeah, and I saw him shake Putin's hand.
Like seriously, I have argued with so many.
And when
Biden
went over there, they cut off Putin's feed, didn't they?
Damn it, I really hate when you overtalk me. I have argued with so many fucking conservative Republicans in the last 4 years since Trump became president about how Russia is evil. There are literally T-shirts in America that says Russia better than Democrats. Straight up. Go to any Trump rally in America, you're going to see them.
Yes.
And you're going to sit here and tell me that Trump would have fought Russia when his base doesn't want him to?
It would not have happened.
If by fight you mean suck their dick, then yes.
The war wouldn't have happened if Trump was in.
It wouldn't have happened if Trump was there. That's all you offer me.
Yeah.
You are stupid. You're fucking an idiot. You're an idiot, dude. I have literally sat here. I have literally sat here as a Democrat and denounced Joe Biden. But to sit here and pretend that Donald Trump would have done so Donald Trump dropping Moab on Russia would have been better, right?
What? They got a bigger one than Moab now. They got
that's what he did in Afghanistan, right?
200 feet
He
through,
dropped Moab, the mother of all bombs.
No,
on a bunch of goat herders that weren't even fighting us. That was Trump's solution in Afghanistan, right?
That weren't even fighting us. The bomb that he dropped on those people, they weren't even fighting us. Oh, yeah.
No, they couldn't fight it. It was the mother of all bombs. It just dropped on them. How do you fight that?
Good. Because they were killing Americans.
He wanted to see how the bang banged, right? Like this is Donald Trump for you. And you think it would be better now? You think honestly that if Donald Trump was president during all of this, we wouldn't be in World War III right now? You fucking idiot! You stupid motherfucker! Do you even understand American politics at all? Do you understand the dynamics of American politics at all? At all? You fucking idiot!
Obama funded ISIS. Obama funded the Free Syrian Army, which is basically ISIS.
Obama funded ISIS.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Obama didn't spend his entire
who are the
presidency killing ISIS? Like he didn't literally spend his entire presidency killing ISIS.
Who are the Free Syrian Army? Who are they? That's who he funded.
Well, I mean,
who are
to be fair, ISIS didn't exist.
I've got
at the beginning
videos
of
here
the
that would make you
presidency,
vomit.
so it was only like 2/3 of it.
Well, of course, because
I wouldn't
he
say
invented
ISIS
ISIS, right?
Well, yeah, he invented ISIS. You know, 3 years
Actually,
later.
no, you're actually wrong about that. You're actually wrong about that. You're actually wrong about that. ISIS existed since the Bush era. They were just small and nobody talked about them.
The Free Syrian Army are ISIS. Were ISIS.
I was wrong. I will admit I was wrong.
Someone's talking, but we can hardly hear them.
Oh, sorry. Was that me? Is it better now?
Yep.
I was wrong. Thank you for correcting me.
Now. All right. Let's get inside, puppies. Come on. Oh, I love my place. In the middle of 300 acres on the top of a mountain. No people around, no neighbours. Come on. Walk around, do what I want. Any way I want outside my house. Right. Wouldn't trade it. I hate neighbours, mate. I've lived in suburbia.
I don't know what's happening. Are we just having a walkthrough of Biblical Christological Guy's house? Because I am totally here for that. I'm just saying. He is like my third favorite Christian. So.
No, let me see.
Well, and real quick before you get into that, just to clarify my point. So if you study the Caliphate, right? Ever since the Ottoman Empire went away, the Caliphate has always been a thing within Islam. They have always been trying to reestablish the Caliphate. That is what ISIS is. So technically, I can argue that ISIS has been around since the early 1900s, right? So when you understand Islam and you understand what the Caliphate is, and you start to understand what ISIS represents, then you understand the true fundamental dynamics of Islam. Because so many Islamic peoples don't believe in that. But yet that's the narrative we get about Islam in its entirety, right? So it's true. It's not a wrong narrative. If you look at the Caliphate, it's really fucked up shit. But ISIS and the idea of restoring the Caliphate of Islam has been around since the Caliphate disintegrated with the Ottoman Empire. Once you know history, this is undeniable.
That's a 6.3 litre V8 that's an AMG ML 63 AMG 6.3 litre, 5.5 seconds to 100 miles an hour or something.
You know, it's often why I say, even though I don't cover Islam as much on my channel as I do Christianity, Islam is far more dangerous. Had Khalil showed up tonight, one of my first questions was to Khalil would have been my own, and it would have been, hey, Khalil, recently I've heard that you're for the death of infidels. Is this true? Because I want to know these things. Because if you think that's true, then you think I should be put to death. I do not think that, Khalil Allah, who I now have a relationship, wants me to be put to death, right? So I want to clarify this with him.
Can I just say something to you about the Quran? But they never tell you this. Let me tell you something about the Quran. The earlier, more peaceful verses in the Quran are completely every Muslim knows this, are completely abrogated by the later, more militant verses. Now, the earlier verses in the Quran were basically made by Muhammad when he was living in Mecca, and the Meccans wanted to slit his throat for being a subversive little bastard. So he started spouting out all these lovey-dovey verses, right, to throw the Meccans off. But the moment Muhammad gained the ability to wage war, his verses became super violent and continued to get more and more violent until the day that he died. And every single Muslim alive today will look you in the eyes and lie and say, but Muhammad said this and Muhammad said that. And you have to say to them, yes, they're the earlier verses in the Quran, the more peaceful ones. And you know, and every Muslim knows that every single more militant verse later on. All the later verses abrogate the earlier verses, completely abrogate them, and you know that.
Well, I can say the same thing about Christianity, though. I mean, if you look at Christianity over the ages, how not so? You're not even letting me make my fucking point, dude. You're just saying no.
Yes, because the Quran starts off peaceful and turns super violent towards the end and never changes. The Bible does not do that.
How not?
It does not do that. The earlier, more peaceful verses in the Bible are not abrogated by the later, more militant verses, are they?
How not? All right, so the earlier, more peaceful versions of the Bible, where God creates the whole world and it's a perfect plan, definitely doesn't aggravate with the later verses where a flood comes and he kills the entire fucking earth. It doesn't do that at all, does it?
Christianity. And what is
the commander in chief?
It doesn't do that at all, dude.
What does his new covenant say?
Oh, so the new covenant that, when God sent himself after 3 previous failures, he sends himself, and I'm going to be the redemption for the world. I'm going to die for all of your sins. But the stipulation is not all of your sins, the sins of those that believe in me, which is a very minute number that we don't even truly know, because Christians like you go around pointing the finger at other Christians and saying they're not real Christians, right? So we don't even fucking know that number. It might be like, what, 5,000 dudes that are super fucking, like square and doesn't even drink coffee to get their kicks off. Like, what the fuck is a Christian really?
Well, a Christian is someone who's a sinner who
but you're no different than Islam, though, for real.
Now Islam starts off peaceful and turns super violent towards the end, and every single
you do
Muslim
understand that we're talking about the same God of Abraham, right?
No, we're
when
not.
we talk
Allah is not
Islam
the
and we
same
talk
God.
Christianity, we're
Allah
talking
is
the
a
God of
real
Abraham.
God, mate. Allah is not the God of the Bible. He is not. He's proved himself. Look, like I said, wait
a minute. If God is the only one true God, how did Allah ever prove himself not to be?
More militant verses, and that is a fact.
Do you even hear yourself? If God is the one true God that only exists, it's the only God, how did Allah prove himself not to be that?
What? He proved himself not to be that by saying the sun sets in a bloody muddy pond. You know
You're
what I
talking
mean?
about Muhammad, not Allah.
That's what Muhammad is. His messenger. He's Allah's messenger.
Prophet. He's not
Bible is
Allah.
written by Muhammad.
He's the prophet,
whole
just
Bible
like
is Allah speaking through Muhammad. The entire Bible. Not once does Muhammad ever speak himself. He speaks through Muhammad. So Muhammad is his prophet, and he speaks through him. And only
how is that
him.
different than Moses?
Muhammad said that Allah showed him that.
How is that different than Moses?
Because the Bible never claims that the sun sets in a muddy pond. And what the Muslims, do you want to know this before you talk to a Muslim?
No, I did claim that Moses heard shit from a talking bush, so he dictated the law for an entire people based upon that conversation, right?
Well, no, the law,
it's different with Christianity.
You want to know why God gave us the 650
different because
laws?
I'm a Christian. I believe this. They believe that, and
know
they're wrong.
why?
How do you know
wanna
they're wrong?
why? Do you
How
want
do
to
you know
know
they're
why?
wrong?
But I'm just saying, do you want to know why God gave 615 laws that we could never possibly ever follow? Do you know why?
I don't give a fuck. I'm asking you, how do you know they're wrong?
We are.
How do you know they're
He
wrong?
didn't give us those laws ever expecting us to be able to follow them.
How do you know the Hindus are wrong?
Because I know that they're look at what they believe. Look at what their Bible says.
Look at what you believe.
Their earth rests on a turtle.
Look at what you believe. What do you believe?
Our Bible says that our earth hangs on nothing.
You believe a dude came back to life after 3 days.
What is he even showing?
I don't know. I don't get any of this.
Well,
right now.
but basically, the Bible says
honestly,
the earth hangs on nothing.
Honestly,
exactly
we've been going
what
for
it's
5
done.
hours. I am ending this very, very soon. It's getting really, really boring. At this point, I feel like I'm beating up on you.
No, that's all right. I don't mind.
No, I feel like I'm like this isn't even a competition.
I don't give a shit.
That's how I feel.
Important to me.
Like you're not offering any solutions to the problems that anybody has offered in this room. You just talk loud.
Yeah. Okay, so I just talk loud. But what I'm saying is true. It's the simple fact is that it's the only religion with a free gift, right? That's a free gift. All the rest, you have to do some sort of work. If you look into them, you'll find that you
Wait a
have
minute,
to do
we've
some sort of
already
work.
determined that's not true. Like Marty
No,
literally
you
came in
said-
here and told you, as a pagan, she has to do nothing.
Well,
right?
that's what she
And
said.
she
She's a
reiterated,
liar.
as a Native American
But she can't
spiritualist,
be saved as
literally,
a pagan.
all you got to do is walk the red road. You don't
she
got to
can't
even
be
believe in
saved.
the ancestors. You don't even have to believe in the Great Spirit. You just got to walk the red road, man. You
But
just
she
got to
can't
take
be
care of the
saved.
earth. That's it. That's all.
I'm talking about all the 5,000 pagan religions where you have to be saved. You have to do something to be saved.
Well, you have to
do
do something to be saved in Christianity
Yes.
too.
Well, isn't it? You have to pass the river Styx. You have to pay a certain amount of money and things like that.
No, you just
It-
got to
it-
believe in Jesus and hate gay people and whatever bigotries you
It
hold.
doesn't say to hate gay people. And did you know?
Sure it
by the
does.
way, can I
Have
tell
you
something
ever
you'll be
read
interested
Paul,
about gay
dude?
people?
Do
Can
you
I
even
tell
know
you
who
something
Paul
that you might
is?
find very interesting? I've got a citation. I've got a document
Have
that
you ever
you'll
read
like.
Leviticus?
I've got a doc here that you'll like. Now, what they did is they took this gene, they shut this gene off in fruit flies, right? And when they shut this
Are we
gene
talking
on,
about gay people or fruit flies?
yes, we're talking about gay people. Now, let me finish. They shut this gene off in fruit flies, and when they shut the gene off in fruit flies, and these flies, I don't know what sort of flies they were. I think they were fruit flies. These flies started humping each other. Male started humping male, and female started humping female. And when they switched the gene back on, they went back to normal again. Okay.
Oh my
So,
God!
so what
Oh
I
my God! Are you
suspect-
trying to say
now
there's a gay gene?
This is an actual experiment that they've done. I've got the citation for it. Right.
Well,
So-
post the
so what I
citation.
suspect-
Jesus.
Can I just finish? Can I ever finish what I'm saying?
Fucking fruit
So I
flies prove that
suspect-
gay people
so
are
I
awful.
suspect
Awful people.
that-
Fruit flies.
I'm not saying
Fucking
please
fruit
stop?
flies.
No,
Can
no,
you
no,
stop?
Rage. Let him
Can you
continue.
stop and listen for a second? So I suspect if this can happen with that, they share a large part of their genome with us. Now, if this can happen with fruit flies, I suspect that it can happen with humans. Now,
Are
I
you
believe that
talking
gay
as a
people are a
scientist?
part of our genetic entropy model.
Are you talking
Now,
as
if
a
your-
scientist?
if a gene gets switched off-
Wait. Genetic entropy?
If a
Is
gene
that what
gets
you're bringing?
switched off, wait a minute. If a gene gets switched off in fruit flies and they go male on male and male on,
You know what? He's gone.
I want
He's-
a citation. I want a
No,
citation.
I can't. The citation would be more propaganda, Midnight. We've already been there. I can't. I fucking can't. So he's literally saying he's going worse than shock fucking therapy treatment. He's saying, let's change the genetics of gay people to make them straight. Fuck him. Fuck you, Jason. You're gone, dude. Like seriously, I am banning you from my fucking studio. You're gone. You're done. You're never welcome back after that. Ever. Don't come back. Go have sex with God. Suck his dick. Do not come back here with that shit. Ever.
That's from
Rant over. Rant over. Holy
I don't
shit.
know. I don't know if this is his citation, but I did find something about that fruit flies gay gene. I may need to look more into this. But
I mean, imagine being a Christian and comparing humanity to fruit flies. Seriously.
I mean, he brought up genetic entropy. Genetic entropy. That's something, Standing for Truth brings up, and Raw Math and the younger creationists, right? Like, what the fuck, dude?
Goddamn, I honestly didn't think anything tonight would make me kick him out. But then he just went straight, like, worse than Matt Powell homophobic, right? Like, oh my God, dude, like fruit flies? Seriously? Like you are Matt Powell just says kill them. You say change them genetically.
I mean,
I don't know what's worse. I don't know what's worse.
Well, I mean, I guess changing them genetically would be worse. If you're killing them, you're just killing them. But you know, I don't know. I don't know about lookouts for number one. But you got you got a gay guy in here, and you got way more pissed off than I did. So,
Well, it's because you know, to me, it's not about what I am. It's just about that stand for equality, right? Like, so this conversation it started pretty cordial with Jason, right? And I even said, like, dude, I'm not even gonna go to like the whole sex with God thing. I didn't want it to get like crazy. But then it got crazy, and it started with guns, which was, you know, that usually turns into a dumpster fire, and then it went to abortion, and now we're literally at let's compare fruit flies to humanity, and let's do the same thing to gay people
You know
that
what?
some scientists did to some fruit flies.
You know what, Jason?
That's
you know what-
insane.
You know what, Jason? You know what, Jason? I actually want to talk to you if the rage doesn't want it, because I'm interested in your citation to see whether whether you actually read it right. If you're
Dude,
still watching,
Did you see the citation from earlier?
Oh yeah, that was a fucking
you know, if you mean the one about the atoms, yeah, I saved it to look at later. But I didn't see other citations.
No, all right. So let me bring this over here. I'm gonna pull it back up real quick because it's just fucking hilarious, right? So we were talking. What were we talking? Like mass shootings in America, and he made a claim that liberals commit all the mass shootings, and that all prisoners are atheists. No Christians are commit crimes. And then he gave me this. This was his citation of that midnight. All right. I'm pulling it up right now. This was his citation.
Wait, what the fuck is this?
Truth about atheism. A fool has in his heart there is no God. They are corrupt. They have done abominable
Holy shit,
works.
this is long. What? This
Yeah.
is- how many
Yeah,
pages
dude.
is it?
It's 49 pages.
Damn.
And it's all Christian propaganda. It's none of it cited fact. All of it's bullshit. This is his idea of citations. I put up with it. I put up with it for over 5 hours. I did good tonight. I did really good.
Why the great background? What?
Oh my god, dude! I can't even make tonight up. Like I couldn't make the last open room up, and this just makes me more excited for the next open room because shit is crazy again. I love it.
I mean, you know what, Jason? I don't know. Just give me your citation or something. Like I wanted his citation, just to look at it.
And he's back in the background, but it is 1:14 a.m. I'm going to bed. I appreciate, like look out for number one who's like, I'll come in for a few minutes.
Yeah,
been here
very
for
true.
hours.
Very true. Very true. Very true. It's your fucking fault. Very true.
I know it's totally
I
my
hate you
fault.
already.
What a dumpster fire. And I only played it once, but like this whole conversation tonight has been this, right?
Yeah.
So I want to thank everybody for watching. Let everybody know Raging Atheist open rooms are back and they're cray again. So
Yeah, you're cray.
Jason, you can come back next time. You're not banned forever, but I'm done for tonight, dude. I'm done for it. I want to thank Lookout for number one and Midnight Sparkle. I totally plan on going in on that ass, but you made good points tonight, so I'm not going to do it. So we'll have that talk at some point. And as always, you are who you are. I love you as a human being, and I'll get mad, but I'll never ban you. You know what I'm saying?
Until you do.
Until
Yeah,
I
will
do.
ban you until you do.
Until I do. A truer statement has never been uttered. And with that, we are going to get out of here. I don't have an end screen. This is StreamYards. I'm still setting shit up.
Yeah.
But maybe we'll have another open room tomorrow. Midnight, you can come in. You earn some grace. Thank you. Look out for number 1.
All good.
Jason, you can come back tomorrow too, but god damn it, you pissed me off. And if I don't do it tomorrow, we'll do it soon. We'll do it soon because I'm enjoying this again and it was fun. So thank you guys. Have a great night. We'll see you soon.
Catch you later. Bye.